أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا وحبيب قلوبنا أبا القاسم محمد. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعلى أهل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين. My dear brothers, sisters, scholars, elders, and all those who are watching from around the globe, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome to the first year of the Spirit of Will Women in Leadership Virtual Conference, a conference created entirely by Shia Muslim women for all our Muslim communities. Now, inshallah, this is the first year of many more to come, and it is my absolute pleasure and honor to open up tonight's conference. This is an interactive global platform for Shia Muslim women to showcase their talents and contributions in making progressive strides in their community. And I tell you, what a lineup of speakers we have for you all today. I certainly am extremely excited in hearing all the speakers today, which I am sure are going to be extremely beneficial and inspirational for me, and I am sure for you all as well. Tonight, we have speeches, we have awards, we have entertainment, we have prizes, and so much more. So let's jump right in. This conference, honestly, is very dear to me, as I truly believe in the power and influence that a woman can have, not only within her own household or community, but the influence they can have on a global scale. Islam has provided us with excellent female examples, which shows us the impact women can have legally, economically, socially, and religiously. Their words can move an entire dynasty, as shown by the speeches delivered by females of the Ahlul Bayt alayhim as-salam, Fatimah al-Zahra alayhi as-salam, and Sayyidah Zainab, amongst many others. And that is precisely why I entered the work that I do today. As a female public speaker and television presenter, I believe in the power and words of a female. But I also see how many times females in our community are not encouraged to take on these very important roles, which is why it's great when we see conferences such as this, which gives a platform and showcases the excellent work the females in our community do. I am a mother of 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter, as well as an adult carer looking after my elderly parents, as well as working full-time, as well as lecturing and presenting, as well as a wife doing the house chores. I, like many other women in our community, seem to be juggling the many different roles we have, trying to give 100% to each area. And today I've been requested to talk very briefly regarding how a woman can juggle many of the roles that many of us have. How can we do it all without being overwhelmed or feeling burnout? There are certainly many tips that have helped me greatly along the way, and I would like to share these with you all. Okay, so I will break these down into 4 points to make it easy to digest. Number 1, I would say, is organization. Being organized makes things much easier. The day before, plan out the next day. Okay, you need to do this. Write bullet points on what you wish to accomplish the next day. Write it on paper. Having to do a to-do list is very important because it frees your mind. It transfers the information from your mind onto paper, and it adds structure to your day. Also, being organized, for example, getting the kids' clothes and bag ready the night before so you're not in a rush in the morning. Simple things like that will make life much easier. It adds structure and routine to your day, which in return makes it much more manageable. Poor time management and lack of organization results in wasted time, which then turns into lack of motivation and productivity. Why has Allah prescribed prayer at a set timing? It's to add structure to your day. Allah created humans and knows that humans thrive on structure and routine. Having structure to your day and being organized makes a huge difference to your level of productivity and motivation. So number one, what is it? I would say it is good time management, structure, and good organization. Let's move on to number two. Number two, I would say delegate tasks. I know, us women want to do it all, but we must delegate tasks for greater productivity. Get the kids to clean their rooms, let the family help you set the table, and then let them clear the table once food is done. Get your children and the whole household into a good, productive routine. You see, sometimes it's not about doing it all ourselves. Not only is it more productive for you to delegate tasks to other family members, but sometimes sharing tasks out gets the household into a good, healthy routine and teaches the children some very valuable life lessons and habits which will benefit them for a lifetime. So let's move on to number three. Number three, I would say take care of yourself. Now, this may sound selfish, but really it isn't. On the aeroplane, they always tell you to put your mask on first before helping others. Why do they say that? Because if you're not well enough, then it's impossible to help others. And the same applies to motherhood. If you don't feel well enough, if you don't look after yourself, ensure that you are in the best health mentally and physically, then you will never be able to give 100% to your family and children. You cannot pour out of an empty cup, right? So always look after yourself. This is very, very important. Number four, I would certainly say know when to say no. Many of us hate saying no. We want to please everyone and ensure no one is upset. I know that is the case for me, but it's not possible. I've been lecturing over 15 years, and I would say 90% of invites to lecture, speak, or film, I have had to unfortunately say no to. It's not that I don't want to speak, but with 3 children and a full-time job and so many other roles I hold, it's just so much that one can do. And what happens when we accept too much? What ends up happening is that we don't give 100% to any particular area because we are being stretched too far. So I would say know your limits, know when to say no, and when you feel things are getting overwhelming. Step back, take care of yourself, get yourself back up to track, your home up to track, your tasks up to track. Then there always will be other opportunities that will come, inshallah. That way, you ensure you are giving 100% to the roles you currently have. You know your limits, you know your capability, your mental health, and physical health, as well as the peace within yourself, and your home is more important. And finally, I want to end off with saying us women are capable of so much. Honestly, there is so much talent and so much skill and so many educated women in our community. For anyone that is watching today and they have an idea or are motivated to do something, start today. Do it now. Nothing gets done by not starting. Today is the day to start and accomplish whatever it is you wish to do. This conference is certainly the start of something great. And inshallah, in the coming years, it gets bigger and greater. And we see and hear from so many inspirational women. Now, that's enough from me, I'm sure. I'll pass on the stage to the co-host of tonight's conference, inshallah. So I will pass it on to them. Sister Shabniz Silji and Zakira Shara Jafar Dala. I'm sure both of them do not need an introduction. Both have contributed so much to the global Shia community for many years. Both are very, very dear to me, and I am sure also to many of our viewers watching today. I can say with great confidence that both are very, very passionate about bringing this very important conference. And they have worked extremely hard backstage, organizing and ensuring that everything goes smoothly. So I'll pass the stage on to them. But before I do, let's have a quick look at their biographies to learn more about them.
Zakira Shai-Rose Jafar Dhalla, co-chair of Spirit of Women. Zakira Shai-Rose lectures on Zakira Shai-Rose lectures on Islam at mosques, universities, churches, and interfaith gatherings. She recites majlises in Urdu, English, and Gujarati. Shai-Rose is a published freelance writer, playwright, motivational speaker, and anti-racist educational counselor by profession. She conducts workshops on race and culture sensitivity and often appears on TV program panels and radio talk shows to speak about race relations. Zakira Shai-Rose is a graduate of York University, Toronto, Canada, and holds a bachelor's degree in psychology and sociology and a master's degree in the field of education. She is a puppeteer and has appeared twice a week for 5 years on her TV show Zakira Shai-Rose and the Puppets, which airs on UK-based TV station Ahl al-Bayt TV. Her puppet show appears regularly on Hidayat TV UK, Ahl al-Bayt Channel UK, Mainstay Foundation Channel, OCN Channel Hyderabad, Nasimco Channel Toronto, and many others. She is a Sana Khan and recites Islamic religious hymns and elegies and has studio recorded 2 albums and traveled internationally to recite milads, marsiyas, and nohas. Shai-Rose is a politician in her Islamic community and has served as an executive counselor for the North American Shia Ithnashri Islamic Community Organizations, also known as NASIMCO, representing Toronto in an organization that exemplifies Shia mosques from around the world. She has also served as World Federation's liaison for North America from the Women's Need Assessment Initiative and has lobbied successfully for the constitutional amendment to grant women the right to cast their own vote in elections at their mosques' congregations and to run for any position, including that of Jamaat president, on the mosque's executive committee. Shabni Sivji, co-chair of Spirit of WIL Women in Leadership. Shabnis is a good example of how a banker or philanthropist is not necessarily a millionaire whose value is measured by their net worth. In Toronto's banking industry, Shabnis has a 38-year tenure with a major chartered bank in Toronto and has held respective management positions in both retail and commercial banking. She is described by her colleagues as a dynamic individual. Shabnis is a well-known humanitarian, recognized for her philanthropic work in which whatever fundraising effort she leads turns to gold. In addition, Shabnis works as a leadership volunteer with several organizations, namely the Heart and Stroke Foundation, where she's been the South Asian ambassador and was also invited to the GTA Heart and Soul Advocacy team. Her role was to lobby local politicians for the Healthy Heart Living. She received several awards and certificates of appreciation from the organizations, including the prestigious Heart and Soul Award. Another such accomplishment Shabnez is very passionate about is supporting the local community hospital. At Mackenzie Health Foundation, she was chair of the Major Gifts and part of $5 million MRI campaign, and featured in their publication Health Time magazine. Thereafter, Shabnez held a 6-year tenure as an executive board member of the Mackenzie Health Foundation in Richmond Hill, Ontario, where she has continued to fundraise for their new Cordalucci Mackenzie Hospital $250 million campaign. Her mandate is to raise funds for key projects, innovation, and state-of-the-art equipment at the hospital. Another one of her roles is co-chair of Mosaic Interfaith York, where Shabnez can be seen hosting several interfaith programs to a growing audience. It has been a strong link with the greater community. Proud to host programs at the Mullah Askar Memorial Library and Resource Center as marketing representative to include outreach and event planning within the greater community. MARC provides a unique platform for regular programs in our community for Mosaic Interfaith. Charity begins at home. True to these words, Shabnez has not only focused on the greater community, but has played an integral part as a key volunteer for over 30 years at her own mosque, ISIJ of Toronto, Joffrey Community Centre. As chairlady of the ISIJ of Toronto, Shabnez was instrumental in organizing the Jamaat's move from Bayview Centre and setting up the infrastructure of the new Joffrey Community Centre located at 9000 Bathurst Street. From various roles in ladies' subcommittees to an executive member position as recurring 3-time chairlady and now director at large on the executive board as co-chair of the Spirit of Women in Leadership Conference. This project was to focus on women in our community and provide a platform to applaud their achievements. Shabnez has many awards in her office, and when asked about her favorite ones, she says she is proud of the numerous accolades received from the bank, the JIBA Professional Women of the Year Award, the Ontario Volunteer Service Award, but the one that stands out is the Police Citation Award from the year 1983. Yes, that's my favorite one, she says. That was received early in her career when she was an assistant manager in a branch. When there was a hold-up at the teller's desk, Shabnez ran out of the branch, chased the robber for a block, and then grabbed him by the shirt and made a citizen's arrest. Of course, I would never recommend anyone does that, she says with a laugh. Although I received many pats on the back, I was told never to do that again, as a robber could be armed. Thankfully, that was the only act of volunteerism that Shabnez was told to never repeat.
Thank you, Sister Zahra. That was a great introduction, but we must say we couldn't have done this conference without you.
Before we begin, let's start with a warm Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. This is Zakira Shairoz Jafar Dhala.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. And this is your co-host, Shabnez Sivji. Alhamdulillah, the day is here, February 6th, the first Shia conference, Spirit of Women in Leadership. We are totally overwhelmed. When 3 months ago, which Zakira Shairoz, when we started talking about this conference, and I shared this idea with the ISIJ Board of Directors, I did not envision this to be the way it is.
Well, Shabnez, the idea actually started probably 26 years ago when we sisters were talking at our dinner table. Shabnez, myself, and by the way, she's Sister Shabnez, but she's also my sister Shabnez. You can see the resemblance, right? Many years ago with one of our other sisters, Majabeen, we sat at this dinner table and said, wouldn't it be awesome to have a women's conference? And it would be an amazing retreat with lots of stuff going on. And we would basically cover everything that every woman wants to know about, from financial planning to how to manage her home and how to do anything, as well as skills-based growth, as well as becoming a career woman, going back to school. And we started so many years ago, Shabnis. Talk about taking long to get here.
Definitely. And in honor of Wiladat of Bibi Fatima alayhi salam, this dream has come true. It has come true in such a way, Shairoz, that I am still thinking that when you look at the WUWA numbers, we started with 500. We were sold out. We went to 1,000. We were sold out.
Oh.
We went to 1,200, and then
Subhanallah.
we had to say enough.
And you know what? We must let our viewers know something, and we want to tell you a lot of things today. So please stay tuned, and also message your friends right now to tune in. You don't want to miss today. Inshallah, everyone's going to win something. We're giving away so many things that I think all of our 1,200 registered people might just win something. I
Right.
swear to you. But before we even go that far, let us remember the fact that a lot of people who were trying to register, and we were growing it, and we were saying it's sold out, it's sold out. On our end, we were paying for these spots. Trying to get into the Huva app meant that we had to pay in increments every time we paid for 100 spots, and then another 100 spots. We were paying at our end, but we were making it free for our viewers,
Right.
so that it could be easy for them to access this app. And as you can see, the app is awesome, right, Shubs?
Yes, I understand that there are 70 topics in conversation, and there are 2,000 conversations.
Whoa.
So you can see the networking that is being done. That is awesome. So today, we had a problem, because the problem was not we couldn't find talented women, but our problem was finding how to choose the top 10. The iconic speakers that we will
Wasn't
see
even the
today.
top 10. I think we chose 14.
Exactly. So the iconic speakers that we will hear from today are not the only ones we will hear, because we will also honor another 30 role models. And this is phenomenal, because in our Shia community, to have that, Zakira Shairoz, oh my God, this is really overwhelming.
Stay
And
tuned.
and
We have a lot
definitely,
we're going to cover today.
and I must thank our partners, the ISIJ of Toronto, the board of directors, Nasimco.
Who is
I
Hussein?
must
We're going to hear
definitely,
about all our sponsors.
and who is Hussein Canada chapter.
Definitely, we're going to show you all their names on the screen, and they're up here on our media wall as well.
Exactly.
Going back to how we ended up here 25 years later, and that was that I was already planning a conference here in Toronto, and it was going to be called Evolve. And when this happened, I everything was ready except for giving the deposit. We were just about to give it. We were aiming for the Metro Toronto Convention Center. And if those of you who are familiar with Toronto, that's huge. It's in downtown Toronto, right under the CN Tower, right? And Alhamdulillah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala truly is the best of planners, because just before I was putting my deposit for this conference, the pandemic hit. And if we had given our deposit, it would have stayed. They wouldn't have given it back until the pandemic's over. And so, I was stunned. What's happening? I had already planned the speakers to fly down. It was going to be here in Toronto. It was going to be a star-studded event indeed. And then I got talking to Shabniz, and Shabniz is on the board of directors of the Toronto Jamaat. She's director at large. And she was saying, I really want to do something awesome, even though the city is shut down.
Definitely. And this women in
she was saying I have to do something, even though it's all virtual. We got to do something. So I said, Shamniz, I've already got a conference going. How about we do whatever we wanted to do 25 years ago? And that's why we sisters ended up together. So if you're wondering why is Zakir Shairoz with her sister, or you're wondering why is Shabniz with her sister, this has nothing to do with us being sisters. Actually, it has everything to do with us being so committed to women's empowerment. And Alhamdulillah, with the help of our sponsors, our communities around the world, with amazing people everywhere, we are here today, and it's an incredible day ahead of you. Somebody wrote to me saying 600 minutes? Are you kidding me? Are you sure? And I'm like, you know what? 600 minutes are not enough. When you watch how entertaining it's going to be, Shamniz, tell them about our YouTubers that we're going to be seeing today.
Definitely. But one other point I must make, Shahroz, is that we have representation from 6 continents.
Oh,
So even when we are looking at the speakers that we are featuring today, they are all around the world. There is a representation in awards and in role models all around the world. So not only are we hosting from Toronto, but today what we are doing is bringing revolutionary change in the power of women, because what we are going to see today, what is portrayed in the global arena, is just phenomenal. So hats off to all these women in leadership. And I must say, this could not have been possible without the fantastic team, which, as Sharo said, we will hear about and we will be introduced to them today. So thank you very much. Stay tuned. And of course, the speakers that you hear from today, please put your input in VUVA. We want your feedback. We want to do better next year. And if you want to be a mentor, sign up. If you want to be a speaker next year, sign up.
Oh, we already have a waiting list for speakers.
Right.
And by the way, we have 50 people on a waiting list just for Huva, but unfortunately, we can't put you on Huva now. But you can definitely watch on YouTube. Send your friends the links, and also go ahead and tell people to also tune into Jaffrey Islamic Center's live stream. All you have to do is search for that on YouTube, even just go JCC Live. So we have opened up all the avenues for people to tune in. Not only do we want you to hear all our amazing speakers from around the world, but we also want you to see all the amazing women that we're going to be rewarding today by showcasing their talents. You're going to hear about, like Shabni said, 30 women, amazing women. In addition to that, we're also having 14 scholarships, if I'm not mistaken, or is it 15? Believe me, our problem, as Shabni said, our problem was a good problem. We have a problem of too many people trying to tune in, too many people wanting to get in, too many people wanting to speak, and also, subhanallah, a lot of people, too many people wanting to give their money for scholarships.
And so, on that note, Sharon, let's welcome our ISIJ president, Brother Habib Megji. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Habib Megji, the president of the Islamic Shia International Jamaat of Toronto. Hosted in partnership with ISIJ and the Simcoe and Huis Hussein Toronto chapter, the Spirit of Women in Leadership virtual conference is a unique global opportunity for all Shia women to participate, showcase their talents, and mentor other women. We are excited to have been instrumental in laying the foundation for this first of its kind conference for all Shia women. We will empower our women to excel in all fields and encourage others to partake in their success by sharing their experiences and knowledge. The conference is not to be missed. You will hear from dynamic speakers on various topics related to women's leadership, health, lifestyle, parenting, and many other exciting topics. You will gain awareness of the common challenges faced by women in different parts of the world by hearing their success stories and how they overcame the barriers. The conference will also provide our younger generation a window into many possibilities open to them for their future aspirations and how to get access to the relevant resources. Mark your calendar, February 6th, 2021, Saturday, for this conference, and please stay tuned for further registration requirements. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Jami'an wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The SIMCO is excited to partner with ISIJ of Toronto and the Toronto chapter of Hois Hussein to produce the Spirit of Women in Leadership virtual conference, which is taking place on February 6, 2021. This is a unique global opportunity for all Shia women to participate in, allowing them to both showcase their talents while also providing them the opportunity to mentor other women. We have collaborated with a wide variety of dynamic speakers with extensive experience related to women's leadership, health, lifestyle, parenting, and many other exciting topics. The speakers will also delve into challenges that they have faced and the ways in which they persevere through them. And I'm certain that hearing about their individual successes will inspire us all. There's a lot of valuable information to be shared. Therefore, this is a conference that should not be missed. In addition to this, we'll also be launching a new mentorship program, which will provide our youth access to relevant resources to their future aspirations. So mark your calendars for Saturday, February 6, 2021, and the registration details are already have been announced. So please look out for them. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Brother Habib Megji and Brother Arif Jaxi, thank you very much for your strong support. Today's conference, I know it's all about women of excellence. And one of the things Zakira Shairoz and I thought about when we were looking at how do you say thank you to such phenomenal women, we wanted to make sure that we did something creative. And one of the things that you will see today is that after every speaker finishes speaking, we will be honoring someone with an award in the speaker's name. So that's a way that we will give back to them. And this will be a legacy for years to come, that these speakers' name will be recognized for years to come. Along that note, this conference would not have been possible without sponsors. We had some very generous and strong supporters with us.
It's amazing, Shabniz. Considering it's a pandemic and a lot of people are unfortunately becoming unemployed, businesses are shutting down. I mean, you see the empty streets,
Definitely.
the restaurants are shut down. And in that, a lot of people are holding on to their money, and rightly so. You can understand that, they're feeling that there's a fear that this might go on for a year. In even that situation, every time Shamniz and I have picked up the phone or sometimes just texted a potential sponsor, we have had, I would say, 99% success, Shamniz.
Right.
There have been very few people who have said no to us. Believe me, that 1% is just a negligible amount of people. And that's pretty amazing. Tell us more about those sponsorships.
Definitely. I want to recognize our silver sponsor, Remax Reality, Sister Rashida Dala, broker on record. She's have 25 years experience in her industry. And the way she has empowered women is, she was the first one when I approached, and she didn't hesitate to say, how much money you need? Please go ahead. We need to support women. And one of the things we want to showcase in this conference is we are supporting women like Rashida. We have given business back to women in business. So that is an empowerment that we will showcase today, and you will see. A second such lady who has been our bronze sponsor is Sister Femida Jagani. Her company, Aroma Fem, specializes in organic aromatherapy. She is just great with her fragrance programs, her care products, and you will see more about her in the Viva app. All the sponsors' information is covered. Do buy from them, do business with them, because they, your sisters, have empowered us today and are empowering you today by letting you speak and show your work, how great you are. Another few people are Alumdar Realty Corp. He was one of the persons that came on board right away. The wonderful team of Hois Hussein and all the individuals with high calibers on their team have been behind the scenes running this program, and I call them great sponsors. Latitude Spiritual Journey with the Ziyarat trip, Shairoz, that is phenomenal because that has got attendance just kind of coming in and just overwhelming us with their participation.
And just before you even go on, Shabni, and sorry, this is always the case that we want to interject each other. We've prepared each other because we're so excited that we want to say so much. By the way, a lot of people want to know about this. So before you even go on about the awards, number one, the prizes, awards, and all these amazing things that we're all waiting for are not at the end of the program, nor are they
Yes.
necessarily in the middle or right now. They are scattered throughout the day so that you can keep watching.
Yes.
All right. Number two, you do not have to come on live with your face showing on camera to claim an award. A lot of people are worried that we're watching in our pajamas. It is 2 in the morning in our part of the world. So don't worry. You don't have to come on live, but you do have to be watching live.
Mhm.
And you have to be watching in order to claim your prize. And it goes within seconds. If you do not claim your prize when your name is announced, we will have to read someone else's name, because the whole point is that you have to be watching live. Therefore, if you know anyone who's really excited about the Ziara trip or anything that they're excited about today, whether they're maybe applying for a scholarship or waiting to know if they won, even Shamniz and I, by the way, do not know who's won what.
Yes.
We've been very perfect. Our team has been so good
Definitely.
to keep everything a
Definitely.
surprise,
True.
so that we can also act surprised on camera, because it's not an act, it's true. So without just so basically I'm saying stay tuned and message those who want to win that you cannot claim their prize for them. It has to happen from their own phone. Yes, Shibnis, continue.
Yes, a couple of other sponsors I want to highlight is Women's Collection. You will hear about them more. Fantastic organization, and you should really participate in what they do. There is also, we had a couple of awards and a couple of gift certificates from Sabira Jessa, her company that does massages. We had Shani Abbas Jaffer, who was willing to donate Fiber Fitness. That is fantastic. And I also want to take a few minutes to just talk about our scholarship awards. I want to take a minute to just kind of high overview and name a few of the ones that have supported that. One of our big scholarships today will be the Marhum Asghar Dirani Scholarship. I want to thank their family for doing so.
And Shabniz, they were our first.
Yes,
They were our first
definitely,
sponsor. And
definitely.
that's why at that time we thought we had no one.
Yes.
And they set the ball rolling. That
Yes.
barakah of their scholarship
Yes.
got us now with 14.
Definitely.
Mashallah.
Then we had the Bande Khuda that did 2 awards in Bibi Fatima Salamunai alayha's name and Bibi Zainab alayhi salam's name. Then we had the Alamdar Reality Corp. After that, we have the Marhum Murtaza Merali family who donated some scholarships. The Who is Hussein Scholarship, the Dr. Amir Laka Scholarship, and definitely we have so many more individuals that have given us funds for scholarships in their name, and they range from $500 to $5,000. Munir and Majibin Daya of East Africa. So mashallah, we have got the support, we've got the funds, and today we are going to empower women that are pursuing their academic career with these scholarships.
Amazing.
They are going to be getting funds to pursue their further education in fields that range from education to medical to it is just overwhelming to see how bright these individuals are. And if we are part of that, Zakira Shairoz, alhamdulillah, this has happened around the world. Women will now have funds at their disposal to pursue the education they need, and Shia women are getting powerful, alhamdulillah.
Shabniz, I have really seen how our community is so loving and supportive. Every time we talked to any individual, any family member that we want to these scholarships, they would say to us, find someone who needs money, fine, we want to give money to the young women of our community and also the older women who want to go back to school or who want to do a business. Like, it's amazing how supportive our community is. You know how they
Alhamdulillah.
say behind every great man is a great woman.
Yes,
I've seen that behind all these great women that we're going to showcase today and empower, there are also great men, great families,
definitely.
great communities, great human beings. And we're
Right.
excited about that for sure. We just can't wait to tell you about these
You
amazing
know, Zakira,
women.
when you were saying about men, people really thought this was just a conference for women. But slowly, when the word was out, Alhamdulillah, the marketing that has been done by this team, I must say, is phenomenal. The
Alhamdulillah.
social media, we have had people reach out to us, men registered, and hats off to those men that really put themselves on the leaderboard. When you see the type of activity that's happening in VUVA, when we first started, we were a little skeptical because we were not sure if people were downloading the app. But as could see the participation was 600 people, 700 people, alhamdulillah. So WUWA is really delivering on this. The app is really bringing us what we need. And the mentorship part of this conference, all the things in terms of the directory listing, when women can go in and list their businesses, alhamdulillah, this is happening. So if you haven't downloaded WUWA, still do it. It's going to be open for a few months, and inshallah, if we carry on to the next conference, this WUWA is going to be really something that we want to make sure that people make use of. The networking continues, and we want to say next year that we have 10,000 attendees,
Yeah, and it's
inshallah.
important to know that this app and this website is not going to finish. It's not going
Yes,
to end after this conference. So basically, we haven't just done a conference. We started what someone told us, and it was Dr. Amir Lakha from England who told us, "You have started a movement."
yes,
And then we
yes,
realized, wow, it's true. Because not only do we have already 1,200 of you who are very committed to staying with us, but this app, this Huva app, is going to exist for over 6 months and even more. If you show us that you wanted to keep going, we're going to keep paying for it, but we need your support. And you have to text your friends to upload this app right now, because that's how you get to talk to people. How many people have been talking? 5,000 or something? The
yes.
conversations or
The
something?
2,000 conversations
Right?
are happening.
2000.
Yes,
And when you were saying
alhamdulillah.
about the continents that has not registered for this conference is Antarctica.
Yes,
What's going
alhamdulillah.
on? Why is Antarctica being so cold? Well, that's because it's in the North Pole. But
Right.
you know what? I think we're going to get those as well. Somebody from Antarctica is going to sign up,
Inshallah,
inshallah.
inshallah.
So that just shows us we are global and we are a
Alhamdulillah.
movement. We're not stopping now. And by the way, this
Definitely.
isn't going to be an annual conference. It's going to be maybe 4, 5, 6 seminars a
Inshallah,
year,
inshallah.
and then we'll head for the annual conference too. But you tell us what you want. You tell
But
us
you
what
know
you
what,
want, and we're
Zakira,
going to do it.
the things that we said about women and men, the bigger piece is the youth, because this, what is happening, is going to help the youth. And we are going to hear and have the youth panel later, which we're going to hear about a lot more. And I must say that I thank each and everyone that has supported us and joined this conference and are here with us right today in presence. So thank you very much.
Have you
And
mentioned all the people, all the sponsors you wanted to mention, Shabs?
yes, and let's get
Okay.
ready for our next award, because
Subhanallah.
I'm
I
saying,
am
Shakira, there's a lot of action there. So let's
Yes,
move
yes. And you
further.
know what? Basically, you're going to hear 30 names throughout this conference of amazing women
Alhamdulillah.
who have been nominated. They have been nominated. They people sometimes have like sometimes 5 to 7, 10 people have nominated one person. But that's not the only reason these people got selected. They got selected because we looked at hundreds of entries,
Right.
and our selection committee looked through that and wanted to see someone who is what we called the wow factor.
Right.
Meant someone who, when you read their bio, you're like, whoa, wow, whatever. How can this person do all this? And basically, the questions we were asking is, well, how do they find time to do all this? Check out their age, how they do that at this age. I called one of the award winners and I called her an auntie. And she was like, I'm only 40. In fact, you're the auntie.
Oh
I was like,
gosh.
oh my God. I was like, how are you not an auntie when you've done so much?
Yes.
So basically, we've got people who are doing incredible things. And
Alhamdulillah.
this young lady that we're going to be, oh no, and these are in no particular order,
No.
because we're just so many people we want to honor today
Yes.
that we don't know where to start. But I'm so glad we're starting with this young lady.
Yes.
This young lady, Shabniz, has done a TED talk.
Wow. Alhamdulillah.
Can you imagine?
Yes.
And she has done so many amazing things that if you try to even list it, you get exhausted. But she's not exhausted. And you know what? She's only 21.
MashaAllah.
Ya Allah, Subhanallah. And I must say on this. Or allowing something on Huba to happen for people to network, but also get to know each other. We're so ready to do that because we have Sister Kulsum Dharamsi who.
Our first award winner, and
Go for
that
it.
is Sister. Phenomenal.
Whoa, that's a lot. Are we gonna?
Inshallah, we'll see many more, and we're looking forward to it. Stay tuned.
And Shimniz, we are, in Toronto. It's quite early in the morning. What time is it? 8:49 a.m. A lot of people were like, "We're not waking up this early. Are you kidding?" But you know what? You did wake up. Looks like there was something you wanted to have today. And so for those who are, and I know most of the people are watching in their pajamas, at least in the East Coast, but there are other people who are starting to get to bed at some parts of the world. Wherever you are in the world, whatever you're doing, we have a nice treat for you today. What we have is a YouTuber from our community in Toronto,
Yes.
who is so well known and has so many likes and so many
Alhamdulillah.
followers and is so well known for her cooking demos and her I don't know, yoga is what I really see her doing.
Yes, and what I have seen is she's a regular face in the community, and her contributions are just phenomenal.
We
She's
watched
one
her
of
grow
my
up.
favorite. She's one of my favorite and widely acclaimed. And today she's going to do her chair yoga video. So here we are. It's going to just energize everybody and those that need some boost. Here we go. We
And the
have
reason that we are doing a chair yoga is because of this pandemic. All of us
Yes.
are always sitting and working from home. And so what she's going to share some tips is how to sit in your chair and relax and stretch
Wow.
and not give yourself a backache because you're always sitting, how to and so this is the way to learn from our one and only, a lady we saw grow up, and we know her parents, we know her whole family, Zahra Ali Bai. Here we go, showing us how to do chair yoga.
When we are sitting at a computer all day, at a desk, we're looking at our phones, we are in one position and the muscles get tightened, and if it's bad posture or if you're in a bad position, you don't want your body to learn to stay in those positions, okay? So a couple of minutes, I'm just gonna show you a few stretches you can do, and if you're doing these throughout the day, set your alarm every hour, take 2 minutes, stretch it up, and I promise you, you'll feel so much better. Gets your eyes off the screen, gets you moving a little bit, opens up the muscles that are tight, and you'll feel so much better, okay? So let's start with taking 2 deep breaths. Sitting up nice and tall in your chair, I want you to think of opening up your lungs, resting your hands on your laps, shoulders back. Take a nice deep breath in through the nose, and exhale out through the mouth. So I want to be able to hear you. Ready? Breathe in. And exhale out. Excellent, good. Now I want you to start by rolling the shoulders. Okay, so a lot of times we tend to get into this position. So think of opening up the shoulders, up, back, and down. Give me 3 more. 3, 2, and 1. Let's go in the other direction for 4, 3, 2, 1. And again, we're all tight. I want to stretch out those limbs. Take the arm, bring one up over your head. Give it a nice stretch. I want you to think of keeping the hip down and elongating from the hip all the way up to the fingertips. You can put your hand here if you need support. And then you're going to come down and reach up. Excellent. Good. Go to where you're comfortable and come back down. 1 more each side. Take a nice deep breath in. Exhale out. Beautiful. Down and again. Breathe in and out. Excellent. Good. Now, if something feels good, keep doing it, right? So now we're going to take one arm and we're going to reach across. So it's really good to be able to use your own body to help your stretch get a little bit deeper. So you're taking that other hand and you're giving that other arm a nice big stretch, pulling that shoulder blade. Beautiful. Good. And we'll go other side. Give it a nice stretch. Excellent. Good. Okay, and then now we're going to open up that chest. So take your arms here. I want you to picture someone pulling your arms behind you, opening up the chest muscles. Again, sitting up nice and tall, belly button pulled in. Oh, you're doing so good. It feels so good to sit up, think nice and long, elongate the spine. Excellent. Good. Now take your hands behind your head. Okay, and then I want you just to twist and twist. So we're kind of ringing up the spine. Twist and twist. So we're reminding those muscles that they move in different directions. They hold us upright. Good. Give me 4 more. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Reach up, and we're going to do circles. Okay, so I want you to reach up, back, and down. Up, back, and down. 1 more. Up, back, and down, and the other direction. So come out to the side because you probably have a back to your chair. Reach up and come forward. Push back, up and forward. 2 more. Push back, up and forward. Last one. Push up, back, and forward. Excellent. Give it a nice little shake. And I'm sitting on a higher chair, but if your feet are able to touch the ground, I want you to move those legs, bring those knees up. And just like you're running, you need to wake up those legs. And they kind of forget, right? So let's go for 5, for 4, for 3, with the arms, 2, and 1. Excellent, good. And we're gonna end off with 3 deep breaths. Nice deep breath in, energizing breaths in through the nose. Nice and loud with me, exhale out. Good, again, breathe in. And exhale out. 1 last one in. And exhale out. Beautiful, good. I hope that revived you, gave you a little bit of energy to keep going. And remember, always catch yourself. If you're leaning forward, if your spine is forward like this, think, sit up nice and tall, roll the shoulders back, chest facing forward, head up nice and straight. All right, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Assalamu alaikum.
Wow, thank you so much for that, Zara. That really helped. I was saying to Shamniz, like, let's breathe, because we need to breathe. And you know what? One of the things I ask people that when you're praying for us today, pray that the internet doesn't give us glitches. And
Right.
this is prime time here in Toronto. It's in the morning, so as the traffic is high on the internet, there is an issue with lagging. But remember that much of the lagging that you are hearing from your side is sometimes your internet signal. We are actually broadcasting from JCC. As you know, Jaffrey Islamic Center has the most powerful digital equipment as well. They just won an award, right, Shabniz? What did they just win? The World Federation gave them a
Yes.
digital award
Definitely.
for the AV team for the amazing work that they do. So our Wi-Fi here is actually quite amazing. But so if there's a lag, it might be from your internet. Also, I know that the sound has cut in and out at some point. We're so sorry about that. The good news is that this is getting automatically recorded on YouTube. So after even this program is finished, you can actually watch this entire program, and the sound won't be gone in that, inshallah. The sound coming in and out, even though might be having some of our own technical issues, inshallah, it'll be fine eventually.
Inshallah.
But we do apologize because I know we said such amazing things about Muhaimina, our award winner, but it seems that a lot of people didn't even hear what we were saying about her. So unfortunately, if that's the case, if
Yeah.
there's some time further on, but at least you saw it on the screen.
But Zakira, the good thing is it's recorded,
Yeah.
and everybody can go back and replay it. And the challenge we have is technology, but going great. And as we were planning this conference and aligning our speakers, and we thought what kind of topics we want to look at and what type of speakers, the next one that we have really was somebody that I was impressed with. Her social media work, her PhD that she's pursuing, it's phenomenal. I mean, these young women, and in their hijab, they are out there in the mainstream. So when you talk about the topic superwomen syndrome, you can tell that these women are really so great at juggling everything.
And
They have already mastered this,
exactly,
right?
and
Because you think that, how can I be perfect? Am I doing everything right? Especially if you're in the minority, you have to work twice as hard to prove how great you are. So these women, mashallah, have done phenomenal work in their fields and continue to do so. And Sister Zainab Merchant today will give us a tips on all that. And Zakira, when you were also speaking, and I've heard you speak a lot of time, this is the topic you touch on a lot too.
thank you so much. Jazakallah khair that my sister actually watches my speeches. That makes me so happy. Shabniz, when we asked Zainab Merchant, and I met Zainab when I was myself reciting Majlis. She was a young student at that time. And I just fell in love with her because I knew this kid's going to go places. And when we asked her to do this particular topic, it's because she is a superwoman. The topic is Superwoman Syndrome. And we asked her to speak this early. She was here to speak this early. She is here talking about this amazing topic. And I know all her followers are watching eagerly. So let's, without any further ado, go to Zainab Merchant. With that Harvard degree that she does, she did it every weekend flying to Boston and then flying back for the rest of the week to be with her
And
little children.
I just read she's a mother of 3 children.
Yes,
Phenomenal.
and really, and she manages that. She
Mashallah.
juggles it, and she has a great man at home who manages the kids while she is doing her degree at Harvard. And then look at what she's doing. Angels for COVID. She's co-founder of the Muslim Journalists, author to be a Muslim, and Princess Siana's pen. She's written a book. Let's hear Zainab's speech.
Always a pleasure to hear you both speak. There is always so much passion and energy when hearing you both talk. Now, moving on to the first speaker of tonight's conference. The first speaker is Sister Zainab Merchant. Zainab's talk tonight is titled Superwoman Syndrome. We as women juggle so many roles: the household chores, a career, our social activities, motherhood, and so much more. Now, the question is, do we neglect ourselves in the process of trying to do it all? Now, there's no one better than Zainab to speak on this topic. Today, she will be addressing what is Superwoman Syndrome and what are its effects on our lives, and how do we deal with it. Please welcome Sister Zainab with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and thanks so much for having me here today. My name is Zainab Merchant. I'm also known as Zainab Writes, and today I'm going to be speaking about the Superwoman Syndrome and what it exactly is and how to overcome it. So before I begin, it's important to note that everyone is different. Every household is different. Every situation is different. Today, some of the things I'll share with you are my personal experiences. They're purely anecdotal. I will be using some hadith as well to complement what I'm trying to say. But it's important to note that, there's differences in every household. Even within a household, everyone will view scenarios differently. So, everything that I say doesn't pertain to every single person or household, but I do hope that we can derive some things from it and apply it to our own lives. So first, we're going to begin this presentation with describing exactly what the Superwoman Syndrome is and how it affects the individual, what it looks like in the modern world, and whether the modern world is really compatible with the Islamic lifestyle. My personal story and how I manage my time as a wife, a mom of 3 children, and a Harvard grad student, as well as someone who's running my own business and my own activism blog, Zainab Writes. And then lastly, we will talk about how to overcome the Superwoman Syndrome and really, what it takes to live a holistic life. And that might not necessarily look like what we think it looks like, or at least what I thought it looks like. So what is the Superwoman Syndrome? The Superwoman Syndrome was actually coined in 1984, and it basically means that a woman is struggling and juggling so much in her life, from career, family, home, exercise, looking great, relationships, societal activities, and all of this going on. And in that route, she ends up neglecting herself because she thinks she has to do everything. And without her, everything will fall apart. It is not the most Islamic thing, which I've come to recognize and learn, because today women suffer from more mental health conditions than ever before. So many illnesses, so much stress, where we're not meant to juggle so much. And I'm going to get more into all of this. Some of the symptoms that come from the Superwoman Syndrome is a lot of stress, as you can imagine, a lot of anxiety, memory issues, inability to sleep, an achy body, uncontrollable sweating. Mind is always on other things. You can't focus very well. And just overall, not a great feeling, not a great situation to be in, even when you think you've kind of managed and gotten everything under control. This desire for perfection is really a very outwardly desire, where You are focusing so much on your looks, appearing a certain way. You have to have this clean, shiny home. Your career has to be excellent. You're at the top of the education level. You're achieving all these sorts of degrees. You're balancing the relationships and trying to be the best wife and mom, running the risk of so many mental health issues and emotional stress that women are actually putting on themselves. The interesting thing is that today scientists have actually found that girls as young as 13 years old are suffering from superwoman syndrome. No matter what they do in life, they just don't feel good enough. This is leading to a lot of problems in our communities as well, from eating disorders, anorexia, and this really distorted version of perfectionism, living up to this ideal version of what it means to be a woman, and seeking the approval of others all around us, from community members to family members, this validation, even from like social media, the likes, the followers. It's too much. It's a lot to deal with. And it suffice to say that we're really looking for perfection in the wrong place, unfortunately. Let's go to the modern world for a second here, because it's really an unnatural phenomenon for a woman to actually juggle everything. And unfortunately, this is something that I realized very later on in life. I wish somebody had told me these things when I was growing up, but I think, life is a learning journey, and we all need to go through a lot to be able to figure out, where we all fit in. So something interesting is that, most, if not all, the Aimma and their wives, including Bibi Fatima alayhi salam, had servants to help them with their households, especially like the mundane chores. Most had live-in maids. Bibi Fatima, for example, had Lady Fizza, who was helping her as a live-in maid. And this is something that, we can definitely talk about now, because, with the situation and the world we're living in today, many women, including myself, we can't really afford like full-time nannies or full-time maids. Even like getting someone to clean the house once in a while is a huge financial burden that many of us can't really afford. So this is something to keep in mind, that we are, especially in the West, really trying to do it all. And it is unhealthy to a certain degree. That being said, Bibi Fatima alayhi salam was a very hard worker, and she's often found, doing the household work, taking care of the children and being in the home. And that's something we'll expand on in just a bit. The Holy Prophet himself is said to be helping with basic house chores. I'll actually read a quote about him that he used to share with the members of his household the duties of housework himself. He used to milk the sheep, stitch his own clothes and shoes, grind the flour and knead the dough, and carry his belongings himself. And similar was the life and character of Imam Ali alayhi salam. So obviously you can see these two beautiful, perfect men were also part of the household. Obviously their work was more outside the house, but household chores, helping their wives, was not beneath them. And it's something we see even in the modern world, where many men, alhamdulillah, are helping their wives within the homes, helping with the children, etc. House chores and household duties can be very overwhelming. And this is the most beautiful thing I found, was when I was researching about Lady Fatima alayhi salam, it's something that she experienced too. So that's something we can really relate to her as well, in the sense that she had an overwhelming sensation where she was inundated with work, with her children. That's when she actually talked to Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, and he gave her the remedy for the tasbih of Fatima to Zahra. So it's a beautiful thing if we really reflect on that. It's that we don't have to always try to be perfect and try to keep it all together. Even someone like Lady Fatima Zahra alayhi salam was inundated with household work, and that's okay. It is in Islam a man's responsibility to help financially alleviate the burden from women. You know, this is the Islamic structure where women are not supposed to take stress. You know, even for household chores, our main function is to really exert our energy into the nurturing and perfection of our children, which is, you know, if you ask mothers, obviously it's a 24/7 job. You know, you have to really, really be with them all the time. And it takes a lot of energy and we can't handle that much stress when it comes to dealing with so many things, for example, financially, or, you know, looking after, I mean, of course, you know, people have choices nowadays, but I truly believe, like, looking at where the modern world is going, it's very, very stressful to put that on a woman, as well as expect her to really, you know, take care of the household and the children. It is really, really difficult. And I really do believe that all these isms, right? Feminism, liberalism, secularism, these very modern phenomenons are really breaking down the family unit, because it is literally taking away from the true Islamic structure of a household, where the woman should not be given, you know, stress unless she can absolutely do it, which is fine as well. But it should never be forced upon her to, you know, add stress upon her life, really to take away from the nurturing and care of her children. Let's talk about motherhood, which is a perfect segue to this. You know, when we talk about Bibi Fatima alayhi salam, she really, her life and her story is so much at odds with what the modern world is teaching us, especially with the rise of feminism, right? This idea of motherhood is really put at the back burner, and people are told that this is, you know, not a profession. You know, people will actually, this has happened to me. People will expect me to say, Zainab, you are a mother, and, you know, continue your, you know, sentence, because that's not regarded as a successful career. But, you know, in Islam, motherhood is not really a profession or career. It's a state of being. It's a gift that Allah has given us, which is His own virtues of compassion and nurturing and care within the household. And that's really, truly the role of the perfection of the family and the mother. And this is why I find it so dangerous in terms of the world that we're going in. And going back to the superwoman syndrome, is that we think that we have to do it all, and we're crumbling under this weight. And anything that we don't do is not good enough. And then we feel that we're unsuccessful with our lives. And that's not really the right way of looking at it, when, you know, the mother's status is so high. You know, Imam Khomeini, he says, the affection and compassion that shine from a mother's radiant eyes hold a glimmer of the compassion and kindness of the Lord of the worlds. He has imbued their hearts and souls with His own divine compassion. And it really, like, you know, we don't need to look far for that motivation, where a mother's status is so high in the eyes of God that we really shouldn't be seeking approval from others or what society is saying about the status of a mother. Moving on to my personal story, I feel like we don't have much time. So I have always thought that juggling everything, being super busy, is what it means to be a successful mother, wife, student, daughter, sister. And really, it's just, you know, balancing it all and doing it all, going to the top university, studying at Harvard, you know, having the best accomplishments really is what the meaning of success is. But unfortunately, last year, all that came crumbling down when I lost my baby at 17 weeks in September last year. And this was in the midst of the pandemic as well, which we're still in currently, unfortunately. And this is when I really had to evaluate what life and what success meant. I was in such a rock bottom place with my life. I remember that, the children weren't being looked after because I couldn't get out of bed. I think I was maybe after myself. That miscarriage taught me that, people will be there for you 1 day, 2 days, drop off food, ask how you're doing. But after that, it's you and your immediate family, and you have to learn to take care of yourself, because no one is going to come and do that for you. So it really taught me a lot. It was I would say, one of the greatest learning journeys in my life. And I really looked within myself to find that perfectionism is really not what I thought it was. It was more about being wholesome, being close to God, being in the moment, being present, not living in this rat race of a life where you're just trying to achieve, look at your to-do lists, and just it's one thing after another. It's really not. And just look very deeply into meditation, prayer, and being one with myself and taking care of myself, and knowing that it's not selfish to look after myself. If I need that bath, if I need to listen to my body, if I need to learn to say no. This was very difficult for me because I'd always say yes to everything. And again, putting myself in the back burner. But in order for you to run your household life in general, you need to take care of yourself, because you can only fill people's cups if your cups is full. And today, I divide my time in a way where I'm giving priority to myself, my children, my religion, and my relationship with my husband. And then whatever time I have left, I give that to my community. And lastly, to my schoolwork and my other things going on in my life. So this is really how I divide my day up. And time management is really about priorities more than figuring out times, which is what I learned as well. So moving on, how to overcome the superwoman syndrome. And and you start to feel that there's so much going on and you are trying to do it all, what can you do to take a step back and really reevaluate your life and what you want out of it? Because really, life is short. If you think about it, our life is such a short life. And you as a mom, or even a dad, a father, if you're watching this as a man, look at your life and what is it that you see yourself wanting to be. And I think something that a lot of us, especially in our community, fail to do is ask for help when we need it. We think that we can do everything, but it's very unnatural to do everything. Like I said, even Bibi Fatima alayhi salam asked for help when she needed it. When she needed a maid, she asked for it. When she needed help, she asked her father for a remedy for feeling overwhelmed in life. We should rely on each other. There's so many people today who are single moms, single dads. As community members, we really should reach out to them and say, look, do you need us to take your kids for a while so you can just have some time to yourself? It's really a village issue, raising children, raising families. Really, we should help each other out as a society. And second, don't be afraid to share your vulnerabilities. We're not superhuman, like going back to this whole superwoman syndrome or superman syndrome. We're not superhuman. We're all going to face ups and downs in life. This is a guarantee of God. He says it in the Quran many times. He said it in the Hadith many times that, you know, life is a test. We're going to go through ups and downs, but that doesn't mean we necessarily have to go through them alone. This is why we see so many mental health issues in our communities, because we feel that we need to keep it all inside here. You know, the best thing I've felt that I've done in life is to remove that mask. You know, when I went through this miscarriage, I really was attached to my baby. There was no denying that. And, you know, me sharing that with community members, with friends, even in public on my blog with you all, it's such a healing for myself to cope with the love and the griefs that I experienced. And it is really a superhuman quality to be vulnerable. It's not strong, you know, to keep everything inside, because that actually results in a lot of issues in our life that when we least expect it. We actually, when we keep things inside, we're actually giving a wrong example to our children that we need to hide our vulnerabilities and our mistakes and our imperfections. That's not true, because that's putting unnecessary pressure on our young, innocent children. And that's not how one should live their life. And having time for yourself, you know, early in the morning, late at night, you know, putting the kids early to sleep is not going to kill them. You know, giving time for yourself, for your bath, for your working out, feeling empowered, self-care, skincare routine. You know, it's good. These are all things that are actually recommended in Islam to look after yourself and in your soul and your body and your mind. And the next thing is that, you know, the rat race, I always thought that the rat race exists outside in the corporate world, but that's actually not true. The rat race can be in your own home. It can be in your mind. A Stanford University researcher, his name is Clifford Nass, he said that chronic multitaskers faced a lot of problems when they were asked to single task, meaning focusing on one thing. That over time, frequent multitaskers, it changes the way that their brain functions, leading to decreased productivity even when they're focused. This is such a dangerous thing, and I hope, you know, more people, I hope more people hear about this, because I always equated multitasking with success. It's not, you know, it's not success, and it's not good to be so busy. We really need to train our minds to be present. You know, when we look at the Salah, you know, it is all about mind and presence, being mindful. When we eat, it's all about being mindful, you know, not being so distracted when we're eating. So all these encounters can become more joyful and filled with gratitude if we just learn to single task. And that is what the superwoman syndrome is not. It's not good to multitask. And support each other. You know, like I said before, it takes a village to raise families. It takes women to help other women. You know, as women, we're so blessed to have the life experiences that we do, because it is really a fabric that is woven into each other's lives. We feel each other's pain better than anyone can. We have experiences that really create so much empathy within ourselves. When I experienced my miscarriage and loss, you know, I lost my father very early in my life. I was only a baby. All these experiences have only made me more empathetic to the problems of others, and especially other women. And so I really believe that it's all about, you know, helping each other dream big, which is exactly what this conference is all about. You know, we should try to dream big, but also remember that don't set yourself up for failure. You know, it's not about ticking off everything on that checklist, because that's what I used to do. You know, go to sleep, And knowing that I didn't finish my entire checklist, and then that stays in my mind all night long, that, oh my gosh, I have to get to the next thing in life. And that's not true. You do what you can, be realistic about your goals, and don't set yourself up for failure. Just work on your dreams one chunk at a time. And don't compare. Like I said at the very beginning of this presentation, we are different human beings with different lives, different situations, circumstances, financial situations. All these, I would say, inputs and outputs really affect the way we live our life. And us comparing our journey to someone else is really the biggest thing that can hinder our path and continue to perpetuate this cycle of superwoman syndrome. And learn to celebrate the little moments in your life. You didn't yell at your kid today, that's amazing. I was able to shower and do my hair and do my skin, that's a good success. You have learned to appreciate yourself, you've been wanting to do something for a long time. Take those moments to just appreciate yourself and celebrate the small things. It's not about just that big moment or the big milestone in your life. And I think these situations will really help us live a more holistic and more joyful life, and really come out of this modern concept of the superwoman, where we feel like we have to juggle it all, where we're listening to our bodies. We slow down when we can't literally function anymore. Sometimes when I'm so overwhelmed these days, especially in the pandemic, my children have been home since March. I've learned to take naps with them. I learned to listen to my body and switch off everything. When I can't get to something, for example, a speech or my lesson, I will put it on the back burner until I can get to it. Nothing is more important than your health, because your family needs you, the world needs you, you need you. And the only way that we can accomplish that is by realizing that it's the inner perfection that counts. And I think that's what Islam is all about. We've all really got it wrong when we look at modern society. It's all about consumerism, materialism, working so hard to get that next new purse or that next new phone. But God hasn't set those standards for us for success. His standards are much deeper. Vulnerability is strength in Islam. Honesty is strength in Islam. God doesn't want societal perfection, or how many likes we get, how many followers we get, how many monetary gains we'll make in a given day with our work and businesses. What are we doing for our soul? What are we doing to get close to Him? And are we living up to our roles as mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers in a society, as community members? Today, I'm so proud of this amazing conference that has come together to really celebrate women in leadership. This is so important, that women are supporting women, are furthering other women. This is such a beautiful thing in the eyes of Allah. And if we truly find God in everything that we do, from chores to raising children, to being with our spouses, to going to work, making friends, you will be getting closer to Him. It's not just on the prayer mat. This is a holistic life, and Islam is such a beautiful prescription for life and overcoming these societal pressures that we have all around us. Thank you so much for having me on here today. It's been an immense pleasure. Thank you for listening to me, and inshallah, I hope we can connect soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zainab. Definitely, superwoman syndrome, we all face that. and all the tips that you shared, and condolences on your miscarriage. That was sad to hear, but you told us how to cope, and you did it so well. May Allah bless you and give you the strength and give you all that success in your future endeavors.
MashaAllah, Zainab, your speech has really touched a lot of hearts, and a lot of questions have come in, a lot of comments as well. We do apologize for any technical things that have happened during the speech. As you know, we're dealing with the lag and all sorts of things. And this is what it is with in this pandemic. We're dealing with the internet. So, but the good news is this is recorded on YouTube. It's being automatically recorded. So if you've missed anything, the sound's cut off, perhaps it was lag from your side, do try to watch this program again after it's done. And inshallah, maybe the things that you missed from because your internet was bad might correct itself. One of the questions that came for Zainab Merchant is that how can you self-evaluate that you're becoming a superwoman? Someone also asked that, well, you know, the fact that Bibi Zainab, Bibi Fatima being a superwoman was something that they heard in that speech as well. And you know what? That's the great thing about our Hova app. You can actually connect with these speakers and ask them these questions directly. You can now access them all over the internet as well, because they have their websites, and they have so much that they do to connect with their audience. And I know that many of these questions that came in, Zainab, mashallah, has answered them. So inshallah, we don't need to even go deep into that. Now we're so delighted that we are rewarding Zainab Merchant with an award in her name. And the honor is that we are giving this award, Zainab Merchant Award, to Naseem Walji, who's not only a journalist, but she has done so much that has.
Huma salli ala Yes, and I see that she's helped and established madrasas in Madagascar, Kenya, Tanzania. So she has had quite an extensive background, and she's given back to her community.
Inshallah, Shamniz, what we're hoping to do is that all these speakers and all these award winners, their profiles are going to come on the website and also on the Hova app, so that you can read in detail even the things that we haven't had time to mention here. We're dealing with such a tight program. Even though we have 600 minutes, we have so many things to cover. But there are incredible things about Naseem Walji that I must mention. Most of us know her as a Zakira, and truly I look up to her for her knowledge. She studied in Tehran and Qom. She has been instrumental in building the madrasas in Dar es Salaam in Kenya, Madagascar, Tanzania. She's also developed crash courses at spiritual retreats. She has been a Koja woman, as an ambassador on many of these summer camps. She was an ambassador on a symposium at the Women's Day Conference in Tehran. Incredible. But this bio of Naseem Bai is so long that every sentence, as we say in Urdu, हर एक जुमला जो हम पढ़ रहे हैं उनके बायोग्राफी में वो काबिल तारीफ है. और हम बहुत ही खुश हैं कि हमारी कौम में ऐसी जाकिरा हैं who's also proficient in English and writes and comes on Hidayat TV and many other internet programs. So we are so congratulations to Naseem Bai. I wish I had time to read your bio, but time is of essence. But we have another award also, a scholarship to give out. Subhanallah.
Mashallah, the Women's Collection Scholarship is next. And I just wanted to take a minute to talk about the Women's Collection. The Women's Collection is actually a financial literacy platform created for women with the fundamental belief that educating and empowering women is the key to economic growth, political stability, and social transformation. Their vision is to be the top provider of financial education, financial empowerment, and financial wellness for women globally. Our mission is to deliver a female-focused, comprehensive financial literacy and investment program designed to empower and engage women who want financial freedom and independence. So the Women's Collection Scholarship is announced, and it goes to Maria Jaffer.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. And Maria Jaffer gets $500. This scholarship from Women's Collection was especially for a young lady in the community who is doing a lot in community service. And she was the recipient of the award that you saw on the screen. She is a student of social work at Ryerson University, the recipient of the Jenny and Jean Green Social Justice Award for leadership contributions and dedication. So she's already an award-winning young lady indeed. Served on the Social Work Students Union, co-facilitator at the Big Brothers Big Sisters at York, worked with children with special needs by adapting activities and games to integrate them into camp settings. She has supported high school students with high-functioning autism, resulting in the improvement of social skills. Wow, how lucky we are to have such young women in our community. She has exercised leadership and interpersonal skills. She develops preschool sports programs. She volunteers at the Jaffrey Special Needs Support Networks in Ramadan, in Mahi Ramadan and Muharram. And she aspires to work in the women's services sector for 1 to 2 years and then pursue graduate studies in Masters of Social Work, Director of Community Engagement in My Sister's Keeper, to provide women with the tools and resources to empower themselves in their relationships, finance, and career trajectories. Aspires to launch a summit conference for women leaders in all sorts of things here. And the list goes on and on. And you know what? It tells you that she truly deserves this award, cash scholarship of $500 from the Women's Collection. Congratulations to Maria Jaffer.
And next, we need to announce our winner of the Amazon card winner.
Subhanallah, this means that they can order anything from the internet and it comes to their door.
That's right. Salawat.
Allahumma salli ala.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. Congratulations, Tahira Hussein Khan. You are the proud winner of a $25 Amazon gift certificate.
Oh my. And we did say that you have to collect your award as soon as it is announced. So basically, this is what you have to do now. So sister, not the scholarship winners, but those who win raffles, for example, you need to send an email to spiritofwill@jaffrey.org. So that's SPIRIT of will, WIL, at Jaffrey, JAFFARI.org. And that's where we are watching for your message right now. It needs to come in the next 30 seconds so that you can collect your award.
So next we have our next speaker, Sister Farzana Hirja Karawali. And her topic is stigma and self-care, something we are all very guilty of. There is a huge stigma about how active we should be. And, we have a real issue, really identify when we are dealing with this. And it's really important for us to get help when we are dealing with stigma, because self-care is so important. Okay, so we have a little bio on our sister.
MashaAllah. She is a registered nurse. She is a qualified social worker. She works with domestic abused women. The list goes on, and she's a familiar face on TV, at seminars, and anger management, grief and bereavement, palliative care, emotional well-being coach. And she's going to talk to us about stigma and the need for self-care and how it is to be a superwoman and to be a woman in leadership, the experience and the difficulties that are often part and parcel of being a woman in leadership.
MashaAllah, what an impressive
Up
background.
next is Sister Farzana Hirji Karwal. Now, this session will be addressing stigma and self-care. Now, Sister Farzana is perhaps the perfect person to speak on this topic, considering her professional background with her many years of work supporting and coaching people through a range of life issues and have focused on care and well-being. Many times, stigma can impact our growth. So today, Sister Farzana will be focusing on how to deal with stigma so it doesn't impact your growth. Please do welcome Sister Farzana with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and peace and blessings. My name is Farzana and I'd like to share with you today my topic, which is stigma and self-care. So let's talk about stigma. What is stigma? Stigma stems from the Greek word asign. And why? Because in ancient Greek times, people that were stigmatized or outcasted were physically given a mark on themselves. So do we give people marks? Would say no, right? But we do metaphorically. What we actually end up doing is labeling people. And we don't just label them ourselves, we get together in groups and label them. And where's this concept of stigma come from? Well, if we look at ourselves as individuals, we get together in groups. Families get together in groups. These groups form communities. Communities become part of society. So each of these groups have their own rules, regulations, and culture leads their rules and regulations, along with many other things that might affect the rules and regulations. But these rules and regulations form a level of normalization, a norm, as it were. And unfortunately, people that don't fit in to the norm within that community, within that society, they unfortunately are stigmatized, discriminated against. So people such as people with learning disabilities, people with physical disabilities, people that have mental health issues, people that have personality disorders, people that just may be shy and don't want to be part of the community as much. Now, when I was growing up, I was not good at my education. I was not good in school. I was always getting myself into trouble when I was putting my hands up to ask questions by the teacher. And they would just get annoyed at me and wonder why I was asking so many questions, why I was not understanding. I was also bullied at school, and I never understood why I was so different from people. I couldn't see it. I just knew I was different. And I spent a lot of time and energy thinking about it, becoming very low, not feeling good about myself. And to some extent, this stigma had started to spoil my identity. So even though I had very amazing, supportive parents that, obviously told me that I had so much potential and I had so much to offer and that I was clever, I still felt that stigma. And I naturally didn't want that anymore. So what kinds of stigma can people face? So there's something called self-stigma. Self-stigma is when an individual they internalize whatever the perception is of the public. So whatever the perception is of that community or society. And then they use that experience of what they've understood from within that society to stigmatize themselves. Then you've got the public stigma. And this is when people in the normal society have a perception and are prejudiced towards you. There's also the perceived stigma. And this is when an individual understands what the normalized society, the way they think, the way they do things, and they know that they're never going to be part of that society. They're never going to be accepted. And so they've perceived the stigma before it's even happened to them. Now, all of these three did apply to me. The fourth one I want to explain, and there is more, but we'll just concentrate on the four for now, is stigma label avoidance. And this is when a person is really worried about, stigma in terms of a barrier. If they go and get treatment, then people will stigmatize them because they know that they're going to come out with a label or a diagnosis. And I'll give you examples. This could be people that have mental health issues. They don't want to get a diagnosis. They'd rather just stay locked up at home, you know, and not face society. Why? Because if they went to get help and somebody found out, they will be stigmatized. People that have suicidal tendencies or suicidal feelings, they don't go and get support a lot of the time. Why? Because if they do, then somebody will stigmatize them. And another thing that we're hearing about a lot is with people that have personality disorders, such as narcissism, for example. If somebody that had narcissistic tendencies wanted to get help and went to get a diagnosis, do you think they would be accepted in society if they're really trying to make that change? We've already labeled them beforehand. We've already labeled them as narcissists. So we need to be really careful when we start labeling people without having full knowledge. Several studies have shown that stigma usually arises from a lack of awareness and education. And this kind of lack of awareness and education causes people to, you know, fix their own ideas and make their own judgments about people. So today, I just want you all to be aware that we need to stop stigma before it breaks somebody down. We need to be able to make sure that people are in a place where they feel their self-worth. They're not broken down by society. Everyone has a quality and a skill, and they can contribute that to society. So all of us, you all need to believe in yourself. You need to believe in yourself to the extent that you will contribute to society. And when you contribute to society, no matter how small that contribution is, you will automatically change or make changes within a society that needs those changes. You will become a leader. So Alhamdulillah, I never gave up. Although I did doubt myself and I didn't always know my real worth, I always made intentions. I always made a niyyah to better myself, to do the best I could for Allah, to maybe earn a living, but also do things that made me happy, because I also deserve to be happy. I know Allah wanted that for me, as well as others in life. So I took small baby steps in trying to make progression. I went back to try and do my exams again. I then decided to do a diploma in anatomy, physiology and massage, as well as a beauty specialist diploma as well. And I got through. Yes, it was a difficult time. I maybe had to do a few retakes, but finally I did manage to secure those 2 diplomas. I also went on to do other courses and studied henna design, and then actually set up a business where I was, providing support to people through massage, but also dressing brides for weddings and things like that. And what I found is that I was actually making a contribution to society, and that made me very happy. I was able to help people when they were stressed through massage and having a good conversation. I was able to help people when they were nervous before their wedding. So there were so many different things that I was able to do that made me feel happy, that I was making other people feel happy. So I know I needed more out of life. So I started looking for different kinds of work in the health and social care field. And I decided to I found a job in an area where I was working with vulnerable people. And I chose that specifically because I knew that vulnerable people would not stigmatize me.
Awesome speech, mashallah,
Mashallah.
Sister Farzana Hirji Karawali. We are so blessed in this community to have intelligent, incredible therapists such as yourself. And if anyone wants to connect with Sister Karawali, then please go ahead, especially if you're on the Huva app. The best way to connect with our speakers and to ask any questions is the app. As well, we are getting quite a lot of people writing to us on the app as well as on YouTube. And if we get a moment, we will get to those. Shabniz, did you want to say something about Sister Farzana?
Well, when I saw the work that she's been doing in UK and many of her lectures I've followed, I've learned a lot. And I must say, keep up the good work, and you're a pride and joy for our community.
Absolutely.
This is phenomenal. I mean, having speakers like you, Farzana, and you making our community stronger for doing the work that
You
you're
know what's
doing.
interesting, Shamniz? Do you remember when we called Sister Farzana, and we said that we want you to speak, and we are going to give an award in your name? She cried.
Yes.
And the modesty is incredible, because every woman we have called to personally tell them that we were going to profile them and showcase their talent or have them as a speaker, each one of them said, "But what have I done?" And we were
Mhm.
like, "You tell us what
True.
you've done." And
True.
they're like, "But I haven't done anything." And it goes back to what
True.
Zainab Merchant talked about, being a superwoman. When you think, "I haven't done enough, I could do better," that
Right.
perfectionist feeling in you, wanting to just raise the bar for yourself. And that's why it takes conferences like these to say that we're proud of you.
Definitely, and we are honored. I
mm.
mean, what we are seeing today, this is remarkable, and we pray that they continue having success in their life. And that's why when we are thinking about how we are saying our thank yous, the Farzana Hirji Karawali Award, this is such a prestigious thing for us to be able to do, and we want to thank our speakers. And the next award is for a person that's very deserving. But before we go there, Shairaz, I don't know if we have any questions for Sister Farzana before we move on, because if there are any questions you want to share, then this is the time that we can take a minute to share.
Well,
But
that's
otherwise,
exactly what I'm doing. If you see us looking at our phone, this is because people are texting us. We're looking at the app. We're looking at YouTube. We're so lucky to have the internet, eh? Wow. Okay, here's the question. Do we end up stigmatizing ourselves or others due to a lack of self-awareness or self-acceptance? Please answer this. Someone has really hit that nerve that, we are sometimes our worst critic.
yes,
And we often do this. We often end up beating ourselves up, overthinking. It's part of the anxiety that we have, that makes us overthink and think for others and answer the questions that they are thinking about us, and we look at ourselves from the eyes of a hater.
and I think we also feel that it's not good to ask for help. We are so blessed. We have such a great support system around us. It could be our loved ones, it could be our community, it could be actually seeking help out there. There is so much we can do, and we shouldn't be ashamed of doing that, because you're helping yourself. If you are better and if you're healed, you can help others. No use if we are weak and we are not strong. How can we help others if we are not strong
It does
ourselves?
require self-awareness, and absolutely this question about needing to know that, hey, I am triggering myself all these negative thoughts. um, do I know for sure that someone has said this about me? And Islam comes into play here, because Islam always tells us to give other people the benefit of doubt. That
Yes.
even when you are judging someone, that you should give them 70 excuses. Those benefit of doubts are about making them look good. That, maybe they had a bad day, maybe they were unwell, maybe they didn't mean it, maybe I was having a bad day,
Right.
maybe there's something else going on in their lives.
And you know what, especially in this pandemic, we're seeing more of it, and it is really sad that we do not recognize that, and everybody's so sensitive to this, saying, no, I'm not struggling, I'm not so if you know of someone, or if you know that somebody needs help, alhamdulillah, in Toronto we have Jaffrey Support Services. We have so many of those kind of organizations out there that are here to help. So without further delay, let's go move on to
And
our
in the
next.
name of Sister Farzana, and this is how we are honoring our speakers, that this award is named the Farzana Hirji Kara Wali Award.
Mashallah.
And this means that this will go on, inshallah, forever. That that every year this will be sponsored by someone. And here we're giving it to, subhanallah, out of nominations that we have received and checking out this incredible resume, to Sister Hamida Merchant of Toronto, who is none other than is it the property manager? What's the title?
Yes, let's have a salawat for her first.
Allahumma salli ala.
Wow, I can tell you a lot about Hamida Merchant. You know, she's a recipient of the Canada 150 Award from Leona Ellerslie, member of Canadian Parliament, and Dr. Helena Kazak, member of Provincial Ontario Parliament, for her dedication and hard work in the field of subsidized housing. She has done a phenomenal job in her career. She has served for 20 years as a property manager of Crescent Village Housing Corporation, a proud housing complex within our community. And many in our community can firsthand tell us that Hamida Merchant has done a phenomenal job. She continues to do it. And congratulations,
Hamida.
So
Bai.
proud of you.
And you know, Shabniz, it's important to remember that Hamida Bai has already won awards. She's an award winner. And she served for 20 years at the complex when she has been the property manager. That doesn't mean that she's just taking care of the property. It means that she's ensured that there's an after school program for the youth so that they can do their homework. She's helped women who are fleeing domestic violence to ensure that they have a place to stay at the complex. For example, the children, families, youth, and seniors have special programs that they can make the most of. She's undertaken also several housing projects and has been instrumental in securing several government loans and grants for our community. And she's involved in helping community programs for health, fitness, recreation, seniors, and after school programs. Those yoga classes that the seniors take part in, but it's also open to the general public. There's amazing things that are happening in the complex. She ensures that that place is available, that the keys are there, the elevator is working. Also, that the government is paying for a lot of the things that we are helping. And the complex has things like doctors coming in to renew prescriptions. A lot of people say that our complex, it's called the complex, but it's Crescent Village. They say, this is a place where, astaghfirullah, people are throwing away their seniors in the community. Absolutely not. These are seniors and youth, and also people who are single, for example, single mothers who choosing to live in a place where it's very safe. And the community celebrates together. The community does incredible things together. They shop for each other, grocery shopping. And who was their special guest, Shabniz?
Definitely.
I missed that day. No one sent me the memo. Who was that special guest who showed up at the complex?
Yes, the Prime Minister. Yes, mashallah.
Justin Trudeau. All the seniors had pictures with him and everything. I was like, I don't have a picture with Justin Trudeau yet. Justin, if you're watching, you were supposed to be coming for my Evolve conference, which has now become an internet conference. It's a virtual one. But the next one, after the pandemic is over, you're coming. And sir, we would love to have you give these awards with your own hands.
So, Sharaz, if you have a question, we can fill it in right now.
Describe the difference in effectiveness between appearing physical and virtually in a conference. Now, this is an interesting question, Shabniz. This whole thing about being online right now, Allah knows how difficult it's been even in this pandemic to organize a conference. And we have done this all without ever meeting in person with our entire team.
That's right.
Later on, we're going to tell you about, how we met on Zoom and how we did. This is the first time that we have met in person because we have a permission legally to do so.
Right.
We have all kept 6 feet apart.
And following all the COVID rules.
We sure are. And subhanallah, we're so thankful to our community for making this happen. But this thing about appearing, the difference in effectiveness between appearing physically and virtually. Look, right now we have no choice. We have to appear online.
Yes.
We wish, like I was saying, we were going to have Justin Trudeau come for our conference before this one. This ended up a virtual conference. The thing is that there's always a silver lining in every cloud. the fact that, Shabniz, we are able to have people from what, 6 continents?
That's right.
And we're able to have people who are watching in their pajamas. They didn't have to show up here. As well, the effectiveness of having a virtual conference, look, we saved money on food. We saved money on renting a hall. And that money, every dollar, because we know at first when Shabniz and I were planning, we were like, okay, this is going to be a free conference. But then we put money into this app. We put money into this whole platform that we're on right now. It's not a Zoom. It's a special place
And
to
you know
have this.
what,
And also
Feroz,
the money we put in was for scholarships and awards.
That's right. Scholarships and awards are a big part of this. And you know what? Even the VUVA app, I had some feedback from a lady, Kaniz Sivji. She is a great person who supports this conference, and she said she has seen such professionalism in this conference. Just use of this app has been just phenomenal. So this is money that has really gone to real places that we can take real advantage of. So thank you, Kaniz, for providing your feedback. And inshallah, hopefully the rest of the conference is really done well too. Not easy when so much is at stake.
Shabniz, I'm so sorry.
Lots of moving parts. And now
we are getting news here that unfortunately Farzana Karawali's speech was not viewed on the internet because somehow something went wrong, correct? Asking the team. And so, you know what? Inshallah, we'll do our best to play it again. And in the meantime, we're going to not only answer some questions, but also, Shabniz, the awesome feedback we're getting. You know how much our phones are lighting up? Each one of us on the team here, from the cameraman to our events manager, to what's happening on YouTube, the Huva app, as well as from, you know, the thousands of people on our own phones on WhatsApp. People are also sending us screenshots of us so that we can see what we look like. Thank you so much. You're so kind, all of you. Shabniz, you want to read some of those comments while we're waiting for
Yes,
Farzana's video to
I am
be
going
replayed?
through quite a few, and you know, it's hard to be selective because I have you know, this is one person saying it's about time the Shia community saw something like this. This is phenomenal. We are so proud that the ISIJ and Nasim Cohen, who is Hussein, has brought this today. So alhamdulillah, you know, these are great feedback. There is one that I have from all the way from Pakistan saying that, oh my God, mashallah, I never knew that they were such caliber women in our community. Shia women have never been given a platform before, and this is just wonderful that we have this. So now we are able to, sorry about the internet problems, we are able to replay Sister Farzana Hirji Karawali's video on stigma and self-care again. Thank you for your patience.
Made intentions. I always made a niyyah to better myself, to do the best I could for Allah, to maybe earn a living, but also do things that made me happy, because I also deserve to be happy. I know Allah wanted that for me, as well as others in life. So I took small baby steps in trying to make progression. I went back to try and do my exams again. I then decided to do a diploma in anatomy, physiology and massage, as well as a beauty specialist diploma as well. And I got through. Yes, it was a difficult time. I maybe had to do a few retakes, but finally I did manage to secure those 2 diplomas. I also went on to do other courses and studied henna design, and then actually set up a business where I was, you know, providing support to people through massage, but also dressing brides for weddings and things like that. And what I found is that I was actually making a contribution to society, and that made me very happy. I was able to help people when they were stressed through massage and having a good conversation. I was able to help people when they were nervous before their wedding. So there were so many different things that I was able to do that made me feel happy, that I was making other people feel happy. So I know I needed more out of life. So I started looking for different kinds of work in the health and social care field. And I decided to I found a job in an area where I was working with vulnerable people. And I chose that specifically because I knew that vulnerable people would not stigmatize me. So after setting up my business and trying to find a job in the area of health and social care, I had my first child. And during that time of maternity leave, which was only about 6 months, I think, I was able to have a good time reflecting and trying to find myself, trying to understand who I am, where I want to be, what I want to achieve in life. And that reflection led me on to decide that I wanted to do this degree, an intense degree that was a full year round for 3 years. And I only had a couple of weeks off for holiday. And I had a 1-year-old baby, or just less than 1 year old at that point. And I felt that there was a calling and that's something that I had to do. So I went for it. I went and secured my space on that degree, knowing full well that I struggled with my education. But I had faith in Allah. And I knew that if that calling had come, that feeling had come, and that voice had come inside of me, there had to be a reason. So I said, Bismillah. And I was lucky that within this degree, I managed to get a diagnosis of dyslexia. I realized what my problem was, and I wouldn't have known that if I didn't go for the degree. But at that point, I had already managed to learn different ways to combat the issues that I was facing in learning. So by the end of the 3 years, I had not just one qualification out of this degree, intense degree, I had 2. I came out as a registered social worker and a registered learning disabilities nurse. Subhanallah. How did I do that? And with that, I also had by this point, I had a 3-year-old child. So clearly Allah's blessings were with me. My thirst for studying increased because of this. And I ended up developing more self-worth. I understood my value, and I understood that there were things that I had to do and I had to contribute to society. And so this is where my path of, setting up support services and that started. So alhamdulillah, I am where I am today, and I'm grateful that I was able to listen to myself and understand myself and give myself a bit of attention and self-care. And so what I'd like to say to you is that take time out to reflect. Take time out to look out for yourself, understand yourself, and listen to what you have to say to yourself. Don't be put down by what other people say. Don't be put down by society. If there's a voice within you that says that there is something for you to do, then go for it. Don't let others affect you in any way. And when I say self-care, I don't mean, go for these commercialized self-care spas. There's nothing wrong with that. But if that's going to be a regular thing, clearly it's going to cause some level of stress when the bills start to come in. And I'm guessing that doesn't really then equate to self-care in that sense. So what kind of self-care can we do? We can look at moments of stillness, silence, and some reflection. Now, a lot of the time when we're still, silent, and we're reflecting, we end up thinking about everything under the sun. But eventually, once you practice, you will find that you don't think about as much, but you will still get voices. You may get negative voices, you may get positive voices. Now, if you focus on the negative voices, they will take you in a downward spiral. But it's so hard to find positive voices within you when the negative voices seem louder. So the best way to listen in to these positive voices would be to use a reflective cycle. And for me, and something that I've used through my nursing years, is to use the Gibbs reflective cycle. There's a whole load of questions in the Gibbs reflective cycle that help you to think through questions that come into your mind, voices that have an opinion. Make these voices your friends and have conversations with them using these reflective cycles. There's not only Gibbs, there's many other different types of reflective cycles. But if you search on the internet, I'm sure you'll find them. So when you start using these cycles, what you'll find is your thought processes will be more positive. You will feel much better about yourself. You'll have answers and you'll feel empowered and you'll be able to move on. Movement is another way for self-care. It helps you to increase your endorphins. Now, this doesn't mean just exercise and going for a run. You can go for a walk through the woods, be amongst nature. it increases your energy. And even when you're just on a phone call at work, have you ever found yourself walking up and down whilst you're on a phone call? How do you feel when you come off the phone call compared to when you're sitting at the desk and you're talking on the phone? So one last thing before I leave, I want to speak to you in regards to something called earthing and grounding. Now, we use this already when we're praying Salah. We pray Salah on a sajdagar, and we're touching the earth. And we're also told within our education as Muslims that there are so many other ways that we can use earthing and grounding. And one of them that I remember from my childhood is, if you're feeling low, to go outdoors in the early morning on the cold, moist dew and walk and feel that moisture under your feet. That will help you to raise your mood. So inshallah, I hope I've given you some insight into how you can become somebody that makes a big difference within society, a big difference within a community, how you can become a leader, how you can prevent others from being broken down within the society that you are in, and how you can start to look after yourself. Wassalam. Thank you.
Well, welcome back again. Thank you for replaying that video for us, to our competent audio video team. And before we go into the next awards, I just wanted to share a couple of comments that I have received. And these are comments that I really want to share. The first is from Dr. Sukaina Khan, who is a Nasimco counselor,
And
a
she's in
dentist,
Manitoba,
and
Canada.
she has been one of our team members who has helped us in this conference. And we thank Dr. Sukaina, who wrote that, mashallah, this is an amazing program by amazing duo. So thank you, Dr. Sukaina.
She also said you guys rock, but you're not reading that part. Thank you, Dr. Sukaina.
And next is somebody that I really want to share this message from. This is from the Dua Nudba group in Toronto by our very own sister Mumtaz Suleiman, who has written amazing Shabniz Bai and Zakira Shairoz Bai. You make us all so proud.
Thank you
Professional
so much.
and heartfelt presentation.
Thank
you, Mumtaz Bai. Thank you, Duwai Nutba Group. We appreciate your comments. And next to the awards.
And you know what? Before I even give that, we announced that award, I must also mention here that I think this is from the Huva app. And we have a young man who's 9 years old who says that he's watching this conference with his family. And what's interesting is, and I believe this is from Toronto, and if that's the case, then it's 10 in the morning right now here, 10 a.m. 10:13, and he's saying that this conference is very inspirational. And I think, is it Imran Rizvi? I'm not sure. I'm trying to read the name here. This conference is very inspirational. I forwarded the link to one of my friends who is multitasking all the time. But now, after listening to Zainab, she's thinking of slowing down and prioritizing. Sorry, this is not the 9-year-old's message. That'll be the effect of such a much needed conference. MashaAllah. Thank you to the organizers, presenters, and sponsors. Please forgive us. You know, it's amazing. The messages, our phone is lighting up like anything. And so it's really amazing. So here's the 9-year-old who writes, this conference, should I say it in a child's voice? No, I won't do that. Even though I'm a puppeteer, I'm tempted to make a child's voice, but I will stop myself. This conference is allowing me to have such a quality time with my family and my son, especially. It is definitely the best highlight of my lockdown. I guess mom's writing on behalf of the 9-year-old, but she is saying that they are watching this together. I have, mashallah, a lot of comments that I am also getting from all over the world. If our conference manager allows me, then I can read some of these out also, because, you know, she's checking us out from behind the scenes here. We have Sister Nafisa Shraf from Mumbai saying, mashallah, amazing to see you and your sister working together so beautifully and co-hosting so wonderfully. It makes us all here feel proud.
And another one I just got, and one of our first supporters of the directory listing on VUVA, and this lady Shermin Barwani of Printing and Finishing wrote, Excellent program. I am glued to the screen. So proud of you. Thank you, Sister Shemin Barwani, for sending your message
We
too.
have Anar Rauji Mauji from UK, who actually is visually challenged, and she wrote, "Well done. This is an eye opener even for me, who is visual challenged." That's really a lovely message. We have someone from Toronto writing, "Superb speakers, and you and your sister are doing an amazing job with thanks to Shabniz and you." And then we have Fatima Worthington saying, "Mashallah, awesome lecture from Sister Zainab Merchant." We have also Lutfia saying, "Mashallah, mashallah." We have
So
Misam from
Cheryl,
Iran,
if
of
we don't move
Tehran.
into the awards,
Sorry. Even Sister Zara Al Alawi has written from England, UK, saying that
Alhamdulillah.
this is such an amazing
Thank you.
conference.
So we'll go to our Dr. Afifa Award, one of
Afia.
the Afia Award.
Sorry.
One of
We
the
want to make sure our
awards.
sponsors get their names properly pronounced on the screen.
You
Sorry,
got
Shabs.
it. Yes, and do you want to tell us about Rida Ali,
Yes.
Zakira?
And before we do that, just want you to take a moment to look at our crystal trophies here. This is the kind of trophies that our inshallah award recipients are going to get, and our sponsors have themselves wanted this. We have put money into scholarships, etc. But some sponsors said, let a woman have something on her fireplace that she can always show to the world that this was given to her one day, from women of the community who empowered her. So Dr. Afia's award is presented to Sister
Rida Ali. Huma salli
Salli
ala
ala
Muhammad.
and
So,
go ahead.
Dr. Afia Award going to Rida Ali, who is a student at NYU of International Development Relations. It's presented to Rida for her academic excellence. She's a poet, activist, community work organizer, and she also formed the Muslim Students Association in high school to fight Islamophobia.
You know, Shabniz, I first saw Rida when we were speaking outside the White House together. As you all know, I've spoken twice outside the White House, and when I was speaking about Janatul Baki, Rida Ali went up there as a young lady, and the spoken word that she presented and the way she spoke right outside that White House, I was like, Subhanallah, God bless the parents who brought up such an awesome young lady. She's a poet, she's an activist, she is a community work organizer, and she's not only at NYU, but she's also formed the Muslim Students Association in high school to fight Islamophobia. She created the Thakalain initiative, and what they did was tried to get this representation of the Shia groups in 40 college campuses across the nation. Those of us who have gone to university in the West understand that the Shias do not get the representation they need. And Rida was instrumental in making. She also, you know what she did? She rallied hundreds of students together in a countrywide walkout to protest the passing of the travel ban that happened in the USA.
MashaAllah. So congratulations, Rida Ali. We are so proud of you.
And just to say here that those who are receiving awards, your MashaAllah glass trophies, you don't need to call us. We are giving it to you. We're going to send it to your door. Our sponsors have paid for it to be delivered right to your door. But those who are winning raffles, for example, Amazon gift card or the Ziara trip, which is coming up very soon,
Inshallah.
or all the other freebies that we're giving out, those are the people who have to call in. So scholarship award winners do not have to call us, neither do the award winners. The next award, Shabniz, is dedicated to a family that has sponsored this award, and they are no strangers to us. Who are they?
Definitely the Tejani Brothers Family Award. Thank you so much for supporting us. And the Tejani Family Award goes to a very deserving young lady, Sister Fahmida Fazal Nakru.
She lives in Nakuru in Nairobi, which is further away from Nairobi. That's why we mentioned Nakuru here. And the Tijani family have given this award from all family members, not just the Tijani brothers, but from the maternal side and the paternal side.
Right.
So there's so many names to mention, and I'm so sorry if I'm not, but I do ask our audience that please continue to recite Surah Fatiha for all the names that you see here for the marhumin of these families, because they have
Definitely.
done this so that they can, as we say in Gujarati, Ilocana family no naam roshan કરે છે
Ilahi
અને
Amin.
એમાં શું છે કે એ લોકોના પરદાદાનું પણ નામ આવે છે, એ લોકોના બચ્ચાનું નામ આવે છે. All sorts of names are involved here. So who is Femida Fazal? Let's check it out. Have we done our
Definitely.
salawat already?
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Jazakallah. Let's see it on the screen. Femida Fazal.
Yes, definitely.
What?
So it is presented to Femida Fazal Nakuru for philanthropy. She's a founder of philanthropical charity Caring is Sharing, serving international NGOs and charities. She started a microfinance scheme with 400 beneficiaries to help internally displaced people, the IDPSs, to set up small businesses. She's also a
Subhanallah.
director of Prep School Creator Academy Nakuru.
That's pretty incredible. Shamniz, do you understand what we're talking about here? When 400 beneficiaries, these internally displaced people, they're called IDPs. That means that she helped set them up with a small business. She also has this prep school, and there are so many people who've written in to nominate her for the amazing work she does with the children. She does fundraisers for flood-stricken areas, for children's homes, cancer hospices, assistance for widows, the vulnerable, and the elderly for emergency medical care. One of the amazing things about Femida is she personally visits the slums and villages in surrounding areas to identify where water wells are needed, and she distributes by her own hands. If this caring is sharing. This organization, you'll see it. The World Federation also becomes a part of it. And I must say here that my daughter Zainab Dalla visited Femida a few years ago and was her house guest in Mahi Ramadan. She was actually able to visit these homes, and she said, "Mommy, we literally were distributing rice and oil and water and all sorts of things that these families would need for the entire month, in their hand." And she said that, "Mom, you should have seen the way these children were waiting at the door, and the way." And then my daughter Zainab told me how the politicians came, and they were very proud of what Femida was doing, and that in a place like Kenya, where she manages to do these things, to go. And right now with the pandemic, Femida is doing the same thing by ensuring that families that have no jobs right now because of lockdown and quarantine, that these are the local population, the African population. She ensures, through the help of donors and sponsors and the World Federation, and she's a founder of this philanthropic charity, serving international NGOs and charities, this microfinance scheme. And what we're seeing here, Shabnis, is that these are incredible women with skills. And when they're doing that, they're putting it to helping the community. They're also keeping their own businesses going. They're also women. They're super women. They have families to feed themselves. They have children. They themselves have a life, but they're doing all this amazing stuff. And that is why we have wanted to showcase these talented people of the community.
Alhamdulillah. So I trust we can move on to the next award winner. But congratulations, Femida. We are very proud of you. And our Amazon award winner is sister.
Or is it brother? We're not sure.
Yes, Liban Abidi.
Allahumma salli
ala Muhammad wa ali
So
Muhammad.
Liban Abidi, we ask you to contact immediately at Spirit of WIL.
Right? And claim your $25 Amazon gift certificate.
And coming up, Shabnis, we're waiting for our internet to do its thing. And this is the amazing part of doing things virtually.
Yes.
People are writing in saying, how is it different? Well, it's not fun because we can't see all of you, but your texts are making us feel that you are right here with
Part
us.
of yes.
And we really want to thank you for writing in. Nazneen Muhammad Taki writes from Toronto. Mashallah, Shiraz and Shabnis, I'm so proud to see you both sisters working together and doing a great job of inspiring all the women. Sister Nazneen, whenever I see the Tijani brothers work together, and they also work with their sister, my heart goes out to them. To see siblings work together is incredible. And right now, when you point this out, and we're getting so many messages that Shiraz and Shabniz, you being sisters, are doing this amazing job. A lot of people would call this, oh, why are the sisters doing this together? Why didn't they include somebody else? You know what? Thank you for showing us that we are an example
Well, I
when we
must
work as sisters. Because yeah, absolutely, we fight. God knows that we, argue about, the artistic stuff, and oh, do we do this way, do that? What should we do with the money? But the argument was not because we hate each other, God forbid. It was about how much we care about women empowerment. And honestly, Shabniz and I, we work, and also with my other sisters, and the credit does go to our parents. They brought us up to work together as a family.
So, Shiraz, this message is really appropriate at this time, and it's from Sister Ruxana, who's the mom of Marhum Nishat Sherali. Let's do a Surah Fatiha for her too. And she writes, Salam alaikum, amazing conference. Kudos to you guys and your team for giving a platform to our talented and gifted women. Ever so proud of them. I hope you and Zakira Shiraz get awards for your phenomenal work
Thank
done
you.
over the
Shabniz,
years.
here you go.
Keep up doing us proud.
Shabniz, here, this is awesome. I was waiting for this. I'll give you the small one because I want the big one. Okay, fine. I'll give you this and then you give it back to me. I present this to you, Shabniz Sivji, for the awesome work that you did at this conference.
Alhamdulillah.
By the way, this isn't the award because if anybody can read this is actually my name on it. Okay, so anyway.
Thank you.
Our internet has kicked in.
I can't give a big person, Zakira Shiraz, a small award, but Shiraz, you deserve it too. Thank you. So let's move on to our next panel. Somebody I look up to. When you're talking about mentors and role models in our community, when you will see the work and the presentation by the next panel, you too will be saying, Alhamdulillah, we as a community are blessed and should be proud of the following individuals. And these individuals, Sister Alia Ghulam Sen, Sister Sarah Walji,
Dr. Ghulam Sen.
Dr. Alia Ghulam Sen, and a doctor she is of the highest caliber that I know, mashallah.
Shabniz, I must say something here. And of course, I'll always say something here because I, have to say something all the time, right?
Right.
But I must mention here something that if you're surprised that some of the people are related here, if you're surprised that, hey, that's Zakira Shiraz's daughter on the screen, Zainab Dalla, then please know that we, first of all, Khojas are all related to each other. Second, even when we're not Khojas, we all know each other across the world. And alhamdulillah, talent does run in families. So, the genes are there. I mean, I'll take credit for this brilliant daughter of mine, Zainab Dalla.
That's why I was going to mention Zainab Dalla, who will be hosting the panel together with Sister Sukaina Dada, Dr. Alia Ghulam Sen, Sarah Walji, and Sakina Somji. Thank you so much, ladies. So thank you, mashallah. The Zoom is on and I see the ladies already.
We're just waiting for not only the internet to kick in, but for the sound to kick in. And thank you so much to our audience that has been so kind when we repeated a lecture because internet did not support that file. Because we don't want any woman to be left behind here. We don't want anyone's speech that they worked so hard on. And so sometimes we're stalling here, by the way. We act like we're talking.
Wait, can you hear us now?
Yes, we can hear you. Perfect. Thank you. We can hear you.
Okay, sorry to cut you off. We just wanted to make sure the tech and everything was okay. So, okay. Thank you, Zakira Shiraz and Shabniz Auntie for those amazing introductions. And for getting all of the attendees ready for our exciting youth panel. I am so excited for this panel and I'm so excited with the women that I have here with me today. These are all incredible women and honestly, it shocks me to know that I'm only just a few years younger than them. I feel like I've got a long way to go and it's incredible to just have some role models like this in our community. So our panel today will be focusing on a number of relative youth issues, and all of these women will be speaking to their incredible experiences. You can also find them on our website. Feel free to chat with them even after the conference, because there's a lot to learn from them. I know I've already learned so much from them. So what we'll be discussing today in our panel, topics such as balancing work and your personal life, handling a career in marriage or before marriage, stereotypes within the workplace, breaking those barriers, and then networking tips and how to maximize your opportunity, especially as a youth, and lastly, coming back from failure. I have to say, when Shimniz and Zakir Shairoz approached me to kind of take on sort of this youth conference or this youth portion, I was so overwhelmed and so grateful, because I know as a youth, we unfortunately don't get as many opportunities to talk to one another, to even talk about our own issues. Although we have opportunities to see each other here and there, and we interact in a lot of recreational ways, we don't actually have the opportunity to sit down and have some meaningful conversations with one another as a community, especially when we're not within reach of each other. We're all within different circles. So I'm very excited to see what comes from this. So I will now introduce our panelists and then hand it off to them. So first we have Ms. Sukaina Dada, who is a pediatric occupational therapist and a PhD candidate in critical disability studies in the School of Health Policy and Management at York University. She's the founder and executive director of Smile Canada Support Services, a registered Canadian charity that supports children and youth with disabilities and their families. Sakina currently resides in Toronto, Canada, with her husband and 2 kids. I have to say, one, that's so admirable, Sakina, just the work that you do and how you've dedicated yourself to such an organization. Working with people with disabilities is, one, so rewarding, but definitely a challenge. And I just have to say, thank you for being someone in our community who's, gone into that field. Next, we have Sakina Somji, who is a certified firefighter and is currently seeking employment within the industry. She has advanced credentials in technical rescue, including rope and confined space, and is currently undertaking a fire safety certificate with Seneca College. She has completed the primary care paramedic program, which included a preceptorship with York Region Paramedics. She is currently in the process of applying to firefighter jobs within the city. I have to say, I've never met, let alone a Muslim firefighter, that too being a Kojo firefighter, a brown firefighter. That is just, wow, something that really tells women that we can really do whatever we want. So thank you for being one of those people to really a trailblazer for us. Next, we have Dr. Alia Ghulam Hussain, who has completed her medical degree at the University of Western Ontario. She trained in internal medicine and gastroenterology at the University of Toronto and completed a clinical and research fellowship in advanced hepatology and liver transplantation at the Mayo Clinic. She completed a master's degree in public health at Johns Hopkins before being recruited back as an assistant professor and clinician investigator at the Division of Gastroenterology at the University of Toronto. She's the co-lead of the Autoimmune Liver Disease Clinic at the Toronto Centre for Liver Disease, where she has her clinical program and leads a research program in autoimmune liver disease. Wow, all I have to say is I would not want to see any of your notes from school, Dr. Alia, because that is overwhelming for me. I can barely get through grade 10 science. So to know that someone in our community has, come this far, has gotten a chance to work at Johns Hopkins, in the Mayo Clinic, those are 2 incredible organizations. And I'm so excited to hear from you about more of your accomplishments and what you've learned from the work you've done. And then lastly, we have Sarah Walji, whom I know personally, and I can say she is one of the most remarkable young women I've ever met. She is an inspiration to me, as all the women here are. Sarah Walji is a Canadian registered nurse while simultaneously completing her master's in global health. She represents young nurses internationally as a board member with the global campaign Nursing Now, and has presented to global audiences in Qatar, Singapore, UK, and the US. In the past few years, she has also run for both municipal and federal office. Definitely an inspiration, and sends a great message to us young women as well, that we can do anything we set our minds to. So without further ado, I will leave you all of my chattering voice, and I will pass it on to the reason that you've all came and attended, which is to hear from these panelists. So my first question is for Sukaina. And Sukaina, reading your bio, hearing how you have, you're currently doing a PhD, you are, doing. Sorry, is anyone else hearing some audio being played? Okay. Oh my gosh, that was my alarm to wake up. Sorry about that. Usually on Saturday mornings, I like to sleep in. Today I woke up earlier. But you know what? That was a nice way to kind of set the tone. It's a very
that was. Thank you.
That really tripped me out. But anyway, so yes, the amount of work that you do, it must be very hard to find time for yourself, find time for your kids. And so that's my question for you is how do you find time to maintain a marriage, be a mother, and dedicate time to your academic career? And would you be able to speak to some of the challenges that you have faced, and how can we better support you within those challenges?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Zainab, and thank you for having me. It's always nice to meet other Muslim women of color, people who are, advancing in their careers, in their fields. I will say, to kind of backtrack a little bit, before you get married, look for a spouse, a partner, somebody who appreciates you, and by default, that means your career, your work, your love, your passion. For me, working with kids with disabilities, doing my volunteer work, pursuing my education, that's all a part of me. In fact, it's a huge part of me. And so, I think many people who are listening in today, they're young. And, I would first and foremost say, when you meet that person who you want to settle down with, talk about your career, even if it's a potential career, even if you have no idea what you want to do. And that doesn't just mean a professional paid career. That's your volunteer work. That's your education. And it doesn't have to be someone who has the same career. It doesn't have to be someone who has the same goals and aspirations, but somebody who respects yours. I remember, I've been married now over 10 years, but I remember when I first got married, I talked to my husband, my partner, and I said, or my soon-to-be rather, and I said, I really one day want to do my PhD. And he said, well, if you get to do it, I get to do it. And I said, well, if you get to do it, I get to do it. And he's like, well, we can't both do it at the same time because we'll be broke. And so what ended up happening, our paths took us that I supported him during graduate school. And now I'm hopefully, inshallah, coming to the end of my dissertation and he's supporting me. So, people often ask me about this balance, that how do you balance your professional career, getting through your PhD and having 2 kids. And my kids are young. And actually, I started my PhD at York University when my daughter was 1 year old. Like, she was only 1 year old. And people, like I heard it from everyone, except from my family. I did not hear it from my family. In fact, my mom and my dad were like, you can do this, we'll support you. And what I would say is, first of all, it is not easy. I'm not trying to give a false impression that it's easy to juggle or to balance. And I think, all the women on this panel can say the same thing. It's not easy. However, we don't have to compromise our families. We don't have to compromise our careers. And we don't have to compromise our own self-care. But if I'm being honest, there are only a certain number of hours in a day. So how do we get everything done? It's not perfect. I'll tell you right now, while I'm on this call, my children are probably turning my room into a fortress of some sort. But I have to be okay with that. That when I come out of my Zoom calls or when I come out of my client meetings, that it's not going to be perfect. I will also be honest with you and say we order one too many times in this house, right? Not the best, but for now, that's what makes it work for us. And, throughout my career and as I continue to pursue, there have been times where I've held a 9 to 5 job, and there have been times when I barely sleep. But I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that because I love what I do. I love my children. I love my family, and I want it all. And for those of you listening, I'll be one of those people who say, you can have it all. It won't be perfect, but you can have it all. In terms of challenges, I mentioned I have a very supportive family. That hasn't been my challenge. But sometimes random folks are the challenge. People who come up to me and say, are you doing the right thing? Shouldn't you just be at home with your children? And I've heard that a lot. And to that I would respond, I have a son and a daughter. I want my son to be like his father. And he's totally not listening to this right now, but I want him to be like his father. I want him to be supportive of his wife. And I want my daughter to be like her mother. I want her to do whatever she wants to do. I want her to pursue whatever goals she has, because as Muslim women, as women of color, as maybe, a younger generation, I think older than you, Zainab, but I'll just say for myself, younger generation, we can be people who break those glass ceilings. We can be trailblazers. And so, our faith and our culture do not hold us back. In fact, I would actually say the opposite, that our faith, our tradition, our culture actually, it encourages us to do more and to be whoever we want to be. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sukaina. I feel so motivated after hearing that. In fact, I was just taking even little notes because I was like, wow, I can't forget this. That was, I think, especially for us, unmarried women, hearing even those little bits of advice for us, that means so much because we don't get to hear that often, even little things like, talking about these things with your potential spouse, because it's so important, what you said, along the way, sacrifices will be made. Sometimes you will have to order, in for a lot of the time for maybe a couple of years because you're just so busy at the moment. That doesn't set a precedent that, oh, well, one doesn't care about her family enough to cook, and all these expectations that society makes that you've experienced from these random folks on the street who feel entitled enough to give their opinion. But along with all those sacrifices, we can't sacrifice ourselves. We can't sacrifice our dreams and our goals, because if you sacrifice too much of that, you won't have yourself. And then how can you give parts of yourself to your family, to your kids, when, you're just not happy with your own being? So thank you for saying that. And inshallah, we all have supportive families, and, everyone hearing this can be like your husband, and inshallah like you, and have those role models in our life where we can grow to be just as supportive of our brothers and sisters and kids and parents. Thank you. So my next question is for Sakina, our firefighter and paramedic. So as a racialized woman wearing hijab and working in a male-dominated field, what are some of the challenges you have faced, and how have you overcome them? And what advice would you give to young women who want to get involved in those fields?
Okay, so with the emergency services, so you're talking fire, ambulance, and police, it's always historically been male-dominated, in part because of the physical requirements, but also just because the shift work has always traditionally taken away from valuable family time that, was essential to a woman's role. So the fact of the matter is that there aren't as many women in these industries, and particularly women of color, but that is changing, and I'm an example of that. So right now, a lot of urban areas in particular are looking for people that reflect that diversity in the communities. So we take into account women, people of color, different cultures, religions, and languages. So let's get to the meat of it. So some of the things that I've heard when I tell people that I'm a certified firefighter is, can you lift as much? Can't men do a better job? Aren't women too emotional to handle the stress? So with all of that being said, I have this to say. So when you get certified for any profession, you're required to meet, if not exceed, the minimum requirements. So at Fire Academy, I was responsible for lifting the same things the men did within a certain time frame. I went into the same burning buildings as the boys did. I drove the same truck, and I received the same punishment as everyone else, 50 push-ups for every minute you were late, which if incorporated into all of our families, we would be incredibly fit. So one of the biggest lessons throughout the process for me, and it's something I urge all women to consider, is really to just understand yourself. Your ego is always the enemy. And what I mean by that is at the end of the day, like, we are women, and there's a lot of power in that. Success has always been defined by a man's world, and it's okay to redefine it in a woman's world. So when I first went into the industry, I was trying to be one of the boys and attain success that way. I was trying to lift heavier. I was trying to do everything the boys could do better. And there was a lot of resistance in me going that route. It was definitely the harder one. And it was only when I took the time to kind of really understand that my success should be individual to me as a woman that changes and progress was made. So, for example, in the fire industry in particular, women are better with a lot of the rescue because we're generally tinier. We're not like 6'3". I'm 5'2". So if someone is in a confined space, we're able to get in there quicker and get them out quicker. In the house, if there was a fire, there's about 16 inches between the beams. So for women, they don't have to take off their equipment to get through that space. Men take an extra 15 to 20 seconds, which is a lot when you're talking emergency services, to get through that. So when it comes to I have 3 pieces of advice for everyone. First piece of advice would be truly accepting things as they are. So you could create a plan of action with both your strengths and your weaknesses in mind. So for example, for me, when I accepted that my upper body strength would never be on par with a man's, I learned techniques that to adapt and utilize my leg muscles, which are generally stronger in women. My second piece of advice is to just realize that a woman is valuable and to own that. You don't have to be one of the guys in a male-dominated industry. There is space for women. And my third piece of advice that would be that if you want something, you're going to have to learn to reframe things. So I was doing my rotational shifts and had gotten a coffee beforehand at McDonald's. I was in full uniform. And this Aboriginal man started yelling at me from across the street, expressing how I need to go back to my country and that Canada doesn't like Muslims. Obviously, he saw the hijab and he wanted to express that. So at first, I was a little distraught, but framing it in a way where you're able to see that the least visible minority in Canada is harassing the most visible minority, you're able to see that this man just wanted to be heard. And when you reframe it like that, you actually come from a place of strength. So you're never less than. It's never an attack on you. It always reflects more on someone else that's treating you badly. I do want to say that being a woman in quote unquote a man's world is nothing new. Islam kind of paved the way with that, with the 4 women of paradise particularly. Women in Islam have always been considered equal but different. And notably, Bibi Khadija had a thriving business as a woman, but she still managed to maintain her character and femininity, both of which are really important in Islam. And for anyone looking to kind of get involved in the emergency services, all I can do is kind of urge you to start. Super rewarding. It's a great work-life balance. Firefighters in the city work 24-hour shifts, 7 days in a whole month. And paramedics work 48 to 72 hours. They're 12-hour shifts. And you're always kind of welcome to just contact me if you need any help with just kind of starting. I do have friends in the who are in police academy too. So yeah, that's that's it for me.
Thank you, Sakina. Those are some really memorable words that you shared with us. Women are equal, but we're different, and all about how we as women need to use our strengths and our weaknesses to our advantages. I really love that perspective about just reframing, because it's so true. I think just as women from when we're born, as anyone in the world experiences their challenges, but as women, we have our unique set of challenges. And I think from a young age, we have built up this resiliency in us. I almost feel like we're born with that, because you have to do what you have to in order to survive in the world. And unfortunately, if we broke down every time someone on the street yelled at us, or someone told us that you are a bad mother, or you shouldn't be doing this and all these things, we would fall apart. And sometimes we are falling apart on the inside, and that's okay. But knowing that it's not going to stop us. Like you said, ego is the enemy, and if we let that really get in front of us, then the only limits that we put in this world are the ones we put on ourselves. So thank you so much for sharing those those inspirational words. And inshallah, I hope to see more young women in our community going into emergency services or, medical services or whatever fields that they feel maybe are just, too scary for them or are too male dominated. I'm so excited to see the strides that we are going to make. So my next question is for Sarah Walji in terms of how do youth, reach out and find ways to integrate themselves into niches within their field, such as yourself, for example, your global health nursing and how you work within the mental health field. How can youth, find themselves within that? And what are some other tips that you can give for them in order to build their network and create meaningful relationships?
Thank you, Zainab. Well, the first piece of advice that I would definitely give out is pursuing a passion. It's finding that niche. It's really going into what you want to do, what you're excited about, what revs you up in the morning, what gets you out the door. And that's the biggest thing on the planet, because when you enjoy that, it motivates you, it propels you forward. And that's really how I've gotten as far as I have within my career in global health and within the youth engagement piece. It's how I've gotten thus far as a clinician within mental health. It's because I'm very passionate. I'm a big advocate for mental health-based care, mental health-based practice, and involvement of youth within early career settings in the leadership sphere. And that itself is motivating for me, because then you see the outcomes, you see the drive, you connect with individuals who jive with you and who are very much in line with your goals. And that in itself creates that network of strength. In addition to that, you want to be very flexible and open to opportunity. So I know that my career has not been the straightest and most seamless, to say the very least. It's taken me in avenues and directions that I don't think I would have ever even imagined. I've gone from pursuing a degree in nursing to running in federal office. So it's very unconventional, but at the same time, it's given me the opportunities to advocate from a perspective that nobody else has. Each of us has a voice, each of us has a unique voice, and each of us has experiences that only we can attest to. And I think that that in itself holds value, because then it motivates you in the direction that nobody else can go in, because it shows you that the opportunities you gain in life are very unique to yourself. The experiences you have are very unique to your own. And thus, when you speak from those perspectives, when you have that voice, when you have that confidence, it's because you've lived those experiences that nobody else can live. So flowing with your successes is also another piece of advice that I would give. So it's really being open to opportunities, open to your success, as well as recognizing that, hey, we hit failure, we hit those walls, and we learn from them. We pick up the pieces as we go. Nothing is truly a failure if you learn from it. And that in itself can show you the value of success, because then when you do achieve something, when you do accomplish something, it puts you on that much more of a motivation spree, because you're that much more amped about the next success in life and never settling for anything less. And Sukaina really hit on this as well within her conversation piece about wanting everything and having everything. There is no limit. When you are that passionate about something in life, when you truly want to accomplish something, when your goals are there and you can see them, you don't limit yourself. You can have the family, you can have the opportunities, you can have the career, you can have the education. It's really about how you're framing that mentality and how open you are to those opportunities. And another thing that I would also advise is that rather than looking for opportunities or waiting for somebody to open that door of opportunity for you, it's creating that own opportunity for yourself. And that's something that I think somebody had told me about 5 years ago when I was just starting out in my career. Because here I was knocking on a bunch of doors, waiting for somebody to open them. Meanwhile, I painted my own window and I jumped right out of it. I created a niche that only I could fill. And that's really what it's about. It's how do you distinctly identify yourself out from the crowd? How do you realize that not everything in life is going to be handed to you, and you're there to advocate for yourself, and you're there to create that opportunity for yourself. And again, it's flowing with that passion, running with the waves, hitting the failures, learning from the successes.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Those are some great pieces of advice. And I really hope people here do take that to heart, because it's true. I mean, you ladies here, you spend hours working in your field from what I've heard from you. And, work makes up so much of our life. We might as well enjoy what we do, especially, since we're all working from home. I think we've all really realized the importance of loving what you do, because it's hard working from home, at least in my experience, since I do work from home. It's hard to like get up in the morning and do that every day. But because I love the work that I do, that's what drives me to do that. So that's so true. You have to follow your passions and not necessarily where the money lies, because as we've all heard, like Allah will provide for us. He will ensure that we are taken care of. And if we follow those unique experiences that he's given us, that is meant to put us where we're on the path that we are, then those opportunities will come. One of the things that me and my friends always say when
it's an awesome conversation. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I'm mute. Am I mute?
No, we can hear you.
But they're not. They think they
we
can't
can hear you.
No, they can hear you. Ladies, so sorry. So sorry. The thing is that we oh, there's a lag. There's a lag that I see on the screen. So when I'm speaking, all right. Yeah. So mashallah, did we hear from Dr. Alia Ghulamsen yet? Because we want to make sure that everyone has spoken.
Yes, she's
Panel,
just
mashallah, it's such a lively discussion that that we don't want to cut you off, absolutely, but we are over, and we know that people are watching from all over the world where it's getting pretty late at night. So we're cognizant of all these issues. We're so sorry. We don't want to break you this lively, amazing conversation. But if we could have Dr. Alia Ghulamsen say a few words, and then I'll just request the panelists to allow everyone to contact you on the Hova app, because we have a lot of people who have messaged. You guys have done an awesome job. I mean, it's off the hook. Our messages are just lighting up. So Dr. Ghulamsen, if you could answer the next question. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you everyone for inviting us all, and thank you for the opportunity to be in this panel. The question that I was posed was talking a little bit about strategies for coming back from failure and tips and strategies for networking and maximizing opportunities. And just based on my academic journey, I think anybody that's gone through a training process knows that it's always full of successes, but also equally full of failures. And those can feel like failures on a small scale, like not doing well on tests or sacrificing family time or recreational activities for work-related commitments, or missing out on really perceived important events, or things on a larger scale, like not getting into a program that you've applied for and worked really hard for, or not getting funding for a grant that you've applied for. But I think what I've learned is that each and every one of these things have been a part of my journey, and are likely a part of many others. You have to accept that the hard times and the failures are really a part of the path to ultimate success. And they teach you about being flexible. They teach you about being resilient, and they teach you and they remind you that while you can control some things in life, some are left to Allah. And they also remind you that the path of success, like some of the other panelists have mentioned, is never really straight. And the curves and the bumps along the road are really what makes it rich. And each of these detours leads you to a different experience that you never know what leads you to encounter. It might put you in touch with the path of someone that you've never met before that becomes a great friend, a lifelong mentor, a confidant, a spouse. You never really know who those interactions or what those experiences will lead you to. And we may not understand really why the challenges are happening at the time, but I think one thing that I've learned that it's really important to embrace them, and importantly afterwards to reflect on why they happened and how they allowed you to grow in retrospect. And I mean, ultimately, above and beyond, everybody goes through hard times, and bouncing back relies on a really solid network of support. And I think everybody's commented on that. Nobody is endlessly strong or able to do everything and anything on their own. And so surrounding yourselves with family, friends, colleagues, mentors who are positive and really unconditionally supportive is essential to get you to your ultimate goals. So I would just encourage everybody to accept the bumps in the road and accept the curves and the detours that come along the track. Keep your ultimate goal in mind, and learn and reflect on those experiences along the way. I tried to keep things short because I know we're running out of time, but we'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Alia. I'm so sorry I didn't get a chance to hear all of that. I'm definitely going to go back into our live and just, get that. But these are the challenges that come from having an online conference, I will say, the lags, the timings, the unable to join the meetings and all these things. So I do just want to say thank you to each and every one of our attendees for, bearing with us for doing this within these times. It's really hard to adjust, but we've tried our best. And yeah, thank you so much to all of our panelists. I'm so thankful that we got to have this short discussion. And you know what, this is just the beginning, because I know more conversations are going to come from this. And inshallah, I really hope that youth who are watching right now really listen to the words that are said and make those connections. Reach out to the panelists, reach out to me if you have any questions. Look up on our website and go on our mentee program or a mentor program if you are a youth who knows you have something to offer. There's no limitation. You don't have to be a high person in order to sign up. But just know that every single one of you here has value. And what we hope from this conference is that everyone recognizes that value and is able to share that. So we've just reached 11 o'clock. Inshallah, I hope that's not too much overtime. And I will now pass it back to Sister Shirose and Shabniz. Thank you, everyone. Good office.
The inspiration factor has gone through the roof. What do you think?
And this panel, the comments we're getting, and the eloquent speakers and the role models in our community, mashallah, just hearing Dr. Alia Ghulamsan speak, and when you look at the type of academic career she's had and how she specializes in liver disease and what she does, that's phenomenal.
Amazing.
Hats off to her, because we've seen Alia grow in front of us. The Ghulamsan family are an integral part of ISIJ, and she is one of our own. So what pride and joy to see you all excel in your field. And then Sakina Dada, I know Dwayne Nudba placed a 2-year-old autism girl in your Smile Canada.
And it's really amazing, Shabniz. We are so, so blessed to have these amazing young women in our community. And, I got some of the people who are writing in. Zosan Mirali from New York, New Jersey has written, a firefighter. Wow. Thank you for showcasing an area so underrepresented by Muslim Shia women. Oh, yes, Zosan. And you're going to hear about other firefighters that we have in the community and paramedics. And yes, Shabniz, we've watched all these young women grow up.
And I'm sorry if you didn't hear me correctly before, but when I was talking about
the
Dr.
mic was
Alia,
off.
and the mic was off. Sorry about that. But Dr. Alia, we are so proud of you, what you have done in the field of liver disease. Oh my God, just reading and going through that vocabulary is beyond me. So keep up the good work. Your family is proud of you. Your greater community is proud of you. And thank you for being part of the panel today. Sister Sakina Dada, I know Dua Nudba placed an autism girl in your Smile Canada organization, and within a very short time, there were excellent results that this girl could speak words. And thank you for all that you do, and we wish you all the best in your academic career.
So here, Shabniz, in the name of these award winners, and we have quite a few award winners to announce. So we are cutting you off, Shabniz. I know. Do you know these women are so inspiring? You just want to talk about each and every one of them. I completely get you.
Yes. So when you talk about Sakina Dada, and this award is being presented in her name, as we said. Each of your panel guests.
Every year it's going to be like this, Shubs. Every year, all these women's names are forever going to be that award.
So the Sakina Dada with a loud salawat goes to Zinat Moti.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad.
So Zakira Shirose.
Yes, this is the one that I called an auntie. And she wasn't happy at all. But you know why? Look at this. She not only has raised 3 children, she raised 20,000 pounds to build a solar, water, and power system in Somalia, Africa. She's cooked, baked, organized various fundraising events, including interfaith events. She raised a further 40,000 pounds for an orphan home in Pakistan. Coordinator in the core team running the weekly food bank in conjunction with KSIMC Birmingham and Who is Hussein Birmingham. Student of Islamic Studies and co-translated Islamic books from English to French, as well as delivering child-friendly majalis on certain occasions. Now, if doesn't sound like an auntie, what does? But she's only
in her young age. Okay, and she has raised
so sorry.
40,000 pounds.
I am
for
so
the
amazed
orphans.
this young woman. And so
Definite.
the award goes for in her to Zinat Moti, and that is the
Sakina
Sakina
Dada
Dada
Award.
Award. The next
Yes.
one for our next speaker that we just heard, Dr. Alia Gulamsen, who is a hepatologist, and this is presented to none other than Sausan Merali. And
Wow.
Salli ala Muhammad. Now, see, Shabniz, this is a doctor of pharmacy. When I was trying to call her doctor, she was like, "I'm not a real doctor." I'm like, "Excuse me,
Okay.
you are a doctor." Even Sakina Dada, for example, is doing her PhD.
Yes.
I mean, a lot of these should be called doctor, but they're so modest that they're like, no, 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 no. So Sosan, she's a doctor of pharmacy, specializing in medical and drug information, author, pediatric pulmonary hypertension, philanthropist, because she convinced us to fundraise towards a well. She was like, we called her to tell her she was getting an award. She told us to give money for a well. I mean, she got us in a minute. We were like, okay, fine, go dig a well.
And you know what? Even with a full-time career, she still is a madrasa educator and a mentor. So
and a mother of two.
Yes.
And she also volunteers for Child Aid International and others across the globe, focusing on public health and education. And she's also married to a very busy doctor.
MashaAllah. Congratulations, Sausan Merali. Salawat.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. And the next award, Shabniz.
Yes, Sakina Somji Award. And Sakina, over the years, I've seen you change careers and you go against the odds. So congratulations, Sakina Somji Award goes to our very own Torontonian, Shehnaz Karmali.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. And Shamniz, you know, Sakina is the paramedic firefighter.
Yes.
And the award is given to a lady, a young lady from our community who we're extremely proud of. Because we see her name in incredible publications that are very famous. We, I think, have seen her on TV as well. This is presented to Shehnaz Karmali, a journalist in our community. She's a freelance journalist with a Master's of Arts degree in Near and Middle Eastern Studies, School of Oriental and African Studies in the UK. She's a former producer and writer with Al Jazeera English, BBC News, and CBC Television. Journalism instructor at Ryerson University, University of Toronto School of Continuing Studies. Her writing has appeared in every newspaper in Toronto, in the Globe and Mail, in the Toronto Star, in the Guardian, in the Foreign Policy, Global News, the Ottawa Citizen, among many others. She mentors youth, advocates for the community, and in addition to all this, is a creator of a charity organization called Kids Who Care for underprivileged communities in Toronto. Congratulations, Shehnaz Karmali. This crystal trophy goes to you in addition to all the other award winners today.
Yes. So the next one we have is, of course, when we talk about Sarah Walji and what she said as a panelist, I reflect back on the time when at ISIJ she had come in to do her campaigning. Wow, this girl is amazing. So an honor in her name, an award in her name just is perfect. So the Sarah Walji Award goes to, with a salawat, Tehsin Merali.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
So Shairoz, do justice to Tehsin Merali's bio.
Well, we can see it on the screen, right? And mashallah, Tehsin had to be convinced to accept her award. She was like, no, 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 if you got the wrong person. I'm like, no, I know who we got. So she has dedicated her life and her career to publishing good quality Islamic literature for the global Shia community. And this what is it called, Shamni? Sun Behind the Clouds.
Yes.
And this is, many of the children's books you pick up. That's the publication that Tessin Merali is managing. She works very hard in this endeavor. She has two young children herself. She has dedicated her life and her career to publishing good Islamic literature. She always credits the authors and puts them in the spotlight and never herself, even though she's often the one behind the proofing, editing, cover design, marketing, and everything else that makes the book a success besides just the writing. She's also set up a children's library. And when I went to recite Majlis in Birmingham, they took me to tour this place. And it was this cute little place. It's called the Book Cave. And it's a library. It's a children's library. It has all these beautiful places children can sit and cozy up and cuddle and read books. And then they have story time, and they have it's an amazing, it's a house that they've made, and it has developed the love of reading, Shamniz, in a time where nobody wants to read.
So congratulations to Tessin Merali. Allahumma salli ala
Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Shamniz, let's get those raffle people ready.
Yes.
Now is the time. Sit with your phone. You have to text, email, what is it? spiritofwill@jafri.org.
Yes.
And who
So
is the winner,
Amazon card for $25. Our next winner is Zain Ali.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Wow! Wow! This
Subhanallah.
was quite a few awards and quite a prize. So excellent! Alhamdulillah. I'm glad we are able to recognize people and spread the goodwill out there. Next, we have our next speaker, and we are very excited to present Sister Zora Rajpar.
And I'll tell you about Zora Rajpar myself, because I've, all these speakers, I've spent so much time with them that we've handpicked them. And Zora Rajpar is the director of general shipping agencies in Pakistan. She's the daughter of late Mrs. Marzia Rajpar, and the very well-known philanthropist and community leader, Mr. Anwar Ali Rajpar. Zora has done a lot of things. Well, from what I've known, when I came to recite Majlis in Pakistan, she puts together amazing programs like this. She has this amazing team of people who work for her. Suddenly, when it was time for me to speak, I saw banners with my picture on it on the streets of Karachi, and it was just mind-boggling the amount of things that she does. She's the youngest female volunteer. She's a chair lady of Bazm Sakina. At the age of 18, she started, and she's the queen of Bazm Sakina now. And look at some of the pictures. One of the most salient things right now about Zora Rajpar is that she is she's the one who handles Who is Hussein, in the Pakistan.
MashaAllah. So we're going to be seeing a video, right? Thank you.
Being selfless and successful. Sister Zohra has decades of experience in work and education. She has accomplished so much. So there's no one more fit to speak on this topic. Sister Zohra shall be talking about how does being selfless bring you success. I'm certainly very excited to hear what she has to say, and I'm sure it's going to be very beneficial for many. Please do welcome Sister Zohra with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Tanzania, and they migrated to Pakistan in 1971, and we have been living here since then. I am the country head of Who is Hussein Pakistan, and we have 13 chapters under our country. Also, on the side, I am also an elected councillor for WF, which is a World Federation organization for all the Khojas in the world. On the side, I'm a director in my family business, which is a shipping business, and I help my father and my brother in the business. I would like to tell you about myself today. And it's very, no, stop.
It's okay.
There we go. When I was 5 years old, I always insisted to sit in the gents area near the member where the reciters used to recite majlises. When I grew up and I realized that I cannot sit there anymore and I had to be taken to the ladies' side, I was very heartbroken. And stop at the heartbroken, please, sorry. I cried a havoc, thinking how unlucky I was to be away from that. Sitting here amongst all of you all, inspirational sisters, I'm feeling exactly how that 5-year-old Zora felt, honored. So my life as a volunteer started when I was 12 years old. I enrolled myself in a local Imam Barga, Mehfil Murtaza, as a female volunteer. And at that time, I was the youngest one in the team. I used to wash dishes, teacups, sweep the floors, work with the staff there, and I used to enjoy that. And that's when I realized that I have to do something with my life and I have to follow my parents. My mother was a very hospitable person. At home, she used to welcome guests from all over the world. She used to cook for them. She used to take them out. And that's how I learned that we all have to be very selfless and caring for each other. I learned this from my mom and leadership skills from my dad, who was very active at that time in the community. And he has done community service for the past 60 years till this year. And he has just retired from community social work. He was an inspiration for me from a very young age. And he taught me that if you have to work for Allah and you have to please him and you want to help others, you have to decide that people will create blockages for you in your life, but you have to still go on. You don't have to be heartbroken. You have to encourage yourself, motivate yourself, and get inspired by the life of our Alhabet and serve the community and also people outside the community. Alhamdulillah, I have been very lucky that I was born into this family where every other member was a beaming ray of inspiration. There was so much goodness around me that it was not possible that I would not learn how to do social work in my life. I learned everything from my siblings, my parents, and my grandfathers, because selflessness was something that was very natural in my family. At the age of 18, I founded a girls' organization, which was called Bazme Sakina. And we used to do fun fairs and comedy plays like Mind Your Language. And also we used to do Islamic plays. And we used to have fun and also some seriousness in the work. We used to do these plays and these functions, and all the money that was collected from the tickets of these functions, we used to spend in the slum areas in Karachi. We used to give money to the coaching centers there to teach the children their schoolwork, languages, maths, and also namaz and Quran. And we self-catered about 120 students in that madrasa, and they were given also in Ramzan grocery bags and Eid clothes and a lot of other gifts. This went on for quite a long time, but in 1990s, there was a lot of sectarian violence in Karachi, So a lot of Shias were being targeted and a lot of people were being killed. And at that time, sadly, I had to close those madrasas because of security of our lives and our family people. I continued Bazme Sakina and I did events still. And I had exhibitions, Islamic exhibitions on the Holy Prophet Salamullah alayhi, and also on Bibi Fatima, and also on the story of Karbala. In those exhibitions, we invited all the schools from the Karachi, from the city, and even the colleges used to come. So we used to keep timings to view the exhibition, and we used to have the exhibition for 1 to 2 weeks in our local mosque ground. It was very famous, and for 3 to 4 years consecutively, we did these exhibitions. Also, we had organized about 9 Islamic plays, and it was all on the story of Karbala and also the Imams, and we did till the 5th Imam, Imam Muhammad Baqir alayhi salam. 2,000 people used to come and watch those plays, and the script was handwritten by our volunteers, and the props were painted by us at home or in the mosque Imam Barga when we used to get time, and everything was arranged by
So, mashallah, we are getting so many questions already for the speech that Zora has given, but it's not over yet. We're having some technical difficulties. Some people wrote in that the sound had cut off, and we want to give justice to Zora Rajpar's speech. So we're going to restart that with your permission, everyone. Meanwhile, we are going to just read out some of the questions that have already come for Zora Rajpar, and so that you can see that amazingly how people are engaging today with these things that are coming up. Sorry, if I can ask the crew to keep the voices down because I can't even concentrate here. Sorry. So we've got here a question for Zora Rajpar. I would love to know about boundaries. Sometimes you can find yourself work out either in success or in being selfless. Someone's asked, I feel people connect success with doing things for your being. Being selfless is considered as stupid and non-profitable. How do you tune out the white noise around you that stops you from doing what you feel in your duty? Another question that's come for Zora is, can we develop our children as peaceful citizens? How can children learn to be selfless and caring? How can we manage virtual meeting time? How can we develop good socialism and humanism through online teaching? How to set boundaries in life? And this is just for after a few minutes of you speaking, Zora, but we're going to start again. But I wanted to actually address one of these questions here, where, this awesome question that often being selfless is considered almost a useless thing that we're doing in life. People say, well, are you making any money doing this? Well, you should be charging for this. And it doesn't have value in this world somehow for you to be dedicating your life to something that is for your community or for your religion. Often people will say that, hey, you're going to be always a bad guy when you do community work. You're always going to be left out. You won't get the credit you deserve. All of these things are often deterrents. And today, as we see these amazing women that are being profiled, who are speaking and who are engaging this with these speakers and reacting in such an amazing way to some of the things that they have made that have made them think about certain things. And then it shows you that when you give to the community, when you are selfless and when you are successful, that you do get the world to be inspired. So many people here have written that, I feel like doing some of these things.
And I was just going through my phone and checking some of the messages that are coming because they truly are worth sharing. This is one that is coming from a sister, Sister Nargis Tirani. She wrote, Salams Shabniz Bhai and Shairoz Bhai. I have been following the conference. I must say it's absolutely invigorating to see Shia women of such caliber, mashallah. It is very empowering. God bless our community and all that we are doing for the global community and the Shia women. So thank you very much. These are awesome messages. I just saw another one which I must share, because talking about Sister Zora Rajpar, there's another lady that comes into my mind that I know has played an integral part in the Toronto Jamaat, and Sister Zarina Barwani. I've learned a lot in terms of doing my leadership role and doing all the work that I do in the community through her. So people like Zora Rajpar and Zarina Barwani are really pioneers of the community that have done good work, and all of us
And
are going to
Shamiz,
follow
mashallah,
suit.
that's a veteran of the community. And we
Right.
saw these youth in the youth panel. I really do
Definitely.
want to talk about some of the feedback we got about the youth.
Mhm.
And some people who wrote said that I cannot put in words how amazing this youth panel was. And Zainab Dalla, words can't describe how amazing that panel was and how well you
Alhamdulillah.
moderated everything. It will not be forgotten. Someone wrote, I just want to express the same thing. Amazing. Mashallah, Zainab Dalla, you were so professional. Well done. Very well done. Somebody wrote, message for Zainab, mashallah, like mother, like daughter. I had to make sure I read that one. Well done, you and your panelists. Great work. Very proud of you, 5 youth. Also, I had someone write from Lucknow, India, an Urdu speaker who could not understand what the panelists were saying. But Sayyid Iman from Lucknow wrote, Zainab ne to kamal kar diya. And he said, मैं बस सब इनको सब देखता रह गया हूँ. So mashallah, you have inspired a Hausa student from Qum, Sayyid Iman, who is right now in Lucknow. Sukaina Rasul writes, mashallah, Mubarak, very nice program. You both sisters look so nice and the young girls are so amazing. Then we have the Sukaina Jaffer saying, wow, you guys are doing such an amazing job hosting the program. Our entire family is tuned in on the big screen. You know, Shabniz, when we started this program at 8 a.m., we thought, who's going to be watching? One of our speakers was saying, you're putting me so early in the program. I myself will be sleeping. But
Right.
you know what? The entire world is watching right now. We can't keep up with all the messages we're getting.
But you
we
know
can't
what?
keep up.
Definitely. I mean, you know what,
Subhanallah.
Zakira Sharoz, you mentioned that. And you know what? Even when we were doing our talent search, one of the persons that will be our next speaker coming up, we were saying that there is no word like impossible in her vocabulary. This woman is so articulate. She is such a fully rounded person that when I was speaking to her with Shairoz, it was like, oh my God, what a wonderful person this. She has been a pioneer in a lot of things. But what she has done great is to handle her father's business. And today we are going to hear Fatima Devji, and she's going to be talking about a very interesting topic that all of us can relate to. And I will not waste much time, but I can tell you a lot about her. She grew up in Tanzania, went to Georgetown University. She's one of the top most influential women in Africa. She's the marketing director of Meetel, founder of Educate, Empower, and Inspire, marketing for an Africa powerhouse that she's authored. She's a storyteller, build a story for your brand, capture hearts and transform your business. And she's also done a TED Talk, mashallah. Fatima Devji is one of the women in Africa that we are proud of. So we're going to take a few minutes to share her accomplishments.
Look at this. Her book has been used as course material at both Harvard and Georgetown. That's
Wow.
incredible. She's spoken on platforms such as Forbes Africa, CNBC, and TEDx. And you know what? It's important to mention that her father is the very famous, well-known Ghulam Devji, who has himself been a great businessman, but as well a philanthropist in his own right. Fatim Devji also, let Zara
Oh,
tell
Zara
us.
is here to
Zara
introduce
will
her.
tell us. So, mashallah, Fatima Devji. We're waiting for Zahra Al-Alawi to come on and introduce this amazing personality in her own words. And Fatima Devji, I'm telling you, Shabniz, when she talks about being, going through the adversity, that was what her TED Talk was about.
Right.
And that's what a lot of people know about her. But look at the successes in her life. Often we define a person with their, with the thing that went wrong in their life. Sometimes it's the, a tragic event. But look at this, marketing for an Africa powerhouse. Look at this, marketing director. And by the way, speaking of families, Fatim Devji also works with her brothers for the family business with her father. So that shows you that family can work together, and also that good genes run in the family, and that people can work together in a family business without fighting. So many families, actually, we hear about the, God forbid.
Look at this, Sharon. Her
Yes.
book has been used as course material at both Harvard and Georgetown.
Yes.
Mashallah.
Awesome. This video bio, we have actually made all our speakers send us pictures so that we could talk about them at length, because we can't do enough justice.
The fifth session today shall be by Sister Fatima Devji. The more successful you become, the more likely you'll be faced with adversity. Sister Fatima Devji is a businesswoman as well as a motivational speaker, amongst many of her other successful roles. And today, she will be speaking about being resilient in the face of adversity. The antidote to adversity is resilience. But how do we build a resilient attitude? This and much more in today's talk. Please do welcome Sister Fatima with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It is an immense pleasure to be part of such an amazing event, to be among some great speakers. Today, I want to talk to you about something that's very close to my heart, about a topic that I feel could be beneficial to each and every one of us. And that is how to build resilience in the face of adversity. As a golfer, as a businesswoman, as a marketer, as a leader, I've faced challenges and pain and adversity in every way. And I believe that while others may think that it can be crippling, and it is at many times, it is also, there's so much beauty to it. I think the process builds your character in a way that makes you and creates the best version of yourself. I want to share a few stories. Growing up, my dad sort of got us all into a sport at a very young age. So at the age of 6, I was playing up to 4 to 6 hours of golf a day. My schedule was very, very tight. And I remember that I used to really complain about having to be on the golf course under the sun and, missing out on all the great activities that my friends used to, partake in. And I remember that at that time, I used to complain to my dad and tell him that, I'm a girl, what are you doing to me? I don't want to play golf, especially not for this long. Because it was 4 hours of golf during the day, and then at night we had a net at home, and I would just hit 200 golf balls every single night. And I remember he said something to me, and he said, I don't care if you're a girl, you're going to play regardless. And while at that time that sounded very harsh, and I was not very happy, with hindsight, I am so grateful for that opportunity, because I feel that it's built my character in ways that I cannot even, that I'm so grateful for. It's built my mental toughness. It's built my ability to be a good loser. It's built my ability to be a social person. And so it is only with hindsight, while at the time it was so challenging as a young 6-year-old playing golf for a good 20 years of my life, a competitive golf. Right now, I know how much of a positive effect it's had on my life, and not only in my personal life, but even in my business life. And And so the thing about challenges and pain and adversity is that it's very important to look at it from a point of view of perspective. And time is a beautiful way to make these situations, to make you realize the significance of a lot of these situations that you might go through that might be turbulent at that time, but will teach you such meaningful lessons. In the business world, I remember that just freshly graduated from university, I was so adamant about setting up a marketing department at METL because we didn't have one. And I remember, the whole process of being a young leader, being a young hijabi leader who, was working among so many men. And having to, being taken seriously in that way, setting up a department from fresh, recruiting people, recruiting team members, that would sort of have the same vision and mission as me. It was very challenging, and throughout the 10 years of my career, I faced so many challenges within the business world. However, I feel they've all sculpted me to become such a better leader now, and to add more value to my team and add more value to the people around me. And in my personal life, in the last couple of years, going through a terrible divorce, to having my brother go missing, to losing one of my best friends. These are all things that I'm sure people can relate to, especially in a situation right now that we're in with COVID breaking out. People have lost loved ones. People have suffered so much financially with their mental health. So adversity and pain and challenges are so part and parcel of life. And so the question is, how do you build a sense of resilience in order to overcome and to beat, and not only beat, but to become the best version you can be out of all these challenges and this pain that we're currently going through. So I'm going to share with you a few lessons that I've learned along the way that have helped me with the adversity that I've gone through my life. So the first, change the narrative. So human beings are very prone to focus on the negative. So basically, whether it is a problem that we're going through at work or a situation that we're going through at home, we tend to focus on the negative aspect of it. And I know it's very difficult at that time, for someone to tell you, oh, just change your mindset. But there are ways in which you can sort of look at the situation in a different way. And one of the things that has helped me so much is to journal things down. By journaling it down, you're able to write down your thoughts, and you're able to really open up and really think through what you're feeling and put it down on paper. And this kind of is an energy conversion from yourself to now it's on paper. So it kind of gives you a sense of relief. Another very significant thing about changing the narrative is also being kind to yourself. I think a lot of times, we're so cruel in the way that we speak to ourselves. We use such negative words. And it's so important to make sure that when we're talking to ourselves, it's like we're talking to our best friend. We would not be saying a lot of the things, to our best friends that we currently say to ourselves. So make sure that you're very conscious of the way that you're speaking to yourself. So whatever it is that you're doing, just keep moving, because the minute you stop, the momentum in your body will stop. But you have to just keep moving, even if it's just small steps every single day. Thirdly, and most importantly, I know I said you have to keep moving, but you have to also slow down. Living your life on autopilot without a sense of reflection, without being able to really think about your life and where you want to go is not ideal. So make sure you slow down. Make sure that you are enjoying parts of your life, that you are, if it's just sitting by the ocean, if it is spending time with your family, value the relationships around you. I remember that, a lot of people who go through, when I mentor a lot of youth, and they tell me that it is during the hardest time that the support system comes to help them. And you build support systems through relationships. I think we're living in a world that's becoming so isolated, and we no longer ask each other how you're doing, and we're so consumed with our own lives. So take this opportunity to really self-reflect on where you are in your life, who you are, who you want to become, but also reflect on the relationships around you and how you can be a kinder person to another human being. Fake it until you believe it. So in the midst of trauma, the more you tell yourself you can do something, the more you can. It's just mere science. So, even on the days when sometimes I feel like I can't do something and I feel like I can't achieve something, I keep talking to myself and I tell myself, no, I've gone through this hurdle, but I made it, and a lot of us, we forget the kind of power we have. We forget that we've already gone through so many challenges and we've beat these challenges, so make sure that you are constantly have this belief that you can get through difficult times. And by constantly speaking to yourself, by keeping a list of things that you're grateful for, by keeping a list of things that you've achieved, these are amazing ways to kind of build the resilience within you. To go through whatever challenge you're going through at the moment. So I remember during one of the most difficult times in my life, talking about faking it until you believe it. I would basically dress up and go into meetings and talk about, having a sense of confidence, when I didn't really have any confidence. I would talk about, how to be resilient in the face of adversity to, a lot of youth when I didn't have a sense of resilience. And so I would still go up there and do it. And I don't believe it was being fake. I believe it was self-talk. I did it so much and I did it so often that I started believing in myself again. So even if it's so difficult, just get up, dress up, show up, and do the things you said you were going to do, because it's going to teach your brain that you are able and capable of doing it. And what's going to end up happening is that before you know it, you're going to start believing that you're able to do all these things. This is a very, very important one. In the midst of pain and trauma, we have to tell our brain what to think and believe, because pain has a way of crippling you. It has a way of making you bitter and unkind. And so, make sure that you stay authentic to yourself and that you remain kind to yourself and you forgive yourself, but you also remain kind and forgiving to other people. And lastly, and most importantly, find a purpose that is bigger than your pain. During the most difficult times, I knew that it wasn't just all about me. It was something bigger than me. I knew people were watching me. I knew people were relying on me. It wasn't just a sense of selfishness. And I had to make sure that I would show up and I would continue, because my life was just not about me. Because when life is just about you, it's going to crush you, because you're going to hit things in life. They're much bigger than you and they're tough. And so always make sure that your purpose is much bigger than yourself. I hope these tips were really helpful and these lessons were helpful to you. And while I know things are difficult right now for each and every one of you, you're all going through your own set of challenges and troubles. I believe that you will get through this. I know for a fact that you will get through this. And I wish you all the best.
You may get positive voices.
Welcome back. MashaAllah, Fatima Devji. I had so many comments, people saying, wow, it's great to hear from Fatima Devji. You did an awesome job. You really said some points that resonated and truly we could relate to. Fatima, thank you for doing what you're doing. Keep up the good work. And, as we said, we will have an award in your name. And we are so proud to announce this award to a very deserving individual. So without further delay, the Fatima Devji Award goes to another Torontonian, Sister Fatima Kimji. Salawat.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
So what do we know about Fatima Kimji?
You know, Shabniz, when you were suggesting Fatima for this award, and you know, all the names that you see here, definitely we have had to reach out to some people to ask them to nominate and to be nominated,
right?
Because we've had to, you know, search for talent in our community. We had to look for people that we thought, you know, a person like Fatima Kimji, you often see her at madrasa and you think that's all she does. One of the things you see is that, you know, that she and her husband host the visiting zakirs. They stay at their home. We think that's all they do. But when we look at her biography, it's really mind-blowing. Fatima Kimji is not just the person who has once been a vice principal of madrasa or trains us all on how to use the Zoom app, etc. Fatima Kimji is an expert in IT and information service. She's led several teams, successful projects enrolled such as director and transaction projects such as these are all hard words for me. I don't even know what they mean. Management services at Sun Life, financial aid, portfolio manager at IBM Canada Limited, attained the project management professional PMP and coaching certifications. And now she's pursuing agile and design thinking badges. Girl, I don't know what that means, but you do you. All right.
And one of the things, Sharoz, we have seen about Fatima is she's always ready to help. If you're stuck with technology, she will handhold you to show you how to do it.
And she's taught at Al Hadi Madrasa. Right. She's been the vice principal for 2 terms. That's not a joke, because our madrasa has about 500-600 students. I think that was a few years ago when I was ahead of it. Conducting workshops on topics such as office tools, STEM, and look at this one, Shabniz. When I was reading it, I had to read it a few times. She's done workshops on topics such as office tools, STEM, and or design thinking in Toronto, Lucknow, Mumbai, Mombasa, and Zanzibar. Hello, I thought only Zakir has traveled to talk about God in these cities, but you've talked about, I mean, these are like the IT capitals of the world, some of these, and she's presented there. She's also launched a chai and chat program for senior males to help during the lockdown.
Yes, that was recently.
And then she did something what you do with that, Shabniz.
Oh, the big bike ride. And she does, she's an avid supporter. And we thank Fatima for doing all that you do, Fatima. Really, truly, you're an asset to the community. And we are so proud of you.
She helps at the Jaffrey Community Center, United Muslim Women of Canada, book, food bank activities, etc., etc., etc. So, you know what? It doesn't end, mashallah. Our women are mind-blowing. And when we get an opportunity, we want to read some of the comments we're getting from around the world. But I'll take it over to you to talk about another amazing woman in our community.
Definitely, Femida Jagani. And when you see her video, the next video on Aroma Fem, you will know why I say this. This woman is a real entrepreneur. She started her business at home, and she also did a lot of, so I think that
wait, that's the wrong slide.
Yes.
Oops, we gave away an award before. That's okay. We could give out the award while we're waiting for the video to come on.
No.
We just gave out an award by mistake before time. What do you want us to do, crew? You tell us.
Yes, we are ready. So I was talking about
aroma, fragrance.
Yes,
go ahead.
I was talking about Femida Jagani and how she was the second person that supported me. First was Rashida Dala from the Rashida Realty and Remax Realty, and now Aroma Fam. What do I know?
Sorry, Shabniz. I must say the person who supported us was the Toronto Jamaat and Nasimco.
Definitely.
And Huis Hussein. But when we reached out for money, the first person that we reached out to was Rashida and then Femida, and they didn't say no.
That's right.
They gave us, mashallah, the most.
Alhamdulillah. And you know what? That got us to this day. And I'm really proud of what Femida does in her business. Aroma Fam, we know, specializes in quality organic aromatherapy skincare products. oud fragrance products, and rosary vegan and cruelty-free products. Mashallah, this is one of the things I really got from her recently was a hand sanitizer in the fragrance of oud. It was really interesting. So keep up the good work and let's watch her clip.
And I am the owner of AromaFem products. Many people have had a lot of questions about the winter skincare routine because in winter our skin gets very dry and it gets very dehydrated. So it's important to take care of your skin to make it supple and soft and glowing. I have a lot of questions when people say, "Oh, Famida, we don't have time, and all this takes time." But trust me, it only takes 5 minutes, and it's so important to take care of your skin. As people talk about mental health, but I feel that your skincare, you see your face every day in the mirror. And when you take care of your skin, your image, when you see it every day, it gives you confidence. So just spend a little bit time, just 5 minutes. Initially, it might take long, but trust me, even 5 minutes is a lot. And I have questions people ask me, for what age? So basically, my products are safe for all age. Okay, they are vegan, they are paraben free, they are cruelty free. It's all made by 100% essential oils. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact me. 647-296-0515. Our Instagram page is at AromaFem. We also have Facebook. We have a website at www.aromafem.com. We also ship overseas with UK, with US. So do not hesitate to contact me. And if you have any questions regarding the products or the skin, I'm always available. Again, my name is Famida Chakani. Stay safe and enjoy the products.
Mashallah, that was a great clip of all the products that Famida Jagani specializes through Aurora Fam. And Zakira Shairoz, today being we are honoring Bibi Fatima Salamullahi alayha's Viladat, I thought, what, we definitely need to really talk about how she is a role model for all of us.
It's a great segue, Shabniz, because we've been saying the word Fatima quite a few times. So many ladies whose names were Fatima in the last few minutes. And even as you'll see, so many Fatimas in our community.
True, mashallah.
And actually, the sixth Imam, Imam Jafar Sadiq alayhi salam, when somebody asked him, Ya Mawla, what should I name my daughter? I have a baby that's been born in the family. He said that name her Fatima. And he said, that's the best name you can give to your daughter. And he said then that now that you've named her Fatima, treat her with utmost respect, because her name should remind you of the Lady of Light. Never speak to her with a raised voice. It's such a beautiful way for us to remember that we have to respect our Bibi alayha salam. And today when we've looked at these amazing women in our community, and we want to talk about the spirituality aspect of this conference. This is about women in leadership, the spirit of women in leadership. What is that spirit? What is this inside power that makes us female leaders?
Mashallah.
I would challenge us all to realize that, what? This is not just because we're educated or because our parents brought us up really well or someone really pushed us forward. The actual spirit of all of this is none other than the daughter of the Holy Prophet of Islam, Muhammad Mustafa sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. And I say, I don't say this lightly. As a woman who has traveled the world to speak about Islam, as a woman who has often spoken in large gatherings, I have a lot of people who come and speak to me. And I remember when I spoke in Leicester, and in the julus that we do, there are always huge gatherings, and there's always males speaking, and it's always the men at the front. We women are at the back. But the Leicester Jamaat, I must thank them because they had me as the speaker at that procession. And while I was speaking, a reporter with a camera came, like he just kept taking pictures of me, and he was in the frame everywhere. There's pictures of me speaking, but he was right there. He was everywhere. It was right near me. Afterwards, he came to me, and this was a reporter from the BBC, And he said to me, I'm sorry, I have seen so many people speak from all over the world, but what I've never seen a Muslim woman speak. And I realized at that moment that it didn't even matter what I was saying. I had done something simply by being a female in hijab and being at the podium. The half of the work, or probably 90% of the work, is right there. But after that, when you do speak and you are doing amazing things and you're doing something for your community, and that identity of Bibi Fatima alayhi salam, where she was known for her chadar. We call this the chadar Fatima di, chadar Zainab. Her daughter was known by this veil. Bibi has shown us that you can do anything. You can go and advocate for your rights in a company of men, whether it was Bibi Fatima alayhi salam who had to do that, whether Bibi Zainab who was in chains and who was a captive, that you can be the respected daughter of the Holy Prophet and come where people looked at you with respect and tell them that what you're doing is wrong. And yet, even if you are the most oppressed woman, you can still speak as if you are the most powerful woman in the world, because women are power and women empower. And this conference has taught us, as my sister and I have worked together, that female power, sister power, and our team made of women, the women we showed to the world are women, powerful women. Us who are empowered gave empowerment to other women. And when that BBC reporter said to me, how do you do this? Like, with all these people and the way you're speaking, and I've never seen a Muslim woman speak. Like, are you allowed to speak? I thought, you're not allowed to. And I was thinking, well, BBC reporter should know much more than that about Muslim women. But all right, I'll educate you. I said to him, yeah, I could say my parents gave me, a great education. I can say yes, and that's all of that. My father was my biggest, the great man behind me. With everything that I was before my dad passed away is what he gave me, and my husband as well. After my dad passed away, when I got married, my husband gave me that voice in the world. He allowed is often the wrong word we use. He empowered me by being that strength behind me. But I said to him that it's because this religion of mine gives me a voice. And it is Bibi Fatima alayhi salam who showed me that first time when she spoke in the darbar. But even before that, when women would come to her asking her a million questions, and one daughter actually apologized to Bibi Fatima alayhi salam. She said, I'm sorry, my mom's giving you so much zahmat. She's giving you too much trouble. She's asking you so many questions. And I know we're tiring you out. Bibi alayhi salam answered in a very interesting way. She said, if somebody tells you that if you carry this heavy load up a very high mountain, but you're going to get a lot of reward for it, would you do it? And the lady's like, of course. Bibi said, then this is what I live for. This is why I do it. Don't worry about the effort this is taking. Don't worry about me looking exhausted, because I'm getting a lot for this. And the women that we've heard today, and we will continue to hear after the break when we stop for Salah in Toronto, is that, and please don't go away. Stay right there, because we have some amazing speakers who will share their amazing stories with you. But what is important to understand here is that these ladies have walked in the footsteps of Bibi Fatima alayhi salam. And they've understood, whether it was in charity, whether it was serving the community, whether it was even in their career and being breadwinners. Some of these women are the main breadwinners in their community. And so they have held up the fort. Some of these are daughters where in the world, in any community, don't just think that it's us, East Indian or South Asian or even Oriental. No, the whole world prays, I wish that you will have a son. They'll often say the family name. And these women have shown us that, like Bibi Fatima alayhi salam, who was the Kawthar, she was that fountain for the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That 11 imams came after her, and she was married to an imam as well. She was the daughter of the Prophet, showing that the lineage goes through a woman, and a woman can hold up the fort. And like Imam Hussein alayhi salam, when he leaves and says to Zainab, you are now the alamdar, you are now the flag bearer, because Abbas has been martyred, Zainab holds up that flag showing that women can hold up the family name. Instead, you know what? Women can hold up the name of Islam. Women can be the only one
mashallah.
alive and save the imam of the time from a burning tent. That is what a woman can do. So the spirit of a woman comes from Bibi Fatima alayhi salam. And don't let anyone tell you anything different. And those who are named Fatima wear that name as a badge, because that's how people know that this is a Muslim. And mashallah, there are also churches named in the Lady Fatima name, which they equate with perhaps Bibi Maryam, and but she's definitely a heavenly lady, and there's a history behind it. You know what? We are so blessed to have role models like Bibi alayhi salam and role models like the ladies here today that we have showcased. And we will be honest with you, we've had to call some of these ladies to tell them, please tell us how great you are so we can tell others. And they couldn't put a bio together. I will tell the truth that I have had to go on the internet and make bios for a lot of these ladies. I've had to write their biography for them. A lot of them, Shamniz and I would be lamenting the fact that, they're not presenting themselves the way they should. We know something about them, and we've had to bring that out in them. We've had to tell them, get someone to nominate you, and they're saying, who will nominate you? And then next year, who will nominate me? And then 10 women did nominate them, and 10 men, and 20, professors, and this, that, and the other. Don't undermine yourself, like we just heard the really inspiring Fatima Devji. Did you know? Don't use this negative terminology on yourself. And I'll say one thing here. Don't bring another woman down. Because Bibi Fatima alayhi salam did not do that. She went to the women of Medina and she told them, bring your men up. Encourage them, give them hidayat. For they were the ones who gave that bayat. You remind them, you be the great woman behind that man who can bring Islam to its proper position. But when they didn't do that, Bibi was upset with them, telling them with her revolutionary tears. Don't think those tears are weak, ladies. When you feel things, these women who have done these amazing philanthropic organizations, you know why they did it? Because they felt it. They cried for that child on the screen that had that, big belly, because it was a child. He was a child that was dehydrated. These women have felt the pain of the widows and the domestic abused women and the women who have no money. And they've said, let me help you make a business, put a business together. You know what's amazing? Women can do positive things, yet some women, they choose to criticize. They choose to judge. I want to thank the 99% women. I don't know. There might be a 1% who's going to be a hater or a criticizer. I haven't seen any one yet. But, I won't use a statistic without, just giving that 1%. Everyone here is saying, not only are you sisters great, they're also thanking us. They're saying you should get an award. They're also saying these women are amazing. They're saying, how can we learn from them? They're saying, how can we get used to, and we're giving you an opportunity to mentor. As the program goes, we'll show you that there are mentorship programs that we're giving through the Spirit of Will. Remember, this is not a conference. Let's not call it that anymore. This is Shamniz, what is it? A movement. It is a movement. And this movement is, like Dr. Amir Lakha said to us, and he made us cry because he said, the community, a lot of people try to break the community. Right. They break people, they break homes, they break relatives, they break people's inspiring feeling and motivation to serve. You guys have brought the world together. You made this a global conference, and that you've tried to not only showcase talents of amazing women in the Khoja community, but there are Pakistani, there are Irani, there are Afghani. You will see the names as they come up on the screen. There are Lebanese ladies. There are lots of ladies from all over the world. And also, ageism is not an issue. We have our youngest one who's 16, and the oldest one is about 90, I think. 90, that's so, right. So, mashallah. And also, one more thing I'd like to add. Shamniz and I have worked very hard to be very ethical and very sincere, because Shamniz and I have grown up as veteran volunteers of the community. I don't think there's anything we haven't done, alhamdulillah, and God bless our mother and our father for bringing us properly up. And what we have learned, Shamniz, is that yes, the community can, God forbid, bring you down. They can
Yes,
hate
but
you.
you know what
They
I
can
have seen?
make it hard for you. But, and we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. So please let me, because I've always said great things and positive things, and this is also positive. Don't be a woman who brings a woman down. And the reason Shamneez and I wanted to give a prize and an award to some women, and we called them up because we said, we've never seen them get an award.
Yes.
But when we looked at their bio, we realized the mainstream community did give them an award. Unfortunately, their own community didn't, whichever community they were in the world.
But you know, one of the things, Shairoz, alhamdulillah, whenever we have selected the panelists and whenever we have looked at these women, one of the things, as you said, these are all role model women that are in hijab. These are the women that are pursuing careers in hijab, but are also doing community work. They're giving back to their community.
We chose them because they're well-rounded individuals.
Exactly. They are full-rounded women. And these are women that are actually being the perfect role model. And, you know, we have seen in our lives that when you give, your reward is in the hereafter.
Yes, and the reward is in the hereafter. But if in this world, you have not allowed a woman to grow, if you have not allowed a woman to get the award she deserves, if you did not allow a woman the platform she deserves, and you did not allow her to speak, you did not allow her to recite in the mosque, and there are thousands of people like that.
And one thing
don't be that person. We today want to be a role model, Shabneez. You know, we really want to be role models that we have empowered women.
You know
Inshallah.
what, alhamdulillah, this mashallah, you know, is a way that we are doing it. And, you know, it takes a big heart to applaud somebody.
So if you see anybody get an award and you say, hey, I was better than her, how come she had got it? Stop it right now. That negative thinking. And say, Allah, if you gave to her, you can give to me too.
Alhamdulillah. And one of the things, Shairoz, you know, and Zakira Shairoz, and I always try to correct myself, even though you are 10 years younger than me, that Zakira Shairoz, because when you do zikr of Imam Hussein, when you are doing what you're doing in spreading the word of Islam, you deserve that respect, and you know, and you deserve that platform, because mashallah, subhanahu wa ta'ala has given you the ability to spread the message, and also you do it so eloquently, alhamdulillah.
You know,
and one of the things
you're
I
going to tell us
must,
some of these nice comments that we're getting, because we really want to
and
hear
I really
these.
wanted to share one of the comments I want to share, the first one, which I thought was hilarious.
Okay, tell us.
Because I don't know if everybody knows, but our mom is known as Shirin SS, and Shairoz and myself are both with the initial S names. And this lady, Nishad Hedari, wrote SS ki SS Jori. So that was thank you, Nishad,
The
for
new
sharing.
SS, wow, Shabneez, I love it. Thank you, Nishad, for naming us this.
Another
maa ka naam roshan kiya. This is
Mashallah,
amazing. Thank
mashallah.
you.
So another thing is Naseem Ali Bhai wrote, because she wanted to mention this about Zora Rajpar, is that Zora Rajpar is not only a very dedicated and integral volunteer, but an amazing person who gets up to help whoever and whenever it's needed. Mashallah, you know, Zora, you really walk the talk, alhamdulillah. Sukaina in Zainab Rasul wrote, mashallah, great program. We are enjoying every minute of it. Then there was another one from Sister Masuma Dirani, and she wrote, salams, very good. You and Shairoz are my role models. Keep up the good work. You have done a lot of work for women out here. Kudos to you and your mom who made you like that.
Absolutely.
Alhamdulillah.
Thank you, Mom.
There's
Hello,
another
Mom.
one from Sister Razia Alu Jafar. This one I must share also, because she has been constantly giving me very positive feedback. Thank you, Razia Bai. And Razia Jafar says, Alu, Shabneez and Shairoz, what an amazing idea.
Thank you.
You're giving platform and showcasing women of the world. You are doing a phenomenal presentation. Keep up the good work. Alhamdulillah, mashallah.
You know, Shamneez, when we spent months and months working on this, and I'll tell you one thing, never once have I hated what we were doing. In fact, our event manager was saying, what am I going to do after this is done? This has been the most fulfilling work that we've done. I think, you know, I've enjoyed the most calling people and saying we are going to give you an award or a
And
scholarship.
this one is even a nicer one. It comes from Sister Hosna Ahmad Zai Somji. And what she writes, thank you so much for today's program. It is wonderful to see so many strong and successful women within the community who are balancing so many important things in life.
Absolutely.
Breaking all the stereotypes within the society. It's a
Mashallah.
great inspiration to many.
You know what, Shamniz, there are so many comments and such amazing ones, and I can't thank you enough, because it takes heart to write things down.
Yes.
It takes heart to say to someone, you look nice, you speak well, I love you. You know, and the female love that we're getting here is so liberating, because often we women often are our biggest critics. We tell each other, oh, you've gained weight. Oh, how come you're this? How come your children are like this? How come your house is a mess? But when you tell a woman, I want to be you,
yes,
you have given her the inspiration to continue.
Right.
And as we just in the last few minutes before we go to break, and by the way, this was our session on leadership and spirituality, and that's why I've been talking a lot. So if you're ever wondering why Zakir Ashar is talking so much, this was a session that we kind of cleverly dressed up so that it was not going to be
Definitely,
just me speaking. But I want to end with one very important a memory in the last few minutes that we have before we're going to stop for prayers for only 10 minutes. But the program will continue going. People in Toronto,
worldwide.
People in Toronto, you please go and pray. And those who are, because we're breaking in 10 minutes for Salah, right on time, inshallah, in the tradition of the Jafri Islamic Center, that always all mics turn off everything. As well, another thing, that the people who don't have Salah in their part of the world, for you, we will continue to show you things. So you don't have to leave the screen.
Right.
All right. Please do stay tuned, because the moments that you have all been waiting for are coming after Salah. Okay.
Yes.
I'm not going to say what it is exactly, because it's supposed to be a secret.
Yes. And we
But
have a few more minutes before, because namaz is at 12:32 Toronto time.
I have a few minutes, and I want to, mashallah, we still have a lot of time. Alhamdulillah, Allah, thank you. Because I want to share with you an important story. And that is that when I, in Stockholm, in Sweden, a lot of you have seen on my Facebook page that profile picture that you see of lots of people. And I'm speaking at this podium. And, you know, there were people actually protecting me, because I was in a position where I was like speaking in thousands. Some of the estimates are that it was 10,000 people, because it was downtown Stockholm. And people, when I was looking up, and there's a picture when you see me looking up at, there's a building of, glass building, and there were all the non-Muslims were looking out and seeing this. The scene that I saw, Shabniz, I cannot tell you the view. Wherever I turned, there were people. And then I saw all the ulama, all of them in their abba and in their amama. They were all standing there. They were all looking at me. And I swear to you, I felt guilty at that time. I was like, they should be up here. They should be up here. Who am I to be up here? But in their eyes, I saw pride. In their eyes, I saw love. They were smiling. When I looked across thousands of people, and there were literally 10,000 people, it was a 3-layered, I think, I thought to myself, it doesn't get any better than this. I'm on top of the world, but it did get better, Shamniz, because then eventually I spoke in the haram of Imam Ali alayhi salam, live programs every day. I was the first female ever to be able to speak from inside the haram. It was for Safir TV. And so all these things have happened, and I say it can't get any better. And as an aside, I want to say to you that once someone called on a talk show where I was speaking. It was on Hidayat TV. And he said that I had always heard a hadith Qudsi that tum mera naam roshan karo, Allah says, main tumhara naam roshan karunga.
Alhamdulillah.
He said that I've seen this story of you, Zakira Shairoz, that all you did was talk about God. You wore hijab at 22. All you did was talk about God. You didn't even get a chance to go to Hausa, etc. But you still wanted to talk about God so much that in spite of the obstacles, in spite of the people who didn't let you speak, who thought you were too young, not informed enough, not this, not that, that you know what you did, Zakir Shairoz? You kept talking about God, and Allah, when He gave you fame, made that promise true when He said, "Tum mera naam roshan karo." You make my name known in the world, and I will make your name known in the world. These women that we've showcased today, and we will continue to throughout our program, as Shamniz had just pointed out, they have been also active in the community. You've got to do both. You got to be the best lawyer, the best corporate leader, the best everything in your academic field. Do it, because knowledge is power, and seek knowledge even if you have to go all the way to China. But right now, let's not go there. And the other thing though here is that, but don't leave your deen. Dunya bhi ho or deen bhi ho. You've got to do it both. And we chose these women because they are exemplary and they have shown the world that I can do it all, but I will never leave my faith. That you will know my name in the mosque and you won't even know what I do over there outside where I am well known out there. And so when I was in Stockholm and I saw all those thousands of people, you know who I was searching for, Shamniz? I was searching for Mummy in the audience. And she was far away. I knew she was sitting somewhere. She was a speck. But I looked at her and I realized behind every great woman, there is a greater woman.
Yes.
And if we are, maybe even more educated than our moms, never think that your mom is less than you because she brought up a doctor. She brought up a lawyer. She brought up a spoken word artist. Remember, she gave you also your genes. If you're gorgeous, it's because your mom gave you those genes. Okay, maybe your dad too. But anyway, what I want to say here is that as I was in front of the people, and I just want to share that last moment, and then we'll take some of the questions that are being texted to us and the comments. That a man was brought from the back of the hall, and he couldn't. It wasn't a hall; it was an outdoor event. There were 10,000 people there. And he could barely walk. And he was a very, as we say, zaif person. He was an elderly person, probably in his 90s, I would say. I would say he was not even younger than that. And he couldn't speak English. He could probably speak Swedish. And also he was speaking in Arabic and Farsi. When that translator brought him, the man was crying. This uncle, this elderly uncle, may Allah give him a long life. I pray he's still alive. He said to me, that from my childhood, I had heard about the fact that Bibi Zainab alayhi salam spoke in front of a large crowd on the streets of Kufa and Sham. And I used to wonder how the men could hear a female voice. Then they also said that when she spoke, they said we felt like it was Ali talking. But Ali was a male voice. So I used to always wonder, how does that happen? Today, when I saw a woman like you, a very short woman, 5 feet tall, and when you spoke, your voice went across and it felt like a man was talking, yet it was a female voice. Because you spoke with passion, power, and you talked about God. And you talked about Bibi Zainab, and you talked about her footsteps. And he said, I'm crying because I'm glad I didn't die before I saw a moment when a woman is speaking in front of a crowd of men about Hussein. And he said to me, what can I buy you? He said, I have big hotels in Karbala. Can I keep you there in any of my hotel? And he gave his card to the person who was beside me, my host. He said, take her to any shop here and buy her whatever you want. And then he said, you know what? And he looked in his pocket. All he had was a sajdagah. He said, right now, I have only this for you. And he gave it to me. And the countless times I've gone to Karbala after that, he gave me the duas. When I went to Qum, we went on TV with some of the highest scholars. I went on TV in Qum who were doing their PhDs and who had translated books and stuff. And they said to me that, you did all these things. Do people criticize you? I say, yeah, often they say to me, shouldn't you be home with your husband and kids? They say to me, why are you, not, you travel so much, your poor children, your poor husband. And I'm thinking, first of all, it's my husband who's empowered me to do so, and my family. But second, if I had traveled for my job and I was making millions, maybe it would have been okay. But because I do it for Islam, you can criticize me, but also my Sharia gives me this. And then these ladies who are in Qum, who are doing their PhDs, they said that Aga Sistani has said that if a woman gets to choose between staying home and taking care of the kids, and if it's a choice for her that she can do something else, which is go out there and do tabligh, Aga Sistani is saying, choose the tabligh option. Go out there, because in this era of Islamophobia, this era of haters of the Shia faith, haters of women, everything is hate, hate, hate. Only women can do what women can do. The things that I've said outside the White House, I don't think the men could have said it. Perhaps they would have been arrested, perhaps. But Allah gives us women this ability to say it diplomatically, beautifully, and strongly. Shamniz, tell us what people are saying about the amazing women that we've heard from
Well,
today.
I think that, you know what, they're very inspired by what you had to say about a woman, but there are a few
Alhamdulillah.
questions. I like a couple of them, which I'm going to share. The other ones, as they come in, I will share. What part does faith have in resilience? How to tolerate the partner in respectable way if he is not good mannered? Okay. What are some quick strategies we can implement in daily practices to increase our resilience in the many roles as we have as women? So do you want to take any of those? There is another one that I wanted to share a couple of good ones too, that comments that have just come in. Sister Irshad Mir writes, Alhamdulillah, mashallah, enjoying the presentation with my 2-year-old granddaughter. And it's great to see you two sisters. Very inspiring and powerful conference and beautiful program. Another one that we got, it says, mashallah, amazing presentation. What a great encouragement to the leaders of the world. Hats off to you and Zakira Shairoz. You both are great inspiration. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect you both. That was from Sister Tahira Datu. So, mashallah, great messages we are getting. A lot of good feedback.
And also, as Karmali, who's saying that, please, there was an error. I did not start the children's charity. I nominated someone else who did, who is Fatima Molu. If you could include a correction at some point, I would be grateful. And this is what we women do. We don't take credit for other people. You know, often people say it's a man's world, got to be what the men do. And I'm not saying all men do that, but sometimes, you know, in a man's world, you learn to be quite aggressive. These are the wonderful women who say, hey, look, it's not me, it's someone else. Please say it out loud. I love you, Shanaz.
But you know, Shaira is talking about the men. We've had full engagement from both genders, and we have had participation from youth.
Yeah,
so this is a conference.
And non-Muslims too.
Exactly. And as Fatima Kamalia said, this is a movement, you know, this is powerful. You know, definitely this is something that
Dr. Laka who said it. There was a movement.
Exactly,
Else
he said it too. And I also, you know, want to applaud the Baraza group, Brother Sheni Dungarsi and his team. The support we got from their group, making sure that the men were participating. Brother Yusuf Sivji, of course, Dr. Amir Laka that you said, he was so much right up in the forefront, really helping us in all this.
And
So
we also have a comment coming up that Salam's very good job. You and Shairoz, you're doing, you are my role models. And to see that you can do a lot of work being a woman, kudos to you and your mom who made you like that. And you know, Shabniz, when we called the, it was, is it Doctor who's his name? Walji? He's doctor, right?
Yes.
Sorry, Dr. Saab, that if I couldn't remember that you were PhD. Dr. Hasnain Walji said to us when we told him, you know, Dr. Saab, we're doing all these amazing things, like we're doing the speech conference. Can you please speak also? And he said to me, for us, first of all, wait a minute. Where do you girls get that time to do what you're doing?
Alhamdulillah.
And that was the biggest compliment, because women can have it all and do it all.
Yes.
And here someone's saying that Shabniz, we've worked together in a lot of different groups, including in the JCC executive and social teams.
Wow,
you
yes.
are also, Shabniz, a Wonder Woman.
Oh,
so this award that says Wonder Woman, that is my name, Shabs, you can have it.
Thank
Fine.
you.
Who is team leader and doing an enormous job with your organized and positive way? That's true. Shabniz is very organized.
But you know, when you say that, I wanted to
And this is from Naseem Ali Bhai. Yes.
Naseem Ali Bhai. Thank you, Naseem Bhai, Ali Bhai. So what I wanted to also add at this junction is, before we break for Salat, is that over the years when I've been a chairlady of ISIJ, I've enjoyed working with all kinds of women. But I always used to say that our pioneers really did set up the journey for us, and it was easier for us as we came in and we did our part. And there's some great pioneers, and hopefully when we have one of another conferences, as Zakira Shairo says, maybe we just do a chair lady panel, you know, because there are some valuable information and experience of these chair ladies that we wanted to cover. A few of them actually did send in some information. Zinat Lada,
that's
you
Lily
had
Lada, also known as
Zinat Lily Lada. Then you had Azra Rahim.
We had Zareen Sajan.
Zareen Sajan.
And you know what, Shabniz, often we're
Alhamdulillah.
afraid to drop names like this because we're
Yes.
thinking, oh, if we leave out some people, we'll get in
Yes.
trouble, so let's not mention anybody.
Yes.
That's not how it works.
But you know, when
Sometimes
somebody takes the
mention
time,
somebody because Allah has
exactly.
inspired you to give that person. Life is short, as we've seen in this pandemic.
Right.
And you know, the kind of things we say about people who've died. We say, oh my God, they did this, they did that. Did we say that when they were alive?
No.
Did we give them an award when they were
But,
alive?
you
Did
know,
we say
Shairoz,
awesome work? Today you've all done that. Thank you so much.
Alhamdulillah. And let's do a Surat al-Mubarakat al-Fatiha for all those that have given back to the community, all the marhumins that have done so much for the Shia community, and all those scholars that have left us. May Allah
Al-Fatiha from
subhanahu wa
our
ta'ala
sponsors,
protect
all of
our
them.
shrines, protect our scholars, protect all the Shia scholars out there. Ilahi Ameen. And you know, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala hasten the reappearance of our 12th Imam, Imam Sahibul Asri wa Zaman. Surat al-Mubarakat al-Fatiha. You can take a minute to do that. And you know, another thing, Zakira Shairoz, I had so much fun doing this conference because
It was a
when you're
blast.
doing something for someone else, there's a different kind of peace you get within you. When you look at, as you mentioned, you know, our team of women, only the one male we had, Brother
We
Muntazir
believe in
Jafar.
affirmative action. We kept one
Yes,
man, the
from
token man.
Nasimco.
I always tease him.
Definitely. You know, we women, we empowered each other. We were always there to take ideas. Every Tuesday for the last 3 months, we've been having our meetings, and we have been each and everyone having our input, our voices, you know, making sure that all of us were able to contribute in a way that this is the best Shia Women in
Shabniz,
Leadership
you
Conference.
are so right that as we work with
Alhamdulillah.
fellow women, we
Yes.
were also, you know, very forgiving or understanding when their children came and wanted something to eat and they would leave and they'd come back, or their husbands wanted something, or that they were saying, sorry, I'm really tired, I'm exhausted, I couldn't get the work done. And we were also forgiving because we said, we get you, we get it. And that's why I must keep saying this.
Right.
Be a woman who tells a woman, awesome job. Wow,
Right.
your website, you're this, you're that, instead of saying, that's so disorganized.
Yes.
Oh, you weren't on time. Oh, you left this out. Oh, how come the sound wasn't working? How come the Wi-Fi? What's with the lag? You know what? Stop being negative.
And you know what? There is a lot of accountability and a lot of responsibility when you're doing something live, right? Because you have the greater audience that can pick up on little things. But Alhamdulillah, I must say that let's have a salawat for all those attendees out there and the 2,000, 3,000 people, mashallah, that have been sending such positive feedback and have really empowered us, Shairoz.
Shubs, you know, we are in the East Coast, okay? So in the West Coast, when our conference started, it was 4:25 a.m.
My
Okay,
gosh,
so I have a sister from Seattle saying that we're awake since 4 a.m. watching this, waiting for it to go live, and we are not regretting a moment that we were awake this early. Kausar writes, "I've been watching you for 2.5 hours." She wrote this at 10:30. You and Shubs are a good team, and then we've got people saying here, also the Naseem by Walji Pir Muhammad, our Zakira, who has written, she's requested that please read my comment out. So we will do that, and then we'll head out to Salah in a few minutes.
Inshallah.
Dear Sister Zakira, Shairoz Dala, and dear Sister Shabniz, and this is from Birmingham by Sister Naseem Walji Pir Muhammad Zakira. Mashallah, mashallah, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you for your relentless efforts in making this day happen. This is a radiant path and preparation for our awaited Savior, Imam Zamana, Ajjalallahu Ta'ala Farajahum Sharif. You are empowered to empower.
Alhamdulillah.
Lots of love and duas. May Bibi Zahra be super pleased with you all. And if you could read my humble message, please. You are doing awesome. Anwar Tanji, a male uncle from UK, also a very big sponsor of our events. Salams. We extend our heartiest congratulations to Zakira Shairoz and Sister Shabniz to arrange this beautiful conference, and it is highly commendable. amazing. We also highly commend these specialists in their professions who participated to assist our community members and made difference in their services to the vulnerable and in their need of the many who needed it. Anwar Uncle, you're absolutely right. You know, to get 10 minutes of the specialists and these amazing people, it costs money.
Yes.
They all did it for free, all our speakers. And they
Alhamdulillah.
all were so organized that when we asked them to send us their bios, their pictures, to send us their videos,
And
they
so
did it on
patient.
time.
Right.
They showed us that professional women act professionally, whether they're doing it out there or whether they're doing it for an Islamic conference. And
Yes.
that is an inspiration. It's very important for us to
Right.
tell the ladies and the men and the youth who are watching that these women, they're so organized that they showed it even in this. They didn't make us wait
Alhamdulillah.
for anything.
Right.
And,
it is,
mashallah,
it is
mashallah.
important to advocate for our female colleagues. Definitely, it's also very important to boost self-esteem. There is so much we can do, and collectively, we are a stronger force.
And Shabni, sorry, Admar Uncle continues. This is the most successful conference and achievement for hard work. By the way, when we sisters interrupt each other, please don't take it badly. We grew up doing that, right? And we did that with love. In our family, there is no competition. There's no one-upmanship. We love each other so much that we say we're one, a same blood.
Alhamdulillah.
So Uncle says this, and this is our last minute. This is the most successful conference and achievement. Yay!
Alhamdulillah.
For hard work, dedication, and enthusiasm and support received worldwide. We hope this type of conference should continue every year in recognizing our talented, specialized in their fields, and support and share their precious experience and time spent to make difference in the world.
Definitely, stay tuned. There's lots more happening after Salat. Some
Before
great
we
messages.
go for Salah, upload or download, what's the word? The Huva app.
Yes.
When you do that, you come in our database.
Yes.
We don't want to lose you on YouTube. We don't want to lose you anywhere. Come on our app and we will contact you if you want to be a speaker, you want to get an award, you want to get mentored, etc., etc.
Right. So there is
Do
lots
it now.
happening. We have Rehana's cuisine coming up. We have a great
YouTubers.
hijab and dressing for
Hijab
success.
tutorial.
Yes, we are going to have fun. Lots of prizes. The Ziyarat trip land package is still available. So please make sure that you're there
Don't
to
touch
claim
that
it.
channel, whatever
yes,
they say. That
Alhamdulillah.
dial.
Ahsant, and everybody remember us in your duas when you go for your salat. Ahsant.
على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Rihanna's Cuisines. Today I'm going to do a quick video on something that has helped me with my weight loss. It's a very simple recipe. I'm sure a lot of you do it, but sometimes I think we just need an idea or a reminder. This is one of the items. I have more on my YouTube channel. If you want to check my YouTube channel out, I have keto pancakes. I have made with almond milk, low carb. So I thought this would be a really good idea to kind of go over with weight loss. And while this is going to be cooking, I'll talk a little bit about my journey on weight loss. So first thing we're going to do is I'm going to add a good tablespoon of homemade, really good ghee. So I make my own ghee. Again, the video is up on YouTube. You can watch that if you like. Homemade is just something else. You can use premier butter, and the smell of it is amazing. So what I have here is I have about 6 eggs, and no, I'm not going to be eating 6 eggs every day. What I do is it's really easy when you have things on hand. So I do about 6 to 10 eggs at a time. I put it in a bowl, and then what I do is I add whatever I want in it. So we had a really big snowstorm, and so I wasn't able to go get mushrooms, but mushrooms is something that I love, and I thin them up really thinly. Slice the mushrooms really, really thinly. So Once my ghee gets hot, and if I had the mushrooms, I would place the mushrooms first on the frying pan. Let that fry up really nicely. The thinner they are, the tastier they are. Also, very good for you. So once they fry up a little bit, then I add, the mixture of the eggs, and then the bell peppers. You can do celery, and then the way that I'm going to do it today is the way I like to eat it, but I also show you that what I do if I don't have the onions ready, I just chop some up and I'll put that in there. But now that our ghee is a little bit nice and warm, I'm just going to place my onions on the bottom. And I like the onions to get really nice and caramelized. Just adds flavor to the eggs. All right, so we're just gonna leave that in there for a little bit. And we're gonna mix up our eggs. And then let's say if I wasn't doing it this way, then I would add chopped onions in here. This will go in the fridge and probably last me a good week. Something that's really, really helpful too, because kids are home, hubbies are home. So this is something that everybody can make their own breakfast in the morning, because you have this mixture ready in the refrigerator. I think half the times we don't eat healthy is because we don't have stuff ready in the fridge when we're always on the go. So to this, it's up to your taste now what you want to do. I am adding a good amount of lemon pepper. I'm not going to add any salt in there just because Cajun seasoning. So I'm just going to mix this. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some ground beef or chundo inside. I always have chundo in the freezer. I make 25 pounds at a time. I put them in Ziploc bags like this, take out all the air, flatten it out, and then it goes in the freezer. Now, honestly, I have made so many things with this. I even make my chundo pilau with this. So you can see here, as far as the onions are concerned, that they're getting really nice and brown. And I like that it gets a little bit of that caramelization going on. All right, so at this point now, I'm just gonna add the egg mixture right on top of it. I'm not gonna do a very thick layer, but this is probably around 2 eggs. All right, sometimes this is so filling that I don't need to have any bread with it. And sometimes if I really want, I will have like a slice of bread. The bread that I have is I buy if you don't have an Aldi's or anything, it's a multi-grain bread, which is 45 calories. So basically, if you look at it, it's 19 grams of carbs for 2 slices, and I will not have 2 slices. I will only have 1 slice. The other thing while this is cooking that has helped me a lot is you want to do the intermittent fasting. Honestly, I have tried it. I do it. Really helps. So whatever time I go to sleep at night, I'll decide maybe 9, 10 o'clock or maybe 8 o'clock, I'm going to stop eating. You can have tea, you can have water, but then I will probably go until 2 in the afternoon or even 3 sometimes, and then have my breakfast like this. I also like having malai or thick cream with my we'll have a slice of bread, and then I put erythritol. I like using erythritol. I don't use any other sweeteners, but erythritol is really good. If you're looking for even chocolate chips and stuff, Lily's is a very good chocolate chips. I have diabetes, and some other chocolate chips, some other sugars do raise my sugar. Some are really not good for you. So erythritol and Lily's chocolates is what I use all the time. And yeah, so basically that's going to be my 1 meal. And then if I'm super hungry after that, a couple hours after that, I'll try and have like a fruit. But again, with diabetes, you have to be careful what kind of fruit you have. So apple is my go-to. So I have like apple and peanut butter. And then for night, you can have like a good salad, like a hearty salad. You can have a little bit of hummus, because even though hummus and stuff is good for you, but carbs are carbs. And if you're just trying to lose weight, then fine. But if you're diabetic, then be careful of even the good carbs. All right. Then the other thing I kind of wanted to mention, you see how it kind of really got nice? See how it got dry? Just like that. Okay. Now, I like my egg on the bottom really nice and dark. So that will really depend on how you like it. This is exactly like how I like it. Now, I know some of you will be like, oh my God, this is burnt. It depends on preference. And I like to kind of break it a little bit so inside gets cooked really, really well as well. And again, you know, just a friendly reminder that all diets fail. That's what my personal opinion is. I'm not a dietitian, but I have lost over 30 pounds. And whenever I have dieted before, I have always lost. I have always. So it's not, when you're trying, it's eating healthy, it's a lifestyle change. Will have to do, you'll have to admit to yourself that you're gonna change your lifestyle. You're not gonna diet. Dieting is just, you're gonna lose some amount of weight and then you're gonna go back to normal eating. If you wanna do that for like a wedding or stuff, that's fine. But if you're planning to live a healthy life, then obviously introducing a little bit of exercise to your regime, and eating healthy. Just watch what you eat, and that honestly has helped me. Just by being aware of everything, it has really helped me. So I'm just gonna put this on a plate, and I know this was a very simple recipe. I did not have much time for a longer video, but this is something that has honestly taken me to another level with my, and this is not something only for breakfast. You can also have this for dinner if you want. And I like to eat it hot just like that. And then you can add whatever you want on that. And when I say whatever, it doesn't mean ketchup. Ketchup has a lot of sugar in there, and they have the sugar-free one, or not the sugary one, but no added sugar in there that you can have. Yeah, it doesn't have any sugar at all, but I like to add a little bit of the buffalo hot sauce in there. I don't add any more salt, and then you can do pepper if you like. Now this is gonna go in the refrigerator. It's gonna last me a whole week. So but thank you for giving me this opportunity to share a little bit of my lifestyle with you guys. I hope I see you on YouTube very soon.
Spirit of Women in Leadership. Zakira Shai-Rose lectures on Islam at mosques, universities, churches, and interfaith gatherings. She recites majlises in Urdu, English, and Gujarati. Shai-Rose is a published freelance writer, playwright, motivational speaker, and anti-racist educational counselor by profession. She conducts workshops on race and culture sensitivity and often appears on TV program panels and radio talk shows to speak about race relations. Zakira Shai-Rose is a graduate of York University, Toronto, Canada, and holds a bachelor's degree in psychology and sociology and a master's degree in the field of education. She is a puppeteer and has appeared twice a week for 5 years on her TV show, Zakira Shai-Rose and the Puppets, which airs on UK-based TV station Ahl al-Bayt TV. Her puppet show appears regularly on Hidayat TV UK, Ahl al-Bayt Channel UK, Mainstay Foundation Channel, OCN Channel Hyderabad, Nasimco Channel Toronto, and many others. She is a Sana Khan and recites Islamic religious hymns and elegies and has studio recorded 2 albums and traveled internationally to recite milads, marsiyas, and nohas. Shai-Rose is a politician in her Islamic community and has served as an executive counselor for the North American Shia Ithnashri Islamic Community Organizations, also known as NASIMCO, representing Toronto in an organization that exemplifies Shia mosques from around the world. She has also served as World Federation's liaison for North America from the Women's Need Assessment Initiative and has lobbied successfully for the constitutional amendment to grant women the right to cast their own vote in elections at their mosques' congregations and to run for any position, including that of Jamaat president, on the mosque's executive committee. Shabni Sivji, co-chair of Spirit of WIL Women in Leadership. Shabnis is a good example of how a banker or philanthropist is not necessarily a millionaire whose value is measured by their net worth. In Toronto's banking industry, Shabnis has a 38-year tenure with a major chartered bank in Toronto and has held respective management positions in both retail and commercial banking. She is described by her colleagues as a dynamic individual. Shabnis is a well-known humanitarian, recognized for her philanthropic work in which whatever fundraising effort she leads turns to gold. In addition, Shabnis works as a leadership volunteer with several organizations, namely the Heart and Stroke Foundation, where she's been the South Asian ambassador and was also invited to the GTA Heart and Soul Advocacy team. Her role was to lobby local politicians for the Healthy Heart Living. She received several awards and certificates of appreciation from the organizations, including the prestigious Heart and Soul Award. Another such accomplishment Shabnis is very passionate about is supporting the local community hospital. At Mackenzie Health Foundation, she was chair of the major gifts and part of $5 million MRI campaign, and featured in their publication Health Time magazine. Thereafter, Shabnis held a 6-year tenure as an executive board member of the Mackenzie Health Foundation in Richmond Hill, Ontario, where she has continued to fundraise for their new Cordalucci Mackenzie Hospital $250 million campaign. Her mandate is to raise funds for key projects, innovation, and state-of-the-art equipment at the hospital. Another one of her roles is co-chair of Mosaic Interfaith York, where Shabnis can be seen hosting several interfaith programs to a growing audience. It has been a strong link with the greater community, and she is proud to host programs at the Mullah Asghar Memorial Library and Resource Center as marketing representative to include outreach and event planning within the greater community. MARC provides a unique platform for regular programs in our community for Mosaic Interfaith. Charity begins at home. True to these words, Shubneez has not only focused on the greater community, but has played an integral part as a key volunteer for over 30 years at her own mosque, ISIJ of Toronto, Joffrey Community Centre. As chairlady of the ISIJ of Toronto, Shubneez was instrumental in organizing the Jamaat's move from Bayview Centre and setting up the infrastructure of the new Joffrey Community Centre located at 9000 Bathurst Street. From various roles in ladies' subcommittees to an executive member position as recurring 3-time chairlady and now director at large on the executive board as co-chair of the Spirit of Women in Leadership Conference, this project was to focus on women in our community and provide a platform to applaud their achievements. Shubneez has many awards in her office, and when asked about her favorite ones, she says she is proud of the numerous accolades received from the bank, the JIBA Professional Women of the Year Award, the Ontario Volunteer Service Award, but the one that stands out is the Police Citation Award from the year 1983. Yes, that's my favorite one, she says. That was received early in her career when she was an assistant manager in a branch. When there was a hold-up at the teller's desk, Shubneez ran out of the branch, chased the robber for a block, and then grabbed him by the shirt and made a citizen's arrest. Of course, I would never recommend anyone does that, she says with a laugh. Although I received many pats on the back, I was told never to do that again, as a robber could be armed. Thankfully, that was the only act of volunteerism that Shubneez was told to never repeat.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back, especially the Torontonians who just had their salat done. And also for the benefit of those that are tuning in now. We wanted to make sure you had the co-host videos again, so you could hear a little about ourselves. And now we are going to continue for the rest of the afternoon. There's going to be a lot of interesting material to cover. But first of all, we have a video, right, Zakira Shairos? It's from Dr. Amir Lakha.
Dr. Amir Lakha is one of our most precious and kindest and most supportive fathers of the community. If you remember a few years ago, he ran for president for World Federation, but since then he's also done so much more. And he is he's written books. He's also very active on our app, the Huva app. He starts all these discussions, and his videos are always amazing. He always inspires. And when we called him, he's the one who made us feel so great. And then we said, Uncle, thank you, but we also need money. And he was like, how much do you need? Like a father. We're like, we want this much. He's like, done. Alhamdulillah. May Allah keep him alive, give him a long life, and give him lots of money so that he can keep sponsoring events like these.
Alhamdulillah.
Shall we say roll tape? And we are about to show this awesome video by our very own.
With the vision of setting up this forum, Women in Leadership Conference, which is the first of its kind. There are high hopes from this forum in achieving social, spiritual, and economic progress. In the 1970s, when writing the first edition of my book, Heads You Win, Tails You Win, I wrote, a woman is a heavenly flower created by God to be loved and respected. And the best role in a woman's life is that of the mother. At that time, mostly women were in charge of domestic chores. In the 1990s, more women were highly educated, earning high income, were independent-minded, and proving their competence in various fields, including their chosen career. The roles of men and women were more similar than different. My next edition portrays a picture of women demonstrating their abilities in leadership. Internationally, women have proved to be excellent leaders with tremendous progress achieved under their watch. A leader can be a person at the helm in a nation, in a town, a community, or even the home. It is in that context that women need to exercise their leadership qualities for the benefit of those that they serve. Our community needs to encourage and promote leadership qualities for our women, whether they're based at home or in the office. The forum, Women in Leadership, can play a significant role in achieving that important objective. Thank you.
Asante, Dr. Amir Laka. Your words of encouragement and your message is really powerful.
Inspiring
and
indeed.
we really appreciate your strong support and what a great job you have done to be on the leaderboard. So keep up the good work and keep us all networking. Thank you so much.
You know, Shabniz, the Dr. Amir Laka Award that we chose the recipient of, we chose carefully because we wanted to give this award to a lady who has done the kind of things that Dr. Amir is proud of, is all committed to, dedicated to. And you know what? We, as having chosen 30 women and also speakers, 14 speakers, as well as scholarship winners, when we looked through our whole list, we were like, you know what? Above all these people is someone who truly deserves recognition because she has actually, she has all these qualities that we have looked at in every woman here today.
Definitely.
And she's helped us empower the women that we are empowering today. She's a woman of power herself, and we want to surprise her. And we ask her to come, please, behind us here because we do have a 6 feet requirement here, and we are being very careful about COVID requirements and restrictions. So today we would be so excited to tell you about this lady. She's a project manager and she's a business strategist, business entrepreneur, certified life coach specializing in career and relationship coaching. CEO of travel agency specializing in Ziyarat and Umrah trips. Oh my God, now she knows it's her and she's getting herself ready to come here. Please, Narain. Manager of Who is Hussein,
MashaAllah.
Toronto chapter. Active community volunteer. And SVP of the Women's Collection, and do not approach because of
And
COVID.
that is an award for you too. Thank you
CEO
very much.
of award-winning luxury travel firm known for women-only international yoga adventure retreats. Noreen, stay right there. Manages large group-based events such as conferences, trade shows, and sports tournaments. And so today's event has been put together by our conference event manager, Noreen Noorani. And you know what,
Mashallah.
mashallah, we do things professionally around here. So we have employed Noreen to do this, and she has her able team. The crew, you should see how crazy they're getting behind the scenes right now
Mashallah.
because they're taking pictures and they're rooting. They're like, can
Let's
we
have a
clap?
loud
Can we root?
salawat.
Allahumma salli ala
Salli ala
Muhammad.
Muhammad wa
Noreen,
ala-
it is extremely well deserved indeed. She manages
Definitely.
the large group based events such as conferences, trade shows, and sports tournaments. She is by profession someone who is a very passionate about female rights and education, and often hosts community circles for young females. She's also in our mentorship program. So if anyone wants to learn from her on the job, this lady is multitasking par excellence. She keeps track of not only every aspect of this conference, and all 600 minutes, she had them accounted for. She wanted to know what each person was saying every minute, every second. And then when we change things on her, or when some of us get sick, or when some of us have a drama fit, whatever it is, Noreen handles it all. She's the therapist, she's the poster maker, she's the video maker, she's also the cook, the cleaner. And once, when I was really exhausted and hungry, she sent me food by Uber Eats. Suddenly it showed up at my door. And I said, Subhanallah, only a woman can understand a woman. And Noreen, we love you honestly. And we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to keep you brilliant and more, Allah give you tawfiqat to continue and to do
But a
amazing things.
well-deserved award.
And you know what, Noreen, we say stick with us, kiddo, because you and Shabniz and I, we're going to go places. Yeah.
Inshallah.
And we're going to talk about amazing things that we three are planning to do. And inshallah, we want to tell you all about that. Noreen's running away because she's running a conference. She was like, are you kidding? I can't be there. I have things to run behind the scenes. And these are the people who want to be behind the scenes, but they are actually the whole thing.
They say they can't hear.
Oh no, which part is
no
not
sound?
I can hear it on YouTube.
Yeah, me too. But I think that I just got a message that we can't hear. So if the technology team can double check. But yes, this was a well-deserved award for Noreen Noorani. One of the few project managers that I have worked with who really is brilliant at what she does. And Dr. Amir Lakha's award is really appropriate for a person like Noreen. She truly is exemplary in the work that she does. And it was a pleasure working with her. Today's conference is a testament of her good work. And we want to make sure that Noreen and her team continue to work with us in the future, inshallah. So thank you, Noreen Noorani, and keep up the good work. And thank you for all that you did for Spirit of Women in Leadership. So we have another award, and it's a scholarship this time, right, Zakira?
Yes, subhanallah.
And this one is coming from...
It is coming from the women's, no, it is actually coming, this is a Bandi Kuda award, and it is to especially encourage a woman who is in education and who can benefit from getting a little bit of cash so that she can continue to do the amazing things that she's doing. And
so this is impressive.
Yes.
So
please,
the winner
do you have her bio with you?
Yes, I'm just reading Kiran Fatima, and she's she's done her graduation in medicine in 2015.
Wow.
From Dow University of Health Sciences.
Subhanallah.
And she's participated in many volunteer blood donation camps in Muharram and in diabetic clinics, as well to serve our community. She has volunteered in Hajj vaccination programs. And we are proud on behalf of the Spirit of WIL Anonymous Scholarship to present this Academic Excellence Award to Sister Kiran Fatima. Salawat.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Okay, so next, I know many people are really waiting for the next award, the Ziyarat trip. Oh my God. I tell you, Shahroz, I have had so many questions on this, many very eager, many tuned in just because they want to be part of this Ziyarat trip. And
sorry,
sponsored by...
Can everyone hear? Because I'm getting some texts that we can't hear. I've got a few people writing, we can't hear, the volume has gone. So, and I got people calling me in my ear. So let's pause here. And if you cannot hear, text me again. So that, because it's on mute.
Can you hear me?
There is no sound. London tells us there's no sound. Lucknow is saying there's no sound. Toronto is saying there's no sound. Seattle is saying no sound. UK is saying no sound. Edmonton is saying no sound. So that's amazing. That means all these people are on live. Mumbai is saying no sound. while we're getting our sound together, Chicago is saying no sound. It's wonderful.
Okay, we are
it's
good
on,
now.
and
I
if you
think,
can't hear it, come on YouTube because YouTube is
oh
working.
wow, we
Oh my God! Have you
have
announced the winner without meaning to? Not right now. Let's not announce the Ziyarat trip winner just yet, although we did see it on the screen for a second. But hopefully that person who saw their name is calling us right now. We're about to announce it. Remember,
but we can definitely introduce Latitude Spiritual Journey, who have generously donated this land package for the Ziyarat trip. And I wanted to share a few things I know about Latitude Spiritual Journeys and Caravan-e-Wilayat. Together have over 15 years of experience in group travel across the world.
Okay, Shamniz, wait, just wait. Sorry, we don't want to go ahead without people hearing. So some people are saying that the YouTube, on even in Kenya, they do not hear it, but there is sound on the app. Go to the Huva app. It's the Wi-Fi. I like this. This is like the dog ate my homework. The Wi-Fi can be blamed for everything, but this way it is the Wi-Fi, guys. It's a YouTube problem.
Oh, it's a
wow.
YouTube problem.
Shamniz, this conference is so lit that we crashed YouTube.
Alhamdulillah.
No, we didn't. You're supposed to laugh, Shabniz. Look at her. Huh? There's sound on Huva. So this was our marketing
are
ploy
we going to
make
have
you
to wait for a
get
few
the
minutes?
Huva app. So everyone who cannot hear, also they can't hear us telling them that. Okay, those of you who can hear us on the app, well, could we ask you to go on the YouTube stream and the JCC live stream, and in the comments section, tell people to come on Huva. Tell them to get the app from the App Store, WHOVA, because they can't even hear us tell them that. I've got phones ringing in my ear, texts coming here. I like it, but it's important that everyone gets to hear. So as soon as the sound, because this is YouTube's fault now.
I think we can still go ahead. We'll repeat it if we can.
Okay, wait. The Muki of JCC is saying that we are working on it. Just give us a moment and we can.
Oh, thank you,
let's
Muki
wait.
Saab.
Yeah, it's her
Muki
husband.
Ladak. Thank you
yeah.
for all your support.
Let's just wait while we wait for the, we could even show a commercial or something. Let's not, this is the moment a lot of people have been waiting for, and let's not steal that thunder without sound, because they can see our lips moving, but they can't hear anything.
So the good news is, Zakira Shairo, is that the Rihanna's cuisine video is always accessible. Those people in Toronto that were praying that were not able to enjoy that cooking tip, so they can always log in on Buva, and this will be recorded. And okay, so we can continue, and we can just go ahead. So I think, Zakira Shairoz, we have the go-ahead from our team to talk about Latitude Spiritual Journeys. They have donated the land Ziyarat package, and I would like to share some information about them. Latitude Spiritual Journeys and Caravan-e-Wilayat together have over 15 years of experience in group travel across the world. Our aim is to make your trip most convenient, affordable, and memorable. Whether it be ziyarats, Hajj, Umrah, or one of our retreats, all our packages are custom curated to ensure each of our zawars, which includes children, makes most of their travel by learning the ways of Ahlul Bayt alayhi salam and renewing their connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Our goal is to provide you with spiritual guidance to help you increase your knowledge of Islam while providing comfort, safety, and security. Thank you again, Latitude Spiritual Journeys and Caravan-e-Wilayat, from behalf of Spirit of Women in Leadership.
الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان والأرض وضعها للأنام.
Winner is Sister Zahra Sarah Kara from London, UK. So the Ziara trip winner is Sister Sahra Kara from Lucky London, UK. Mubarak, Sister Sahra Kara. And when you're on your Ziara trip, do pray for all of us to have Labbaik, inshallah, Ameen. And may you have a ziyarat that is a memorable one. And may the Imam invite us all, Ilahi Ameen, inshallah. Labbaik, ya Imam.
Those of you who are excitedly waiting for this, please do not think that now there is nothing else to stay tuned for. We're still getting people phoning me. Please don't think that it's now nothing else to look forward to. We still have a lot of prizes and a lot of cash gifts, as well as
scholarships,
fun things, and scholarships as well. Amazing speakers who still have a lot of amazing stuff to share with you all. And also, we want to mention here that those of you who are experiencing internet issues, and apparently we're having trouble. It's the YouTube server itself. It is also apparently the JCC server. They're working on it, but people around the world also can hear. So the app is working. Whatever it is, whether you heard or not heard, please know that this whole program is automatically getting recorded on YouTube. So after this event is over, you can immediately watch it again. You can share it, to thousands of people easily, and the sound will be, inshallah, fine on it. GCC Live is having issues. So if you even went on Spirit of Will, perhaps they have a YouTube channel as well. You could listen. No, anyway, just go to the Hova app, or just stay tuned while they fix this issue.
So we have our next speakers already, and their topic is really interesting: surviving in a man's world, right?
And Shamniz, the reason we're going on is because the show must go on. We have to finish by Maghrib, Toronto time, which will be about 6 p.m. And if we continue to be late, then what will happen is people have to come back after Maghrib, and then this becomes more than 600 minutes of a conference. And then we'll get 1,000 people writing to us that this was too long. So we have to, unfortunately, go on. We are planning to play Zora Rajpar's lecture again, inshallah. We are planning, if we have time, to show Dr. Amir Laka's award again. But let's now, as you were doing, Shabniz, introduce the Hasnali sisters.
So, mashallah, our next speaker, they are the Hassan Ali sisters, and their topic is surviving in a man's world. And this is something that many can relate to, Zakira Shairuz, because, many say that it is very difficult to, as a woman, excel and be top of the game. And also, even in the corporate environment, a woman to be exercising power doesn't come easily. Sometimes it is misunderstood as trying to really showing power and authority in a negative way. But all women need to have a voice, need to trust themselves, build a support group, and really work on those things that can help you survive. So without further ado, we are going to ask the technical team to play their video.
But we wanted to introduce them. Have we introduced their bio? Shamniz, do you have it in front of you? While I'm dealing with all these people who are telling me
Yeah,
they
Sister
can't hear.
Sarah Alois Bayo will come up and introduce them.
Okay, great.
Okay.
We're just waiting to roll tape. Please bear with us as we deal with internet issues, computers crashing. This is the world of internet right now, right? The pandemic has made everything go online, and then
Yes.
even the airwaves get busy, and then there's a lag. And that's why I was saying to a lot of people, please pray for our internet to work.
Okay, I think we are good.
We often say that we live in a man's world. Women tend to have to work harder for promotion, equal pay, or just simply to be taken seriously and recognized for their talent and achievements. Now, with their many years of experience in the workforce, they are an excellent pair to talk about surviving in a man's world. Now, today they shall focus on the best practical advice for career women and how to excel in the competitive world of business. Now, I know I am excited to hear what they have to say, and I'm sure you all are as well. Please do welcome the Hassan Ali sisters with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad.
Hello and salam. It is an absolute pleasure to be here today among such inspiring feminine leaders and among such bold organizers.
We're coming to you from Nairobi in Kenya. And what's amazing about this forum is that you have heard and you will hear from women across the globe speaking. And it's really, really amazing to see that regardless of our background, our age, our race, or any business background that we have, that there's so much commonality amongst everybody that's here today. And I really hope that going through this conference and going through this session, we will all come up with some clear direction, some answers to some pressing questions that we may have.
I mean, I think it's kind of a great time to be alive or to be a woman in this age. We've come such a long way. Just 10 years ago, we were in a different place. We're seeing women being more involved in all areas of life, from family to business to community. And it feels great. It feels great that more women are more comfortable expressing themselves. And it's even more great to have everyone start to honor women a little bit more in their wish to create and curate their own life experiences.
Yes, and actually, speaking of this thing we call choice and the fact that women have a lot of choice nowadays, much as we do have this choice and we are exercising this choice, I do see a lot of women who feel the need to justify their choices. I do it myself. As a working woman, I think subconsciously I'm always trying to prove, oh, although I'm working, I'm still a good mom. And I hear it from women who are at home who say, oh, no, but I am busy. Or I hear it from a single woman who says, but I'm happy, you know. And I do hear a lot of this. I hear a lot of the women trying to justify their choices. So one thing I would love to say to everyone who's listening to this is, if you are living intentionally and purposefully and you're happy with the choices that you've made, then don't apologize for them. Don't feel the need to justify. Don't feel the need to apologize. We never hear this from a man. We talk about a man's world. We talk about the fact that we want to survive in this man's world. But let's look at what the men do. You never hear a man apologize. They take everything with them, they take their choices in their stride. And it's not just about big choices. If you compliment a woman and you say, oh, you look really good, how do we respond? How do many of the women we say that to respond? They'll say, oh, thanks, but I still need to lose 5 pounds or 5 kilos or 10 kilos. When you say to a man, you look good, what does he say? Thanks, I've been working out really hard. So you can see that there's this sort of acknowledgement of the choices that they make, and they take it very much in their stride. There's no apologizing for the choices that you make in life. And I think that's the first thing that I feel we want to really communicate to everyone listening today. If you're happy, if you have chosen purposefully to take a certain path, then don't apologize for it.
So Farhana actually wears about 17,000 different hats, two of which though are she's the CEO of the company, and so she directs overall strategy and vision for the company annually and for the next 3 to 5 years. And then she's also a developer. So what that is she's got a portfolio of projects that she's developing for the separate arm of the company. And she's directing teams of mainly male-driven teams. So architects and structural engineers and mechanical engineers and landscape architects and interior designers. And so I would say probably within the company, she's a tough guy. And she kind of keeps us together and keeps us coordinated and sees us through right through to the end.
So Sakina is really the creative mind behind the company. Everything that looks and is good is usually Sakina's doing. But it's not just looking and feeling good, I think, from a aesthetic perspective, but it's the fundamentals of what she does. Her economics background, kind of directs her into a data-driven approach for a lot of the company's decision making. So for example, Sakina consults for developers. She consults for me practically in sort of looking at what to bring into a project. What is the best land use for a project? What is the best number of units? What's the best size of units? What's the best market? So she does a lot of demand and supply analysis for that kind of stuff. Sakina also started our House Property Index, which tracks property price data across the country. And we use that very much to see what are the trends and what are the changes that are happening in the country. So as she does that, and that is very data driven and scientific, there's a big creative side to what she does. She, I think, is a pseudo architect, so she tends to draw up a lot of plans, making sure spaces are working well and they're optimally used. And then she goes beyond that to really create all the marketing material that's around that. So with her sort of economics and marketing background, she really does come up with some amazing stuff for the company. One of the first and the most noticeable trait that I have seen amongst the men that I interact with in business is confidence. I mean, they carry it and they own it, and it's really, really amazing. To be honest, I'm probably a little bit jealous of it because, a man will walk into the room, he is in a certain position, he embraces that position and he doesn't apologize for it, And I really think there's something here to learn because I'll give you an example. We were at a social gathering and two men, met each other after a while. And they looked at each other and they said, oh yeah, I know you. We were in a team playing football together. And one says to the other, yeah, I remember you were very good. And he says, yeah, so were you. It was pretty much the two of us who carried this team through. And, I just thought to myself, women would never speak to each other like that. Look at these guys. They accept their own abilities, and then they really very quickly recognize the other person's abilities. So this to me was a very, very big thing. I listened, and the ironic thing was, I think just before that, we were talking about women having a bit of difficulty sort of leaning in, taking their seat at the table. But the men, it came very, very easily to them. Now, of course, I think there's a line, between maybe being confident and bordering a little bit on overconfidence. But I think a lot of women, sometimes we tend to make ourselves small. We tend to put ourselves in a box that's much smaller than it should be. So I think if there was one thing I would say, let's pick up, is the ability to believe in yourself, to know that you can reach for the stars. Big, big winning trait from the men. The second thing, men are so ambitious. They are so purposeful about what they want to do. And it's very clear for them from the beginning, this is what I want to get to. Don't you agree with that?
Yeah, it's incredible. We work with big teams of male developers, and we see their strength and their gusto, and it's quite amazing to see. Too much of it can be a bit of a problem, because that in real estate you have either major successes or major failures, and this gusto sometimes can get them into trouble. And I do think that women's sort of more cautious nature aids us a little bit in that respect. But I do think there's some room for women to have just a little more faith that it's going to be okay.
I think that's definitely a big one from what I've seen in our interactions in the industry. The third thing, and I think a big one for everyone, is grit. In Kenya, in Africa, we get a lot of success and fail stories, right? Like many. And I've seen, the ability of a lot of men in the industry to really just rise up from that and carry on, pick up, dust off, and move on and get to something else. They don't let failure hold them back. They don't let the fear of failure stop them from doing things. This is really, really big, because, we've seen you will always have setback. You will always have challenges that come your way in whichever direction that you've taken your life. But it's how we use those challenges, how we use those setbacks, and I think one of my greatest phrases that I hear is, let your setback be your greatest comeback.
A lot of women can be successful because of their inherent characteristics considered to be feminine, right? And these include, for the first part, I would say empathy. So we're able to really connect with people and understand their needs and what it is that's happening. And this can go from your clients to your employees, all the way to your consumers. If you're better able to understand their situation, or better able to understand their needs, then you're better able to curate the business in a way that's able to sustain all of them, right? The second thing that I think is very interesting that I have witnessed that women are able to do better is they're able to create really deep connections. They're able to have really good relationships. They're able to build incredible teams. They're able to create great collaborations. And this sense of togetherness is very important in a business. And having women doing that actually creates a more powerful business than some of the more standard ones you have sort of these days, right? And so I think while on one side we're looking at, how do we be like the men, actually we have characteristics that can make us even better than the men. And I think that's quite important for us to be able to really, to really incorporate and to really be proud of. In fact, I think if you were to talk a completely corporate language, it suits the market. So if we look at our business today, it's real estate based. 50% of the people occupying real estate are women, and it is completely dominated by a male-driven industry. What does this mean? This means that 50% of your audience is completely unrepresented in the decision making of where they're going to live, how they're going to live. So when we came into real estate, I felt like a big part of the gaps we were plugging within the industry is to really focus on what kind of lives people are going to live, experience-based real estate, more design centric, more functionality centric. It wasn't about building the biggest, tallest, prettiest building. It was about creating spaces that really work, that really create more connections in families, that create more efficiency in businesses. And I think the ability to sort of go deep and get into it is really a very feminine characteristic. And so by doing that, we're hoping that, a lot more of our audience now is being heard and that they're living happier, more productive lives.
So we'd like to also talk a little bit about some of the things that we feel have worked for us, in the number of years that we've been in the business. And I think, a key one for me and a key learning has been to play to your strengths. Now, to find your strengths is a journey in itself. And I'd advise anybody listening to this is, especially when you're younger, in your 20s, you have to try everything. You have to give things a go, different types of work, different types of specialties. But as you go, you will find that there's something that resonates better with you. So when you start to find that, you play to those strengths. You don't spend too much time trying to develop every single aspect of the job, every single aspect of the work or the business that you do. I recently read something that said, when you're doing a job that you love, when you're doing something that you really enjoy, then the tools are lighter in your hands. So you're able to manage those situations much better. So, we I think in our 20s, we were thrown into a lot of difficult situations or, just stuff that we needed to get into. And, we give credit to our dad for that because he really put us in some very interesting positions, put us out there, made us take up challenges. But the process of that was you start to learn what you're good at, what you're not good at. So like, for example, Sakina and I work quite well together for this because I'm, as a person, very cautious. I overthink. I like to plan things out and look at how things are going to unfold. Sakina comes, she has the big ideas. So, she always tells me that she's the kind of person who'll jump off a cliff without looking, whereas I'll stand at the edge of the cliff. I'll watch, what's the netting if I fall? How is that netting anchored into the rock? And then suppose that netting breaks, what happens at the bottom? So, of course, that in itself can be, analysis paralysis. But at the same time, you need a little bit of that, and then you need the big stuff to come in, but the two come in together. But I never go into her field and she doesn't really come into mine. We understand that you want to be playing to your strengths so that the two things come quite well together. And I feel that's been a big part for us. Acknowledge what you can do really well and then surround yourself with a team that can really help you to take the other parts forward.
I think so. And I think, speaking of teams, I think it's really important to very strongly put a large emphasis on deciding who is going to be around you. It is extremely easy and very comfortable to have yes people around you. People who do exactly what you say, the way you say it, and get it done the way you said you want it done. But that doesn't really provide you with much growth. Someone once said that you are the average of the 5 people around you. So make sure those people are people who inspire you every day, who make you grow, both personally and professionally. You have to be willing to take feedback. You have to be able to be told the blunt and honest truth, sit with it and say, okay, is it true? Is this something that I need to work on? So many times I've been challenged by Farhana, by my team, and they'll come and say things that make me uncomfortable because you're very connected with what it is you're doing. And if there's some criticism there, it can feel a little bit uncomfortable, but you need that sort of feedback if you're not going to live in a bubble, if you're going to keep on growing. And you have to be able to take that feedback as very positive and create new magic out of it.
Agreed, 100%. And the other thing that I feel as women, well, at least certainly for us as women in business, we're very connected to what we do. And a lot of times, business is about looking to achieve a certain outcome. Now, many times in business, in life, things will happen. The outcome will not always be what you want it to be. So we've, kind of spent a lot of time figuring it out. How does this work? Because you can take difficulties or setbacks a little bit personally and feel like they weigh you down. But I think the one thing that I think we've come out, over a few years of having to deal with setbacks and different kind of challenges, I feel that a key thing is that you do your best in the process. You give your process 100%. You do your level best every single day that you turn up to, whether it's your business, whether it's your job, whatever it is that you do the process 100%. But you won't be able to control the outcome. There are times things will come and just, knock you off your feet in an outcome that you didn't see. But I think it's to accept that your job is to always to control the process. And I think from sort of the platform that we're speaking at here, a lot of us are connected to understanding spirituality, fate, and things like that. So we know that very clearly outcome is not always in our hands. So what I would say is 100%, whatever you're doing, give it your best shot. Reach for the stars, give it everything that you have, but know that it won't always end up in the manner that you foresaw.
And sometimes what actually shows up is better for you. And that has happened so many times, is that what I thought I wanted, I didn't get. And when a whole other path was opened up for me, it was so much more interesting. So sometimes you also have to just trust the process. Okay, so let's be honest. There's a lot of material out there on women in leadership. There's probably 100 podcasts and 1,000 different books you could read. So what is different about this? What is different about this forum? I think we can all kind of agree that the commonality between us is that we all know that we're actually spiritual beings living a very temporary human existence. So all of this cannot just translate to material success, right? At the end of the day, we're a human body, but we're also a soul that is looking for connection with its creator. And so how do you bring these two together? If you look from our perspective at business and spirituality, they couldn't seem further apart. And I think that this is one of the things that we struggled with personally. It's something we had long chats about, and we said, okay, if we're going to be spending half of our time, half of our conscious hours at work, then it has to mean something. It has to go beyond the bottom line and creating, thousands of units of real estate. It's got to mean something. And so Farhana and I sat about this, and we had so many conversations about it. And we said, okay, so how is this time in business, how is it going to translate to some form of spiritual reform, spiritual refinement, and how is it going to translate to service?
Yeah. And, for me, this was a really, really big one because, like Sakina said, we were spending so much time at work, so much time away from, I suppose, in a way, the traditional roles that women play as daughter, sibling, wife, mother. For me, it was a very, very challenging one because I was always feeling very guilty, and as women, we juggle a lot. And I know that every woman in this forum is juggling so many things. There's, the work, there's family, there's the home, there's the relationships. There's so much that we're dealing with at every single time. And sometimes, the guilt of being away from some of those obligations to come to a place where it's seemingly for worldly or material success, it can be very much at pains with your conscience. So this was a big, big thing for us. It was genuine struggle for me for many, many years after my son was born. But, I think what we sat and we looked around us and we said, well, this is the world that we live in. It is the world. We would love to have it differently, but it is the world that we live in. There's business, there's competition. And when you sort of get into the field, you have to be the best at what you do. You have to be out there. But how do we reform this? How do we make it count? How do we make it really, really purposeful from a spiritual point of view? And I think, this was really big for us because for a long time, and well, not for a long time, but even now, businesses are all about profit. They're about sort of hitting targets, making a certain bottom line. But we said, okay, yes, there's that, but then how to bring in purpose to this? So for example, for us, I think a big part and a very, very strong and conscious decision for my parents when they started the business and for us was, let us work with integrity. So those of you who work or have worked in a lot of African economies, you'll hear about, there's some very interesting dynamics in the way things work. They're not always very ethical. I met somebody yesterday and they said to me, I'm told that in order to be successful in Kenya, you have to be crooked. Now we're changing that, we're saying we have to change the landscape of this. We want to work ethically and we want to work with people who are ethically. So when we hire people, we look for the people who abide by those kind of standards. When we contract people, when we choose suppliers, we're looking at this broad-based spectrum so that there is room for people who have kind of the same ethos around the way that we work. So that was one very big one for us. And it's obviously very fundamental in working in certain kinds of economies. But I think the ethical dilemmas come in everything. They come in a job, they come in, if you're a small scale startup, they come when you're an established business, they exist. And at every point, you kind of have to make a conscious choice about what you're going to do. So that for us was a big one, because we felt like we're doing our part to change the business landscape and the way that it's operating. The other one for us, I think, was a bit about how are we going to be impactful to the people that we interact with? So what is our way of engaging with them? How are we towards them? And then how are we enabling them? Is this business just about its main stakeholders? No. We want it to be about creating an ecosystem and all the people that join us, all the women that join us, to become part of a real big growth momentum, so that we're not just doing this for us, but we're doing it for us and then all of those around us. And obviously, this is something that we are constantly thinking about, something that we want to keep as really a core part is let's establish a very, very, very conscious business.
And we've been talking about this for some time now. And I think it's something that's still a work in progress, but we want to come up with a framework of what does conscious business look like. And I think for those folks out there who want to think about this, it's about the questions you ask yourself. So don't ask, what do I want? Ask, who do I want to be at the end of this, right? What is my character going to look like at the end of this? And when you ask yourself that question, and time again, and day in and day out, you're going to have all sorts of tests to your principles and your values at times that are probably the worst. But you have to ask yourself, who do I want to be at the end of this? And the answer becomes phenomenally clear.
So we've shared a lot of insights today with you, and they cover quite a number of facets. And I really hope that there's something in here that resonates with each and every one of you, as helping to answer a question that you may have, or a thought that you may have had, or a journey that you want to take forward. But there's one thing I just want to mention. For us, a lot of this sort of involvement in the business and coming to this place started very much in our formative years. We had a dad who was wildly visionary, who pushed us beyond what we would have ever expected. And I think, he pushed us into situations where we had to build confidence, we had to build resilience, we had to take risks, we had to jump into action. I remember him calling me one day and he said, Farhana, sign up for your master's today. The deadline is today, just sign up. And me, the overthinker, I had so much to say about it. I said, no, just sign up. And I signed up for my master's just like that. And he did that. He didn't put us in a box. He didn't conform to any kind of standards. He set his own vision for a path for us to take, and I really think it was a path that we could never have imagined. Could you?
No, and I think, I would have to say it is probably going to be the honor of my life to have someone behind me who believed in me more than I believed in myself. I never had to fight for the platform. I was constantly pushed into it, even more so than was within my comfort zone. To have a parent, and especially to have a dad, believe in you and prop you up on his shoulders, was beyond magnificent. What I thought my life, if I were to sit back at the age of 15 and think of what my life was going to look like, it wasn't this. It has been wildly different and so much more exciting. Every day for me is an adventure. Every day is a challenge. Some days more challenging than I'd wish them to be. But I know that I still have this beautiful human being behind me who still thinks I can conquer everything else, including myself.
And I think really, I want to just give a message to any men out there who are listening, who are a source of inspiration to the women in your life, whether that woman is your wife or your daughter or your sister or your mom or a friend, go beyond holding her hand. Go way beyond that. Lift her up, prop her on your shoulders, and let her see the world that's ahead. Because really, it's when she sees that world that it will also open up the world that's inside of her.
Mashallah, I'm sure all of you are as inspired as I am. Truly, the Hassan Ali sisters, when I look at these two and what they had to say today, it really brought me peace. I could see how calm they were, but all the things they talked about integrity, about being ethical, about not just worrying about the bottom line, about talking about how a father has been behind them. You know, it takes me back to when I was growing up, and my father used to say, I want you to be on your 2 feet, not because I want to have you say to the men in your life that you are greater, but it's because I want you to be self-sufficient. And I always thought of how my dad's thinking was. And today, when I think about the Hassan Ali sisters, thank you so much, because you really put it well together. You touched on so many points, and I can tell that it is a given that you will continue to succeed, because what you have shared today you have applied in your life. You know, they say if you want to be a true leader, don't, think with your head for yourself, but think with your heart for others. And I can see both of you do that. So thank you very much for being part of our panel today, for giving such great messages, for inspiring us all, for even talking about the soul and the spirit and really bringing together this spirit of women in leadership. Ahsant, Sakina and Farhana. Hassan Ali, we love you all.
And Shabniz.
Next, I wanted to share some more comments,
Please do.
Zakira, if you let me.
Sure.
If I
Would
have
love to
a
see
couple of
something.
minutes, I would really like to share these, because as I read them, I'm getting goosebumps. So I can tell that we have people that were calling and writing to us when the internet was down, when the YouTube was down, and saying, hey, we can hear, we can hear, we can hear. I am touched, because this is all around the world. What we have on the platform is so valuable that all of us want to be there to enjoy every minute. And your feedback is really heartwarming. Keep it coming. And I'm mentioning some people with names because I want to make sure that it is each and every word that we are saying that I can bring across to you. So the first one, Zakira, is from Sister Anis Fazal from Toronto. And they said, mashallah, together with Shairos, you have organized a great and very encouraging program.
Oh,
May
that's
Allah
nice.
subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you
Great.
for time and
I'm
keep
glad.
up the great
Sister
work.
Anis Fazal, I pray you can be back now on the ladies committee. So now you can inshallah call us to recite.
Inshallah.
Thanks for these nice comments now. It took some
Thank
time.
you.
Thank you.
This is Sister Fatima Kamalia writing. Shairoz and Shabniz, all the women in my family, from my mom to my youngest daughter, are all watching this program. We are blown away by the organization, power of women, and inspiration. This movement is a validation of all the powerful women. It was much needed, and I know this movement will reach way greater heights and go viral. I absolutely love the comment that Shairoz made after every woman is another greater woman. The conference is flowing very well and it's very engaging. Ahsan, Sister Fatim Kamalia. Sister Zinat Lily Lada said, thanks for mentioning me. I'm surprised. We are glued to the TV watching. Farwa and I and the kids. Great program. And while I'm saying these messages, I'm getting more messages saying we can't hear, we can't hear. So I hope my tech team
Ya
is
Allah.
also listening.
It's a good sign, but it's not our fault. Apparently, we crashed JCC's Wi-Fi too.
Right. We have another sister, Sister Bashira Walji, who's the secretary at our Razavi Center. She says, Inshallah, you know, first time, at least finally, women are getting recognized, and it's a great movement and accomplishments. Thank you, Sister Bashira Walji, for your words of encouragement. When it comes from your own team, it is really a different kind of empowerment we do. We are very few women that are on those levels serving the community. So when it comes from a sister, it means much more. And also, this is about the Hassan Ali sisters. Sister Kaniz Rizvi wrote, love these Hassan Ali sisters. Me too. The sisters are awesome, exactly what in tech experience every day. 80% men, especially in tech leadership positions today. That is why it is so hard for us to work hard at full diversity and inclusion in all sectors. Last one on my comment right now is from Sister Zainab Rai. She writes, watching you guys love, mashallah, you are all doing an amazing job. The team is just awesome. So proud to have such beautiful souls in our community. Sister Zainab Rai. Ahzant, and now we'll go on to the Hassan Ali Sister Awards.
One of the most amazing things about the Hassan Ali sisters is that they are sisters too. So
Alhamdulillah, yes.
sisters rock, sisters power. And you know, when we told them we wanted to, both of them are so incredible in their own right. We wanted them to speak.
And you know, Shara's sisters think alike too, right?
Yeah,
So
that's
you
why I
can
let
see
you
that.
speak. And then I'm like, that's what I would have said anyway. So when we told the Hassan Ali sisters that, you know, we want each of you to be on this program, they said, we want to speak together. And that is also extremely inspiring. Sisters, whether you share your blood, whether you are sisters in Islam, help each other and give each other a helping hand. You know, sometimes all we can do is sometimes just help somebody write a resume. Sometimes find somebody's job. Somebody has to be suggested to even recite Marcia or Noha in the mosque. Just even suggesting a name of somebody who can run the madrasa. I mean, these are all things that we all need to keep doing for each other. And I will hold my mic in case that is what you need me to do. Don't worry. We roll with the punches here. Then the internet's been punching us a lot because, well, we were trying to punch it really hard too. So we can't well, that just the puffy part fell off. That's okay. You still need it. I can talk without it, right? The puffy. Thank you. We have these amazing team, but stay 6 feet away. Thank you. Jazakallah khair. I want to protect you all, and I also don't want to get in trouble with with the government. Let's now talk about these Hassan Ali Sister Awards.
You know, Sharaz, I wanted to say a comment one I received is that not only are the sisters talented, but apparently their mother, Hamida Hassan Ali, is very talented. So
She's
no
also
wonder.
an awesome host. I've recited Majlis at her home. And you know, what's interesting, Shamniz, I mean, we're giving these awards in the names of these sisters, all right? As we drove through the streets of Nairobi, their mom was pointing out, oh, Sakina, you know, she made that development. Oh, Farhana, she made that whole complex over there. That building, that was, I was like, whoa, how is this done? And then I said, you know, I really want these girls in my program someday. I'm so glad Allah has given me that opportunity to know these amazing people. And you know, often when we are haters, we say, oh, you're using favoritism. Oh, it's nepotism. Oh, you are, you know, you're promoting people. Listen, when someone is a diamond, my mom has always told me this, it'll shine. And sometimes, even if it's someone who is close enough to that person, they saw it shine, right? Sometimes it's your own family member. Sometimes it's somebody from your own community who's worked with you or has spent some time with you. And that's not favoritism. That is actually showcasing the talent that Allah has given somebody. You know, often when we are jealous of somebody, God forbid, we we want to hate them.
And
But
you
you
know
know
what,
what is
Shahroz,
important?
look
Wait,
at
wait, wait, just let me
yeah.
finish the sentence, because you don't think I'm going to say something bad. Please don't worry about
No.
it. What I'm saying is, sometimes when we envy somebody, always remember, when you envy somebody, you are actually fighting Allah's decision to bless that person. Allah gives the talent. Allah gives the fame, the fortune, the amazing ability to have that Midas touch. When you compete with somebody or hold them down, you have actually held somebody down who Allah had chosen to elevate. Therefore, never fight with God's decision to bless somebody.
And that's why I was too excited, because when I saw the next line of awards, I was like, oh my God, it's one of our own. So I was really, really excited. And that's
I
why.
think we're doing the Hassan Ali Award first, right?
Yes.
Yes. No, okay. The Sakina Hassan Ali Award goes to Kairun Abbas for
MashaAllah.
journalism.
Allahumma
Salli
salli
ala
ala Muhammad.
Go ahead, Shabniz. You can.
Yes, a well-deserved award from Sakina Hassan Ali Award going to Karun Abbas. Many people are familiar in the community. This is presented to Karen Abbas for her journalism work. Between her 2 degrees, she's worked as a writer for a Canadian project where she has traveled from Cairo to Cape Town by car across 9 countries in Africa. She has served the United Nations as a communications consultant in the United States and France. Communications advisor, writer, and journalist. As part of our Spirit of Women in Leadership team, Karen, you were such an asset. We are so proud of you. And that's why we were like, no, we have to give this award, because it's not about who is on the team, but who needs to be recognized. Thank you so much. And
the next award is for the other sister, named in honor of Farhana Hasnali, the other half of the Hasnali duo, the team, and it goes. Wait, that's the wrong one, but that's okay. These things happen. No worries. We wanted to give you a sneak peek about the next scholarships coming up.
Right.
But if you've got the right thing on the screen ready, let me know, guys, because the next award, Shamniz, is also related to me, this person. But like I said before, all the Kojas are related, okay?
But this
6
one,
degrees of separation, it's
this
called.
one, the Farhana Hassan Ali Award is to Ruwaida Wakil. And it's presented to Ruwaida for her work for medical innovation. So when you think about it, Zakira Shairoz, if you read immunologist, medical writer, communication specialist, founder and CEO of ProMed Right LLC.
Subhanallah. And you know, Shabniz,
Mashallah.
The thing is, if I hadn't been related to Ruwaida, I wouldn't have known all this about her. And that is why, whether it's any dhala that I have chosen to reach out to, it is because I know things that other people don't know. That
And
they
the nominations
behind the scenes,
have come in for all these
absolutely,
people because they are well deserving.
Yes, absolutely. So tell us more. Her clients include.
So Ruwaida Wakil has designed and developed a wide range of programs for healthcare professionals and consumers. Her clients include Medscape, WebMD, the National Institutes of Health, NIH, and National Comprehensive Cancer Network, NCCN. So, mashallah, let's have a salawat for her.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. And Ruwaida has also traveled the world to present her papers and her medical research. And we are extremely proud to have women like these in our communities, in our families. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give them more. Next award. Awesome.
The next award is close to my heart because it's a Zahra Al-Alawi Award, and it's presented to Majibin Daya. So medyo bin
Salli ala
Allahumma salli
Muhammad
ala
wa ali Muhammad. And you know, she's come nominated by the Africa Federation, and also Toronto Jamaat has been so proud of her because she was editor of the Jaffrey News here in Toronto for I think about 12 years. Now she is co-editor of the Africa Federation Samachar with her husband
Mashallah.
Munir Daya. And so mashallah, we are so proud of her. And Majabin continue to do this great work. Majabin is a published book author. She wrote a book on Pakistan, and we love to tell the story. My mom would go to all libraries and look for her book and look at it and touch it. She's a columnist. She's a print magazine journalist and editor, corporate leader, CEO, business entrepreneur, award-winning playwright. Her award-winning play was acted and directed by York University's fine arts faculty students, and all. It was an amazing thing. I mean, to witness that. Professor of Shakespearean literature, ya Allah. Mother of four, returned to high school at the age of 30, and then she went zooming and completed her bachelor's and then her master's, and now she's doing her PhD in English literature, and I don't know, some really hard word about some Asian diaspora, some big words like that. CEO of 100 employee franchise business in Dar es Salaam. So now she's a businesswoman and she handles a huge employee roster. Congratulations to Mejibin Daya. We're proud of you. Next award, Shamniz. And
Yes,
this is a scholarship, or is it an award? Wait, it's an award. And it is named.
Okay, so this is the Femida Jagani Award, and it's presented to Faiza Suleiman. Allahumma salli ala
Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
And this award is presented to Faiza for her outstanding leadership. A pharmacist, prolific communic organizer, volunteer, youth coordinator, ladies committee member, present and past student of Modern Standard Arabic University in Sweden. She's an organizer of joint programs, workshops, lectures, and seminars in Jamaats from various communities, Iraqi, Lebanese, Khoja, Pakistani, Afghani communities. So congratulations, Sister Faiza Suleiman.
Shamniz, she's also a mother, and she also brings together these communities that are in Sweden, and she joins them and she does all these joint programs. Everyone knows her in all the different communities, and then also learning Arabic, and also a pharmacist, and just doing amazing things. They're so proud of her. And by the way, she backpacked across Europe. She also climbed the highest mountain in Sweden, and she's a sports person too. So like, wow, all-rounded individual indeed. And the next award, Shabniz.
Dr. Afia Award is presented to Sister Shaheen Merali. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Shaheen is known to us, and this award is for her academic excellence. BSc in psychology, a diploma in Montessori education. She's certified hand in hand parenting instructor, written 3 books in the Heavenly Path series, selecting a spouse from marriage to parenthood and a successful relationship. She has established a company, Buzz Idea, which aims to instill a love of our faith in children and families through a range of fun Islamic products, as well as a sharing of ideas through the blog. So congratulations, Sister Shaheen Merali.
And again, a person who, when we contacted, said, but why me? And we were like, you wrote a few books, remember? And I had reviewed her book on spouse selection. Awesome book, worth reading. And I'd given it a raving review. It was printed by World Federation, the review I did of her book. So mashallah, congratulations to these amazing writers in our community. You know, Shamni's journalism is extremely important. The written word is where it's at, and we need to publish more books. We need wonderful, amazing people. This next one, Shamniz, and very generously given to us, this scholarship by the Marhum Murtaza Merali family in honor of
New
their
York,
marhum
yeah.
father, and they have given 3 scholarships worth
Alhamdulillah.
$500 in name in honor of their marhum father. This first name here, Kiana Muhammad Diwafa, is an Asadic
Allahumma salli
Islamic
ala Muhammad.
student. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. She's a student here, right here in Toronto, of our Asadic Islamic School, the one that the Jaffrey Islamic Center has, and right on their premises. And when we wait a minute, this is the wrong
No, that's
this
not
is
the
the
one.
wrong
This
that's okay,
is,
that's okay. Kiana, you are inshallah going to be a doctor, it looks like, because we've gone ahead and made you a doctor. But if you can put the camera back on me, I know exactly what Kiana has done. Kiana is an amazing young lady, and when we first put out a need for scholarships, I mean, for people to nominate and to write about of their amazing work, she was the first person to write an amazing long story about the things that she wants to do, the things that she has done, and that the things that she's inspired by. And honestly, I'll tell you, Kiana, you're not only a reflection of the amazing girls in our community, but you're also a reflection of our Islamic school. That a student from our school can write so eloquently, and who wants to make the world a better place. Thank you so much for applying and for impressing us so much that we just had to give you $500. So, salawat. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. And this next scholarship, Shabniz, is worth $2,500.
Alhamdulillah.
And presented to Malihe Ilyas. Salawat. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. So we have these two anonymous Bande Khuda
in the name of Bibi Fatima, salamu alayha,
and Bibi Zainab. These are two scholarships that we have received. They're worth $2,500. And Malihe is an incredible human being indeed. Please do check out our website after this, and you can read about the amazing things this young lady has done, including the fact that she was a stutterer when she was a little girl. Now she's a polyglot and speaks over she speaks over 7 languages. She speaks English, French, Spanish, Italian, German, Farsi, Urdu. I've hit 7, but she's even speaks even more than that. And what she's doing is translating books of amazing, like really well-profiled scholars of the community. She actually translates their lectures. I met this young lady when I recited a majlis, and as soon as I ended, she came to me. She had written a poem in Spanish about Bibi Sakina, and it was inspired by the masahib that I gave in Urdu, while she was translating the majlis to someone in Farsi who was sitting beside her. So I was like, whoa, who are you? And she is also headed to Hausa and doing her master's in Islamic studies. We want to help young women like these. And she wrote a 1,500 word essay to get this $2,500 scholarship. She wants to change the world, and she's going to do it with 7 languages at her fingertips. An Islamic degree. She's also a French teacher, a hijabi, and also a public speaker. The next scholarship in the name of Bibi Zainab alayhi salam. Let's do a salawat in the name of Bibi Zainab. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. This young lady who is receiving it is a student at Harvard University.
Mashallah.
And Leila Tawkir, when she wrote her story about what she wants to do in the world, I was like, what more are you going to do, girl? You've done so much already. And these are the young people that inspire us and that make us want to, want to give them something so that they can keep doing the amazing things that they're doing. And Leila, honestly, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you, because she served as the Director of Islamic Learning in 2019. And Shamniz, you can continue to tell us more about Leila. Go ahead.
Sure. It's impressive. She's getting this award for her academic excellence. Current senior at Harvard College studying history of science and Near Eastern languages and civilization. She has served as the Director of Islamic Learning in 2019 and as the President in 2020 of Harvard Islamic Society. MashaAllah.
Shamniz, you know, when I'm looking at her bio here in front of me,
Yeah.
she's a trailblazer in the Muslim community. So she's at Harvard.
MashaAllah.
She's a young lady who's done her degree in, you know, history of science and Near Eastern languages and civilization. What a mouthful. But also director of Islamic learning, president in 2020 of Harvard Islamic Society. Then she led a team of 10 other students focused on unity, building bridges with the Sunni Muslim community, introduced Harvard's first student-led Muslim Diversity Week, institutionalized the first Shia programming chair on the board to establish a Shia presence on Harvard campus. And she's also served as president of Harvard College Pakistani Students Association, where she's worked on anti-Shiaism in Pakistan, organized one of the most successful events in North America on Shia resistance in Pakistan. It was attended by over 200 people. She fundraised $3,500. And she's also organizing multiple virtual events, right, such as open mics in Mahir Ramadan, event on Black Muslim solidarity, which was sponsored by over 20 youth organizations. She does these robust Muharram Ramadan programming. She's co-founder of nonprofit organization Ma'arifa. She's organized the first national conference for Shia students in February 2020, which was attended by over 270 students. She offered scholarships to 100% of the students that applied for financial aid. And she's also founder of Seekers and Scholars, which focuses on low-income and first-generation Shia high school students and pairs them with mentors as they complete their college applications. And I've only told you a drop of what Layla does. But when Layla wrote her essay of 1,500 words, she showed us that she wants to also change the world. And so our selection committee has chosen to give her this $2,500 scholarship because she's shown the promise of how she's going to change the world by being an
MashaAllah,
exemplary
and I
young woman.
must add, Leila, the Bande Khuda that sponsor this award wanted to make sure that it was somebody like you who would change the world. And we pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless the family of this Bande Khuda because they made it possible for us to have these two awards in the name of Bibi Fatima salamullahi alayha and Bibi Zainab alayhi salam. So salawat on that.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
And I'm looking forward to the next hijab tutorial because this dressing for success is something that I really enjoyed watching.
And this young lady is not just any YouTuber. Her views on YouTube sometimes go over 2.7 million viewers.
Yes.
She speaks Swedish, Urdu, English, some other languages too. And she is a promising young woman who wears hijab. She has her hijab story, which received millions of views as well. And today
MashaAllah.
she's going to tell us about how to dress professionally and modestly wearing hijab. Over to Farheen.
Hello my sweets and welcome back to my channel. Today's video will be about modest workwear lookbook. I'm also showing some hijab styles in this video that would look amazing with all the outfits. I would also suggest that either loose trouser or skirt would look amazing with blazers, or even a dress would look really good underneath it. I feel like long blazers make everything look so professional and modest, and blazers usually goes with everything from loose trousers to skirts to dresses underneath it. It just makes the look complete. So now it feels like I'm sponsoring blazers, which I'm not by the way, but I really hope you enjoy this video and I hope that you get some ideas from it. Good luck everyone and stay blessed and safe.
Noreen, is it? And welcome back. And we have an amazing message that we want to read out to you. It comes from Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, and from the editor of the Federation Samachar, Munir Daya. He's also columnist of what is the newspaper in Tanzania, Shamniz?
Federation Samachar.
No, there's a newspaper
the journal, the Dar es Salaam
the
Journal.
Tanzania Times. I'm gonna make this up. All I know is that I was in the car and the newspaper guy who was giving out the newspaper, I was like, oh, your article's in this, and Munir was like, whatever, it happens. He wrote every Sunday for it for like 20 years. There's a book published by him. So he's written that the conference is unique, the first of its type. It rightly gives women a platform so that their outstanding achievements are known for them to be equally respected. Men have had this opportunity many times, but this is the first time for women of our community. The conference is not about the superiority of one gender over another, but about the greatness of the Almighty God to create two genders that are meant to complement each other in the phase of life. Grandmothers, mothers, wives, daughters, and sisters are achievers in their own way and deserve respect at all times. I can see that a great effort has been put into organizing this conference. Shabniz and Shairoz, you are doing a commendable job along with other team members. The speakers I have heard so far have been articulate. Keep up the good work. And when we reached out to Munir Daya, he also gave us $5,000 in scholarships. And you're going to be hearing about the amazing young ladies.
The Citizen newspaper is which the
sorry, thanks about that. There is no Tanzania Times. Munir, maybe you need
Yes.
to start the Tanzania Times now, because a writer in the community can actually also do newspapers, no doubt. Thank you so much for your awesome comments. And mashallah, the good news is, as we Khojas are very happy about this, we are right on time. So let's do a salawat for that. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. With all the computer glitches, the Wi-Fi, and all the things that could have gone wrong, and the sound going off, we're still on time. Allahu Akbar. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. And we are pleased to present to you the video that had a little bit of a glitch. And we don't want to let our beautiful speaker, who is doing an incredible job in a place like Pakistan, where there is Shia persecution. She heads the Who is Hussein Shia chapter and has taken it to a new level. All over Pakistan, everyone is saying, who is Hussein? She comes on the local channels and talks about Imam Hussein, and has galvanized the youth of the community to do things above and beyond what can be expected from regular people. She's a woman who does extraordinary things, and she is going to talk to us about being successful and selfless. So over to you, Zora Rajpar from Pakistan. We love you. We're proud of you.
Yes.
My name is Zohra Rajpur. I was born in Karachi, Pakistan. My parents are from East Africa, Tanzania, and they migrated to Pakistan in 1971, and we have been living here since then. I am the country head of Who is Hussein Pakistan, and we have 13 chapters under our country. Also, on the side, I am also an elected councillor for WF, which is a World Federation organization for all the Khojas in the world. On the side, I'm a director in my family business, which is a shipping business, and I help my father and my brother in the business. I would like to tell you about myself today. When I was 5 years old, I always insisted to sit in the gents area near the mimbar where the reciters used to recite majlises. When I grew up and I realized that I cannot sit there anymore and I had to be taken to the ladies' side, I was very heartbroken. I cried a havoc, thinking how unlucky I was to be away from that place. Sitting here amongst all of you all, inspirational sisters, I'm feeling exactly how that 5-year-old Zora felt, honored. So my life as a volunteer started when I was 12 years old. I enrolled myself in a local Imam Barga, Mehfil Murtaza, as a female volunteer. And at that time, I was the youngest one in the team. I used to wash dishes, teacups, sweep the floors, work with the staff there, and I used to enjoy that. And that's when I realized that I have to do something with my life and I have to follow my parents. My mother was a very hospitable person. At home, she used to welcome guests from all over the world. She used to cook for them, she used to take them out. And that's how I learned that we all have to be very selfless and caring for each other. I learned this from my mom and leadership skills from my dad, who was very active at that time in the community. And he has done community service for the past 60 years till this year. And he has just retired from community social work. He was an inspiration for me from a very young age. And he taught me that if you have to work for Allah and you have to please Him and you want to help others, you have to decide that people will create blockages for you in your life, but you have to still go on. You don't have to be heartbroken. You have to encourage yourself, motivate yourself, and get inspired by the life of our Alphabet and serve the community and also people outside the community. Alhamdulillah, I have been very lucky that I was born into this family where every other member was a beaming ray of inspiration. There was so much goodness around me that it was not possible that I would not learn how to do social work in my life. I learned everything from my siblings, my parents, and my grandfathers, because selflessness was something that was very natural in my family. At the age of 18, I founded a girls' organization, which was called Bazme Sakina. And we used to do fun fairs and comedy plays like Mind Your Language. And also we used to do Islamic plays. And we used to have fun and also some seriousness in the work. We used to do these plays and these functions, and all the money that was collected from the tickets of these functions, we used to spend in the slum areas in Karachi. We used to give money to the coaching centers there to teach the children their schoolwork, languages, maths, and also namaz and Quran. And we self-catered about 120 students in that madrasa, and they were given also in Ramzan grocery bags and Eid clothes and a lot of other gifts. This went on for quite a long time, but in 1990s, there was a lot of sectarian violence in Karachi. So a lot of Shias were being targeted and a lot of people were being killed. And at that time, sadly, I had to close those madrasas because of security of our lives and our family people. I continued Bazme Sakina and I did events still. And I had exhibitions, Islamic exhibitions on the Holy Prophet Salamullah alayhi, and also on Bibi Fatima, and also on the story of Karbala. In those exhibitions, we invited all the schools from the Karachi, from the city, and even the colleges used to come. So we used to keep timings to view the exhibition, and we used to have the exhibition for 1 to 2 weeks in our local mosque ground. It was very famous, and for 3 to 4 years consecutively, we did these exhibitions. Also, we had organized about 9 Islamic plays, and it was all on the story of Karbala and also the imams. And we did till the 5th Imam, Imam Muhammad Bakr alayhi salam. 2,000 people used to come and watch those plays. And the script was handwritten by our volunteers, and the props were painted by us at home or in the mosque Imam Barga when we used to get time. And everything was arranged by young girls who were like 16, 18, and some of the actors were 4 years old. So it was very encouraging for the females of the community that there was a platform where they could exhibit their skills and also act, because living in Karachi, it's very difficult for females to portray their skills outside. Either you have to be in a very you can say upper side of schools or colleges where you can have these dramas going on. But here we were giving this opportunity to every person who was interested in doing so, also all free of charge. We used to make the costumes also ourselves. And this went on till 2015, and we were very successful. But sadly, in 2015, I had to give up my passion of doing plays for some unavoidable reasons. So in 2013, I applied for representation of Huiz Hussain in Karachi. And I started Karachi chapter with one another person whom I did not know till that day at all. It was a very beautiful and fulfilling journey. And we started Karachi chapter. That was our first city chapter in Pakistan. And it grew and also in 2015, then I applied for becoming the country head, and Alhamdulillah, Allah willed and Allah fulfilled our wishes, and I became the country head. And then we set on another exciting and a very inspirational journey, and we now have 13 city chapters. When I was the representative of Karachi chapter, the first event I still remember, it was held in an area, in a local Imam Barga area on 3rd Shaban, Imam Hussein's birthday. And there was violence going on, and there was so much firing, and 4 to 5 Shia boys were shot. And still our volunteers, they distributed the gift packs, and we made, beautiful bookmarks. And we still went on with our function because we wanted to celebrate the birth of Imam Hussain, and it was our first event, and all the volunteers thought that, no, we are going to do this. After that, things were very bad in Karachi, so we stopped doing any public events where we showed our presence in the media, in Facebook. And in November, we had a very big brainstorming session, which 90 people attended. And those 90 people then became volunteers of Huiz Hussain Karachi. And after that, the major event in November was the Arbaeen Cleanliness Drive. And mashallah, that drive was so much successful that a lot of local journalists, newspapers, and TV channels interviewed us. And in a day, we were like a bang in the public places, and we were recognized, and people were very amazed at what we were projecting and what we were aiming at. And after that, the journey carried on. We had numerous events in 2017 and till 2016 to 19. We came in a very famous Ramzan show, which is called Shane Ramzan. And we were invited by the channel, and we representative Huiz Hussain, and we showed our video, our work in the channels, and we were internationally, people appreciated us, and worldwide we created an impact that Huiz Hussain Pakistan is doing something in the country. In 2018, we had the second conference in Islamabad, and for that I decided to travel to each city chapter to meet the representatives, because I felt after becoming the country head in 2015, people were not communicating well. So I felt there was a communication gap. So to improve that, I traveled. And I traveled to Islamabad, I traveled to Lahore, and there I called 3 other chapters to meet me. I traveled to Hyderabad. And so I met everybody. And mashallah, all the reps were very happy that I took the initiative of meeting them and asking them their problems and trying to solve them also as much as I could at that time. And in 2018 summer, we had a conference in Islamabad. There were 10 chapters at that time, and 9 chapters attended the conference. So there was 95% participation from the volunteers of other chapters and also from the reps. It was a beautiful conference. We collected people for 2 to 3 days, and we had also sharing of ideas, knowledge, information, and we dispersed. The day we were dispersing, people had tears in their eyes because nobody wanted to go away. So we had become a one well-knit family, which is a very huge accomplishment for us as country heads. After that, in 2019, we had a major event in winter. We wanted to distribute warm jackets to the people, the deserving people in the underprivileged areas. Alhamdulillah, we collected donations for it, and our people from whom we bought the jackets, they did not even charge us for those jackets. So it was a very miraculous event, I must say, because here I had money for the jackets, and the vendor of the jackets refused it. No, it's because it's for Imam Hussein, we will not charge you. So we distributed 13,000 jackets in the whole of country to all the chapters. And 3,000 in the end, I took them and I went by road to Skardu from Islamabad. It was a 36-hour journey in minus 18 degrees. It was snow falling, beautiful journey. I still think that was the most beautiful journey I have taken for charity work. And I stayed there for 3 days. We gave it to the people there. We received a lot of appreciation, duas. And when we were coming back, we had a dangerous landslide. We had to wait overnight somewhere. So in the end, it took me 44 hours to come by road to Islamabad. And we did that continuously. I still think that coming safely from that journey is nothing but a miracle from Allah, because I went there for Imam Hussein's work and he blessed us. On the way back from that journey, I planned another event because I had a wish in my heart when the Prime Minister of Pakistan announced that he was making a Kartarpur bridge for people from India to come. It's like a corridor. It's called Kartarpur Corridor. So he was making it for the Sikh community to visit their holy site. So I told my reps in Punjab that let's do something in Kartarpur. And they were like, not possible. It's under army, so much security there'll be. I said, no, please go and visit. So they visited and they got me the permission. And then they told us that go to the Ministry of Information. We did that. And miraculously, that person who was giving us the permission did not ask us one question. He said, oh, what are you going to do? Oh, give food? Okay, fine. And he signed the permission. And when I was coming back from Skardu, he called me, my representative, and he was crying in tears because he was not hopeful that he will get a permission. He was crying and he was saying that I can't believe, Zorapa, we got the permission. So after coming back from the journey, within a week, we traveled again back to Punjab, to Kartarpur. And 7 chapters attended that event. So about 80 volunteers came in with different modes of transport. And we all went there and we gave grocery bags to each family for a month and a meal to each person who was there. So there were people from the Hindu community, Sikh community, and the Muslim community, and the Christian community. So in the event, people from Hindu, Christian, and Sikh community, they spoke on Imam Hussein. And the way they spoke, you would feel that they knew more about Imam Hussein than us being Shias. So it was a very inspiring event, and it was a very beautiful, the beautiful feeling there. And I still cannot forget. And people still tell me that, you know, you just love Kartarpur and you love visiting there, and that's your pilgrimage. And I say, yeah, it's a beautiful place. So these two events are very close to my heart, and I still think that I did that and was able to do it because, one, Allah made me do it. Allah blessed me that we could all do it. And of course, our donors and the support of my family, especially my brother, because he never stops me from doing anything that I just want to do it, you know. So thanks to him, thanks to Allah, and thanks to all my donors who have always donated to our projects. So after those two events, another conference took place before COVID, just a month before COVID, in January 2020, January 2020 in Lahore. Even there, we had 110 participants from all 13 chapters, and another beautiful conference, sharing of ideas and sharing of knowledge and planning the future. But of course, as we all know, that Corona took over and things didn't turn out as they were going to turn out. During Corona, also, Huiz Hussain took the initiative of distributing grocery bags to the daily wage earners who couldn't earn because of COVID rules and what was happening in the country due to lockdown. We also sent PP gears, healthy meal bars, gloves, masks to hospitals where they needed. And alhamdulillah, we spent about $117,000 in that period of COVID to help the community, help the people. Basically, I feel that I have come to this point in my journey just because Allah has made me come here in this world for a reason. I feel that I was meant to do all this. It's not that somebody forced me to do this work or somebody had to really push me to this work. It was just in my heart from a very young age that I have to do something with my life, and I have to do something in a way that I help others. Also, while helping others, I have also cared for myself. I love traveling, and that's how I do my self-care. I have traveled over 100 cities. I've traveled over 100 cities, and I have had wishes like I want to see the Northern Lights, which I'm unable to see. I have traveled 2 times for it, and I am going to do a 3rd try after COVID ends. I've also traveled for, of course, World Federation meetings, Huiz Hussain meetings, conferences, and I have enjoyed all this traveling also. But I feel that one should realize that when you are working and when you are socially involved so much with the charity work, you have to take some time off for yourself. Otherwise, you will emotionally get drained and also professionally get drained, and you will not be able to give as much as you can give to the projects. So I feel everyone who is doing work for the community or for other NGOs or for charity, they should take out some time for themselves, for their family also at home, because it's very important. First and foremost are our parents, and of course then our families, and if we have in-laws, then our in-laws, and then our children. So that's the journey I have accomplished in my life. And I hope that the females out there, the young people out there, will get inspired that despite being a woman and despite being in a third world country, living here where there is male domination in the community also and also elsewhere, people do not positively give feedback. Sometimes if the leader is a woman, they do not want to be ordered by a female leader. So things sometimes becomes tough in organizations. I have faced it, that if I'm the country head and I'm a female, if I'm a representative, I'm a female, the boys and the men, they don't want to agree to what I am thinking or I am saying or I am advising or even suggesting. So I feel we have to go through this process, and it's a learning journey. We have to take feedback from our colleagues, from our team people, our volunteers, and it doesn't matter if they do not agree with us. Sometimes it's better to listen to them and then show them a way out from there, like taking the middle way. That's the best policy, I think. Very importantly for me, Bibi Khatija has been the most inspiring woman. Why? Because she was the most successful businesswoman in Saudi Arabia at the time when the people used to bury their daughters alive. She attained richness. She was at the height of her career and she was very successful. And at that time of her career, she accepted Islam. She married the Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And to top of it, she donated everything she had for the Holy Prophet, for the pleasure of Allah, so that the Holy Prophet could preach Islam. It's such a beautiful example of selflessness. I mean, I cannot relate to any other example better than this, teaching us if we want to be sacrificing and selflessness, we can be. And we can also attain success at that time. It's nothing like if we attain success, we have to remain there with our richness, with our material things. By giving those away, we can attain the most success in this world and hereafter. And so I would like to end here with appreciation and a thanks message to Zakira Shairoz Dhala and Shabni Sivji, because they invited me to speak here today, and I'm really indebted to them. Also, I would like to thank the whole team for organizing, for looking after the project, for keeping us on our toes with the videos and the photos, but we are very, very thankful. And also, I wish the best to all the other speakers for today, and I hope the conference becomes the most successful event of the year. Thank you. Wassalams.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah, we're blessed to have this wonderful event organized by some amazing women, showcasing even more amazing women. The stellar array of speakers and awardees represent the best of the best women leaders in our community, from the corporate world to the professions, in science and healthcare, from creative design to literary talent, and much, much more. In each, we see world-class excellence. It was about time that we, men and women, celebrated the success of women in our community. Thank you, Shabneez and Shairoz, and team, for your incredible vision in making this happen today. Allow me to leave you with a gift of reflection, inspired by Allama Iqbal when he said, नहीं तेरा नशेमंद कसरे सुल्तानी के गुंबद पर तू शाही है बसेरा कर पहाड़ों की चट्टानों पे. Translated, it says, yours is not to rest upon the dome of the king's palace. You are a falcon. Your place is to soar over the peaks of the highest mountains. I therefore say to all women listening and watching and participating that yours is not to be confined within the dome of patriarchy. You are a woman, the finest specimen of creation. Soar to the fullest height of your God-given potential, gazing upon the lofty heights of nobility of the Lady of Light, Sayyida Fatima Zahra, Salamullahi alayha, in whose honor we gather today. Thank you. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We're here on this special day. Our hearts are full of pleasure. A day that brings the two of you close together. We're gathered here to celebrate a moment you'll always treasure. We ask Allah to make your love last forever. Let's raise our hands and make dua like the Prophet taught us. And with one voice, let's all say, بارك الله لكما وبارك عليكما وجمع بينكما في خير. بارك الله لكما وبارك عليكما وجمع بينكما في خير. From now you'll share all your joys, through hardships support each other, together worshiping Allah, seeking His pleasure. We pray that He will fill your life with happiness and blessings, and grant you kids who make your home filled with laughter. Let's raise our hands and make dua like the Prophet taught us. And with one voice, let's all say, بارك الله لكما وبارك عليكما وجمع بينكما في خير. بارك الله لكما وبارك عليكما وجمع بينكما في خير.
Well, great to see you all back, Alhamdulillah, and I'm sure you all enjoyed the last video clip that we had on the directory listing. What I wanted to tell you about this is that this directory listing is so inexpensive. It's $50 for 6 months and $90 for 1 year. And you get to post your business information on this directory. Alhamdulillah, with 1,200 attendees, the traffic just on our sponsors page is like 600 people. So you can imagine how much exposure your business is going to get. This is something that when we were thinking about the conference, one of the other ways to empower women was to make sure that they had a platform for their businesses to have a directory listing so that they can generate some business. This is a way we empower each other. This is a way we get our own Shia women in business promoted, their products and services. So if you haven't put your business information in the business directory, please do so. If you go in the VUVA app or you go into the website, you will have all the information. It's an easy step-by-step guide. So please make sure you take advantage of this directory listing. Make sure that you tell your friends about it. Make sure that you have participated in it. So inshallah, as we said before, we hope that this conference will continue for years to come in different themes, and having your businesses there will benefit you. So thank you for those that have supported us. When we initially started, as I had said, Sister Shamin Barwani was the first one from printing and finishing that did some directory listing. And after that, we were getting repeatedly request and reset. In fact, just now on my phone, I got Sister Leila Kara, who has a fashion store for women clothing business. She called me and said, am I too late? Because she was busy and she hadn't done it. So please take some time, go into the www.spiritofwill with one L.com website, go into the information of the directory listing and make sure your business is listed there. Thank you.
And you know, Shabnis, mashallah, this business directory just shows our viewers that this conference that we were doing was literally a movement.
Yes.
We've tried whatever possible to encourage not only talented women, educated women, philanthropic people in the community, as well as just doers and people who are doing all sorts of things, charity. But we also wanted to encourage female entrepreneurship. So we want this place that years ago when you tried to do this and you tried to print it, it didn't quite take off. Some people didn't even get it.
Right.
Now, I guess this is the right time now because it's now online and you can have things delivered to your home.
This morning, you saw that the information was there was 1,300 unique views on our business directory.
So this means that your business gets looked at. And, you know, we're not making anything out of this. We're just letting women find their place in the, and the thing is, it's because we're hosting a website. So those are the costs. But other than that, we're here just to let women shine. And now we're going to talk about a female, and don't put her name on the screen yet until I tell everybody who she is, because this is a much awaited scholarship. Oops, no worries. A much awaited scholarship, and basically very generously donated by the Dirani family. And they donated to us $5,000 in order to help a student who was a promising student, who is a promising student, a student who is all rounded, well rounded, does everything, and a student who has shown what it is to excel in everything and has worked hard to also keep their faith. And so, looking through the scholarships, we worked hard to really sift through it all. And we came across this incredible story of a young lady who is a business entrepreneur, but she did that at the age of 15. Small business owner, baking stuff from home, from a little kitchen, and then became a professional baker, taught herself how to bake. An active community volunteer who is the manager of the audio video team of the entire community in Mumbai. She's a Sana Juan, recites nauhas and duas, and organizer of the mosque programming, makes their posters. And in Arbain, I can hear, sorry, it'll pick up. Can you turn it down? Because the sound will echo. Thank you, honey. Medical camp in Arbain. She helps out in the medical camp every Arbain and works in the India Mokib. She has also, not only in addition to that, she recites Quran beautifully. She comes on the screen. She is an audio video department. She is, you name it, she does it. On top of that, she's a medical student. And her story hit us not only because she was so well-rounded in everything, but her story is about a young girl who, when she started medical school, the first year of medical school, she was told that, and this is in a secular place like Mumbai, told that she had to take off her hijab or leave the medical school. And so started a long legal battle. It took 16 months of driving hours to the headquarters, the ministers, until her father stepped in and used thousands of dollars to help her fight the case all the way to the High Court. This young girl was then profiled in newspapers as her battle continued. She was trolled. People told her, take off your hijab. Why do you bother? Go back to wherever you want to go to, but don't try wearing your hijab here in this country. And this young girl fought, saying, I will not remove this hijab because this is the hijab of Bibi Fatima alayhi salam. Bibi has cried about this hijab and said that, even when I pass away, I don't want anyone to see the shape of my body. I want it to be a taboo so that no one would know what I ever looked like. This is a young lady who did her best, and her parents helped her and depleted their financial resources to fight this legal battle. Even though they're both doctors, they had to fight and use up all their money. They had two daughters in medical school. One was able to attend with her hijab on. The other was told, take it off. And yet they supported her till the end. When she won that court case, the reporters surrounded her, and she said, I have fought this battle so that every girl in Mumbai, in India, can wear her hijab and attend medical school. She was only 19 when this happened to her. And she lost years of medical school. On top of that, when she was finally reinstated legally, the university told her she couldn't sit in the exams because she had missed 16 months of school. Yet she caught up in a superb, speedy Wonder Woman kind of way, sat through those exams and made it through medical school. But her story, she tells us that I wouldn't be right now, 21, I believe, or 22. I would have still been a first-year student. I would have done everything. I would have been a doctor by now, but I have had to wait and cry. She used to commute, Shabni's, 2 hours to her university, only to be told at the gate to go back. And she would cry. The gatekeeper would tell her, you can't come in. Take off that hijab. We've been told you cannot enter the premises. She talks about the trauma she went through, the emotional trauma, the taunting, the Islamophobia, whatever she went through. But she says, it was my father who gave me strength. He stood by me. He's the great man behind all us great men and women in the family. My mother is a doctor. My sister is a doctor. I'm becoming a doctor. But it is my father, Dr. Badami, who depleted his financial resources and funds to. And she says, I want to make my father proud, and I don't want to be a burden to him anymore. I want to study by myself, pay for my own fees. I want to show the world that I can be a great doctor, and when I become a doctor, want to heal people for free. I want to make the world a better place. And when, Shamniz, we were talking about this award, the Dirani family has given this award in the name of Marhum Asghar Dirani, who, as we all know, perished in that terrible tragedy, Ukrainian Airlines. It's been just a year, right, Shamniz?
That's right.
And the story of this daughter who loves her father, and in his memory, the wife, the son, and the daughter have given this award. And we are pleased to, shall we first put the name of the winner on the screen? Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to present this award to Fakeha Badami of Mumbai, India.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Congratulations, Fakeha, for this $5,000 award and for successfully fighting the 16-month court case. As a business student, as a business entrepreneur, medical students, become a professional baker, an audio video Jamaat leader, and handling all sorts of things, being at the Mokib in every Arba'in. The list goes on. This young lady is a promising student. We thank the Dirani family for doing this, and they were our first sponsor who said, we are giving $5,000. At that time, as soon as they gave that money, they said, here's the video. We want to show why we want to give this award. So we will allow this family to tell us their story.
To announce the first annual Marhum Ali Asghar Durrani Scholarship. Marhum Ali Asghar Durrani was a strong advocate for education and often drew inspiration from Imam Ali. He quoted to us on a regular basis, acquire knowledge and it will earn you life. Sadly, Marhum Ali Asghar Durrani perished in the Ukrainian Flight 752, which killed everybody on board. And today we would like to honor him by providing a scholarship to a very lucky recipient. Congratulations to Fakiha Badami. You emulate the qualities my father truly believed in: education and volunteering within the community. Congratulations from the Al-Amnar Group, from the Durrani family, and from myself. Congratulations.
Mashallah.
Mashallah.
Thank you so much for that very touching message, Rihana Dirani. And we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to grant your father a choicest place in Jannah, Jannatul Firdaus, for this amazing contribution he has made to the education of a young lady. And now we're going to, Shabniz, just give awards one after the other, because we have to catch up. But you know, we kind of like this, because this actually for me is like the most favorite part of this program. We just get to say, do you know we have a paramedic in the community? Do you know we have huge amazing student in whatever in Harvard? Do you know we have this, we have that? Do you know we have somebody who's written like 5 books and or the tafsir of the Quran, etc., etc.? It's fun. I love it. Makes me so inspired. I feel like going back to school myself. What do you think?
Yes, you're right. You know what? If I had another 20 years, inshallah, Ameen.
Oh, you will.
Definitely.
And you know, I'm planning to inshallah do my PhD. So I need your duas, everyone, that you know I get a moment of time to catch up to all these amazing women. Now we have an award that we want to when Dr. Amir Lakha spoke, I think the sound was not working. But Dr. Amir Lakha's name still continues to come in this program because he gave an award which was mentioned before.
And this one goes to Jermaine Abu Shaba. Let's have a salawat for her.
Allahumma
salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Shahruz, you can tell us about this fantastic individual.
She is an amazing human being indeed, and she has won $500. And she's volunteered in various activities, including mentoring, and she's a project leader at the Medina and Bab al Ilm. The World Federation holds those camps in Qom, and Islamic studies and Quran teacher in the weekend school. But she, as well as running this educational program, she's doing this remotely right now in the pandemic. She tries to unite Shia youth in the journey of learning, and being engaged in their homes via contests and motivational rewards for winners. Jermaine also writes blogs which are often shared widely around the world. For the last 10 years, been at a youth camp as an organizer for the tri-state area, that's New Jersey, Washington, etc., taken on leadership roles as board of director in some organizations, and helped organize the annual Al-Quds protest in New York. She organizes the Janatul Baki protest in front of the White House, the Gadir programs. There's some programs she's done in front of the White House. Also, in addition to all this, she has facilitated publications, translations, editing of books, and currently is pursuing a master's degree in Quranic sciences and exegesis. Imagine Quranic sciences and exegesis. She's doing a master's in that, hopes to avail future opportunities to serve humanity and become an inspiration to fellow humans, thereby serving her creator. Congratulations, Jermaine Abu Shaba. We are so proud of you indeed. The next award, Shabniz, go ahead and announce it, please.
Oh, yes. This is one which is close to our hearts because it is a special person in the community. And this is the Marhum Nisar and Batul Dala Award. And the recipient is Sister Zainab Rasul.
Subhanallah.
So Shahruz, eloquently, you can speak about our wonderful sister Zainab Rasul.
Zainab Rasul, we've known her since she was a little girl, and now she's become old enough and full of wisdom enough to be the vice principal of the school that our children attend. My children attend the Sadiq Islamic School. She's their vice principal. She's always been a volunteer. This girl, wherever you turn, you see Zainab Rasul, Zainab Rasul, Zainab Rasul. And she is truly making the name of Bibi Zainab and the Holy Prophet Rasul Khuda sallallahu alaihi wasallam shine everywhere. She served as religious director and of the Jaffrey Islamic Youth. She's been an assistant director. She's also been the religious director at the school, taught grades 5 to 11. She has chaperoned the Asadiq school kids to Karbala on a Ziyarat trip. She has been the youth chairperson for 3 years. She serves in the Ramadan campaign against hunger, which means she's filling up, food packages and delivering them and collecting them during the holy month. She's been on the Niyaz committee, the Jaffrey Support Services, the Youth Task Force team as a volunteer in the ISIJ elections. She's a certified teacher. She's been nominated for the best role model for the Muslim youth girls in the community. She was born in Toronto, has a Canadian education. Alhamdulillah, we're so glad that we have a vice principal, a Shia vice principal for our Shia school. It's been really hard for us to find educated leaders in the community
and
to head our university.
Shahroz, you can see her mom Sukaina beaming with joy because it's not just a celebration and happiness that she shares, but all of us do, because
And,
Zainab is the daughter of our community.
Shamniz, when we asked Zainab, can you tell us something about ourselves? She's put 3 lines. Her mom told me all of this that I'm reading out to you. She's also, her mom told us she's packed and delivered food packages in Ramadan against hunger. She's a chocolate maker. Okay, thanks, mom, for letting us know that. She actually does chocolates in a professional way for weddings. She's also an actor who's been in many plays. She's a soccer goalie. In fact, she is a star goalie and helps save the net. And subhanallah, in addition to all that, did you know Shabniz that she's trying to get her pilot's license?
MashaAllah.
And flies small aircraft. Zainab, please slow down so we can catch up to you. We're proud of you. You make us smile with joy. The next award, Shabniz, is?
It's very close to my heart for 2 reasons. Both the award, the name of the award, and the recipient are very close to both our hearts. So the Marhum Habib and Shireen S.S. Jaffer, Mauladina Jaffer, goes to Sister Fatima Sajan.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali
Muhammad. Mashallah, the Sajan family should be proud, and Marhum Ghulam Sajan, really, the way he's brought up his daughters and Fatima Sajan for her community service is really walking in her father's footsteps. She, as you see, Shahroz, has been a 2013 recipient of the Women Who Inspire Award by the Canadian Council of Muslim Women. And then you can...
Not surprising, Shabniz. When she was a little girl, I remember her screaming in the mosque, in the Bayview Mosque. She would scream loudly. I'm like, this girl's going to make a voice in the world. She sure did. In 2013, she was a recipient of that award. 2016, recipient of the Leading Girls Award by the minister responsible for women's issues. Established a charitable group called Muslim Friends of Humber, but the list goes on. This bio is so long that I know my team behind the scenes is going to be shouting, please stop. Senior Development Officer for the University of Toronto's Faculty of Arts and Science, served as Manager of Development and Community Engagement for the National Council of Canadian Muslims, led in strategic planning, program development, stakeholder relations for Canada's full-time professional human rights and civil liberties organization for Canadian Muslims. Let me breathe, Fatim Sajan. Worked and volunteered with several nonprofits focusing on diversity, inclusion, human rights, and civic engagement. Mentored and actively engaged women and youth from Muslim communities in civic engagement locally and nationally, building bridges and fostering interfaith dialogue with the Mosaic program. In 2018, Fatim Sajan helped organize Rings of Peace. You know, those people who hold hands and save a place from any bad people. Well, she did a Ring of Peace. We know where? Around 6 major synagogues in the greater Toronto area. Made her father proud indeed, because if there's anything we knew about Uncle Ghulam Marhum was that he loved interfaith dialogue. She's helped establish the Syrian Hope project, raised 250,000 K to sponsor 4 Syrian refugee families to settle in Toronto. In coordination with the Archdiocese of Toronto, founding member of the Canadian Muslim Vote, also been a former executive counselor for Nasimco. Subhanallah, we're proud of you, Fatim, and it gives us great pleasure.
Definitely, the Marhum Habib and Shirin S.S. Mauladina Jaffer Award to Fatima Sajan is well deserved. So before we move on to the Amazon gift certificates, I wanted to read a few more messages that have come in. So I will not take a lot of time, but these messages are very important.
A lot of
and
people who are writing are saying, please, please,
Yes.
please read my message, read me. And so we have to. It's not like we are like, we're
Right,
like, so thank you
right.
so much. Thank you.
So the first one is from Sister Kanis Kimji, and she writes, Salam, Shabniz and Shairoz. Thank you very much for hosting this program. It is very interesting, exciting, educational, etc. Very proud of you and your team. Allah bless you all. Next, we have Nazneen Murtaza Mohammad. She writes, Salams, Shabniz, you and Shairoz are doing a great job. Keep up the great work of recognizing all the inspiring women. Let's do a Nare Takbir, Nare Risalat, Nare Haidari for all our participants. Nare Haidari. Alhamdulillah. Then this is the Somji family. One of the things they have written is thank you for making our sister a youth panel person. We all heard Sakina Somji, and the mother
The
writes,
paramedic and the firefighter.
Exactly.
Wow.
So her mom writes, Salams, mashallah, you all have done an excellent job. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you all for your efforts. This will give a lot of confidence and encouragement to all our upcoming youths of the community. And then the daughter writes from all the way from California. And her message was also the same. Salam Shabniz auntie, great job organizing this. We watched the program all the way from California. What an inspirational program. It's wonderful to see such strong, career driven and talented women in our community. And her sister Zainab from UK writes, it's love the initiative of women professionals today. It was such a confidence booster for her, for Sakina, and a proud moment for all of us.
We're proud indeed.
Last one I wanted to share, and one that is also very important. This one says that I am inspired by yours and Sakira's amazing presentation. As it was mentioned earlier, many attendants are joining for the attraction of the raffle, and I was one of them. I was glued to the program. Very inspiring. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you all. Nasim Jessa writes, I have posted this message on WUWA platform. Not sure if you received it. I must say today's program is excellent, very inspirational for us women. Thank you, Shabniz and Shairoz and team. I have always thought of you as a Wonder Woman and a role model to many of us. You have mentioned to me a few years ago that you wanted to do a program to empower women. Shabniz, your dream has come true.
Sure,
Alhamdulillah,
indeed.
Nasim. Thank you so much, Nasim
Alhamdulillah.
Jessa, for sharing your kind words. And last but not least on my list right now is from Ruxana Dirani. And she writes, what a wonderful program. I'm so impressed. Every words from all of you. I'm so proud to be a woman. Yes, indeed, we can do anything we wish to become, regardless what people say. I always say you should always encourage older ladies too, like us, who have much to say with less education but a lot of experience. They have put to be a, they have put to be a woman and a great business person like myself. You both are amazing, great women, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant you more tawfiq. Ameen. Ruxana Dirani also sells women's clothing, and she is inspired not only because of the directory listing but also of all the encouragement to older women like herself. Ahsan.
She's hardly old, mashallah. Young lady
Mashallah.
indeed.
So now we move on to our $25 Amazon card winners, and we have a drum roll happening, and the winners
A
are
halal drum roll, okay.
Yes, no drum roll here.
So, Shamniz, wow, tell us who won this.
$25. The first winner is Ayan Ahmad.
Allahumma salli ala
Muhammadin wa ali Muhammad.
No, Shabniz, when we were doing these Amazon gift cards, we wanted it to be accessible to any youth, any person of any age to be able to use this and inshallah, have fun with it. Thanks for staying with us today, Ayan. And inshallah, please do write on the spirit of will at joffrey.org to claim your prize. If we do not hear from these prize winners, and subhanallah, Shabniz, they are writing in right away. Otherwise, we would be calling somebody else. There's another winner. Do I see another number? no.
Yes, there is.
Okay, another gift card. Go for it, Shabs.
All right. The next winner of our $25 Amazon gift certificate is.
It's coming.
It's coming.
Any minute
All righty.
now.
And I'm sure this person is also glued to the TV.
3, 4, 4.5.
Kazima Akbar, salawat.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
You know, another thing is charity begins at home, right, Zakira Shahruz? And when we were looking at Nisar Dhala Award, Marhum Habib and Shirin Maulidina Jafar, when you are asking people for money, you yourself have to put your money on the table. But I also must say that our nephew, Shani Abbas Jafar, who owns MyFiber has also donated a prize worth $350.
Actually, he's given us 3, correct, team? Are these 3 fitness trainings that he gave us?
No,
or one?
It's just one.
Basically, it's worth $350.
Right.
And it's a month of personal fitness training. Because Shani Abbas is a registered, not only as a registered nurse, but he's also a physiotherapist. Correct me if I'm wrong, Shani Abbas, don't kill me. I might be wrong, but he's a physiotherapist for sure. And mashallah, he is also a personal fitness trainer. He trains males and females, and he does it online. So it can be done. And subhanallah, I'm seeing this name on the screen, which has been picked out because I swear to God.
No, because we had a woman and we were just making sure that because when we are rolling out the names, we wanted to be careful that this was for a male because we want to make sure that because Shani Abbas is a male, we want to do. So we will be drawing it live later. So hang on there.
We're driving it live right now. And that's why I thank you for your patience because we want to ensure that when we pick a name.
And the winner is Nabil Jafar. Alhamdulillah.
The reason I kind of paused, Shabniz, is when I saw that name, Nabil, I have a feeling this might be a friend of Shani Abbas's. So if Nabil, you are indeed a friend of Shani and you could have paid for this, can you give it back to us? So we'll give it to someone else. You shouldn't have to get it free from your friend. I'm just joking.
No, she's joking.
I'm just joking.
It's a very well-deserved one. And let's have a loud salawat again.
These are actually being picked by some digital thing. It's not even out of a hat. Can you imagine if we tried 1,100 people, is it? From a hat or from a whatever box? We don't have a box big enough for all those names. So now, mashallah, Shabniz is a nice part of this program also.
Definitely. This is, a very special time because what we have done today, Shahruz, we wouldn't have been able to do it without our competent team.
Absolutely.
Our extraordinary team. Our team with a majority of 90% of female and 1 male.
And he did his job. He did a good job.
And he did a great job. This was one man supporting all these women, right?
Well, we were kind of supporting him, but no worries. Go ahead.
So let's look at the video first, and then we will have a little more background on all our individual team members.
The team of WIL, the Women in Spirit of Women in Leadership team. And you know what? We have met once a week, every Tuesday for how many months now, Shabniz? 3 months?
3 months, yes.
So for 3 months, every Tuesday, we saw each other on Zoom. We did this all on Zoom. We couldn't meet each other in person. To organize a conference of this size, this wasn't one conference. This was probably, I think we tried to do 12 conferences in one, Shabniz. Because not only did we have amazing world-renowned speakers, we had YouTubers who showed us how to. Have we had the cooking demo already? Did I miss that?
Yes, that was at Salat time.
That's because I didn't want to learn how to cook. I don't want to cook. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you, Rihanna Squizzy. We had amazing YouTubers, and then we also had we also had this business directory.
Yes.
We're going to talk about mentorship. We did so many aspects. For example, just these 30 awards that we just did and 14 scholarships is a conference in itself. this is, you have no idea. 3 months was not enough. Even today, the kind of stress, but it was a good stress. And this team, not only the ones that met on Tuesday, but the ones that are right now behind the scenes. And inshallah, if you can give me a list of all the team members who are right now behind the camera. We have 3 cameras here. We have many TV screens. We have 6 feet apart. These poor young people have to stay apart to work.
6 feet apart, yeah.
6 feet apart, wearing masks in
So
this heat.
production team, Charos.
Wow. And you know,
social media team.
We would love to say your name out loud, guys. You don't have to make it go so fast.
Content team.
This is a slideshow, and but wow, and these are some of our Zoom meeting clips.
And I'm just really excited for the conference, inshallah. Everyone's really looking forward to it.
Thank you so much for letting me be a part of this wonderful team, and hopefully you will still keep me for the next one, and inshallah we'll work together too.
Thanks for including myself and Fatima in this opportunity. And it was an amazing experience working with all of you. I know we've met maybe at one point, but this was an amazing opportunity that we could do something like this while all being in our own homes. And so I'm very excited for the conference and, you know, future conferences to come.
It's been amazing to be a part of the conference, and it's kind of nice to have the connection, because even though we kind of can't gather at the mosque, it feels like I'm building a sense of community here, which we've kind of been lacking in recent months. So it's been really nice to see all of your faces and connect with you. So, and happy to work alongside you. And it's so great to see how far it's come and what all our hard work will have accomplished on Saturday. So I look forward to it.
Thank you so much for allowing me to be part of this team. I have really enjoyed working with all of you, and I'm really passionate about all the topics that are happening and very excited about the conference. And I've worked with you, Shabniz, before, and I always welcome the opportunity anytime.
Alhamdulillah, mashallah, what a great team. We are totally blessed, Sharaz. You know, we can see that behind the scene, the production team and the project manager, Nourain Nourani, amazing individuals that we could not have done this without their strong support. You know, in terms of the active team that we used to meet every week, I wanted to take a minute to say their names. Of course, everybody knows Nourain Nourani, one of our award recipients, and also our project manager, Akdas Anjum Sayed, Fatima Muzaffar Jafar, Kairun Abbas, Kulsum Dharamsi, Masuma, of course, you saw her name up on the production team, Mehtab Manikia, Muntazir Jafar, Noshin Mirza, Zakira Shairuz Jafar Dala, Zainab Dala, Zera Muzaffar Jafar, and all those individuals that you saw their names up with regards to the respective content team, production team, the media team, and also all those that did all the hard work with the social media. That was phenomenal. We were totally overwhelmed, and that was just fantastic.
You know, we have spent sleepless nights. We have, I mean, this one of the reasons why I'm having trouble talking, because staying up till 6:30 in the morning. We've haven't eaten pretty much. It's been like busy, but it's been so much fun that it was a labor of love. Right. The working day and night on this has actually rejuvenated us, galvanized us, and it has empowered us, inspired us. Sure. And so this team, we were blessed with them. And I know, Shabniz, a lot of people were asking, we want to be on your team. A lot of people are still saying, hey, we wanted to speak at this conference. Right. Hey, this is not over. There are many opportunities. Right. In fact, this is the beginning of this movement. And we've shown that we don't need a venue. We don't need you don't need a hall. You don't need anything. And even though, Shabniz, at some point we were thinking it's going to be a free conference, the money that has poured in has made us have to rejuggle things and change. That's why some of the templates were off, because money was coming in that we had to accommodate, and we didn't want to turn anyone away, especially when they've got money on their hands, because we wanted to include people who even handed in their bios late. For example, we were like, you know what, we want to help you get your showcase of talent out there. And of course, we have a story, right, Shabniz, where someone came to meet my
Definitely.
husband. Someone had come to meet my husband in the driveway
Right.
because don't mention his name because he's going to be anonymous. But what happened was that he came over to get something from my husband. They were going to meet in the driveway because pandemic, you're not allowed to meet anyway, masks and all. Well, what happened was he ended up knocking on the door, ringing the bell because he didn't see my husband. So when he entered, I said, please, take off your shoes, sit down while you wait. And while he was doing that, my husband was saying, hey, I'm coming, I'm around the corner. And I took those 30 seconds. What did I do, Shabniz?
Yes, you raised $1,000, Sharoz.
Well,
Mashallah.
he was putting his shoes back on and he was, saying, okay, I'm going to meet your husband outside. And I was like, please, we need some money and this and that. And he said to me, you know what? Okay, fine. I'll do it. And Shamniz was like, the poor young man, like he comes in the front door and you made him $1,000 lighter. And I said to her, Shamniz, no, if he does give this, his marhum mother and all his marhumin, as well as his children and his family, is going to they're going to be blessed indeed. And you know what, Shamniz, I was kind of hesitant to ask for this money because I did kind of sort of make him give it. He texted me at midnight saying, do you still need that money? Why haven't you come for it?
Mashallah.
And I was
Mashallah.
like, he said, send me the link. And I did. And he said,
And
I
as
promise
you
you I'll
said,
send it.
in this pandemic time, for people to open up their wallets
Yes.
is not an easy
And
thing.
may Allah keep his wallet very
Alhamdulillah.
heavy so that he can keep
Alhamdulillah.
doing these amazing things. And
Alhamdulillah.
may he have to keep paying a lot of khums.
Yes.
Because because it's like raining money. And, it's like, yay, take it, all of you. Because, we're all waiting. We have a lot of young women that we want to
and the
empower.
other thing we have also seen is that during this pandemic, we are not used to virtual lives, right? And we all made it possible. So if things like this can be accomplished by being virtual, can you imagine how effective we can be to doing so much more? So we better, all of us continuing doing good work. And if I can do it, you can do it. We all have seen that today is a testament of how, when people get together, good work can be done. This platform has really empowered not only people outside in the community, but within the community, because there are many of us that are sitting on the sideline thinking, oh, when the pandemic is over, we will start doing this, we're doing this, that. Please don't stop. Self-care, doing business, education, doing projects for the Jamaat, fundraising. This should not stop. Okay, we pray for the safety of everyone. We pray for all those that are sick out there. We pray for protection from this virus, and we pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives us the time right now to do good, because you never know when the end is coming.
And we want to take this even further, right, Shabniz? We were saying we want to take this so big that it becomes that we can empower just Muslim women. It doesn't have to be, we want it to start from home.
Yes.
And then we're going to build, and we inshallah, this could take off in such a way that it could be that we could have Muslim women, not just Muslim women, but women from all faiths. Because this is how you empower the world. And with like the Who is Hussein campaign, helps people all over the world, and it makes the name of Imam Hussein grow. We're going to do that with Bibi Fatima alayhi salam, so people say, who is Fatima? Right? And we're going to do this, inshallah. And you know what, right now we're going to talk about another award, Shamniz.
Yes.
And this other award was also generously given by an individual who, when we reached out to him, he said, okay, I'll give you this much.
So
and then when
scholarship.
we reached out to him again in terms of scholarship, and then we reached out to him and he said, okay, I'll give you more. And you know what, we never had to beg. We would just, it just happened over one event where I came to drop something here at the mosque, because I was offloading things for this set and everything. And while we were doing that, I was leaving voice messages to him, and on the way to JCC, when I drove back, I was still leaving him a voice message. By the time I drove home and I parked in our garage, he had said, I'm ready to give $5,000.
Mashallah.
And so we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless this family. Dear Marhumin, wait, don't give the name of this person yet. Sorry, I haven't talked about this person. Okay, the winner of this $2,500 scholarship is Kauthar Rahmani, who was watching
Allahumma
Salli
salli
ala
ala
Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
So the Daya family scholarship of $2,500
Because
recipient is Sister Kauthar Rahmani.
Yes.
And Shairoz, you can tell us all the great things.
I was wanting to sort of build up to this name. And our team has been so awesome, really keeping up with us, with our talking and with our laughing. And where I was saying, wait, don't show that yet. Thank you so much, guys. You know, you're awesome. Kauthar Rahmani has been watching since 4 in the morning, okay, for her time. And she's a revert. She's a person who came to Islam later on in life. And she's an amazing writer. And I want to talk at length about this young lady because she's an inspiration indeed. She's a poet. She learned the Arabic language, Shabnis, and became a translator of Arabic text. She's a public speaker, a published author, a playwright, a documentary writer, a print journalist, a columnist, and a public speaker who appears on TV, magazine. She's a magazine editor, Islamic website content developer. She's also a Hausa student who has been at Al Mahdi Institute in Birmingham, in England, a graduate student at Islamic College in London, also a master chef who serves for abused and homeless women throughout the year at a shelter run by Catholic Charities. She plans to study writing at the UCLA Extension Program and continue her study in Arabic, intends to serve the community as a speaker, and wants to develop Islamic written and digital content. But you know what, Shabniz, I haven't even told you about the places she's written for. Honestly, I wish my computer would keep up with me, because Kauthar has written for such amazing publications. The name escapes me here, but please do come to our website, because we're going to put the names of all our winners, scholarship and award winners, and their entire bios.
Yes.
Where you can read in detail about the amazing things they do. Reach out to them for mentorship, or just to tell them that you are amazed by the amazing work that they do. And also, Kauthar says that with this money, inshallah, when she was writing her 1,500 word scholarship, she was saying that I want to do more work for Islam, and I want to do things that will make this world a better place. And I want to, she said, even apply for so many programs that, the money that it takes to apply for programs often is daunting. And it's a costly thing indeed. So, Kauthar, we hope that this $2,500 Canadian will, inshallah, help you to apply to things, pay the electricity bill in these pandemic times when jobs are scarce, and also to just write, because she's a poet. And if you'll allow me, I ran out of battery, because she had given me her poetry about Bibi Fatima Shamniz, I think you have my charger. That's why I've run out of
I am
the.
sorry.
No, it's all right. It's all right. When we come back, back to me, I will, inshallah, read out this poem that she has written in love of Bibi Fatima, and it is really a beautiful piece of poetry. We're gonna talk about the next award, because I know that Noreen, our event manager, is always telling us about time. But mashallah, we're doing well, right, Noreen? We're doing well, mashallah. We're doing well. And I have in front of me right now this I have it in front of me. So if you would just give me a moment. And Shabniz, why don't you read out a comment or two while I get this? Because Kauthar, she loves Bibi Fatima alayha salam so much that she said, whether I win an award or not, would you please read this piece of poetry that I wrote in love of Bibi Fatima alayhi salam. And that she said that I want to, here it is. Got it. So she said, congratulations on the blessed day. If I can have that camera, please, that is going to, I want everyone to really hear about Bibi Fatima alayhi salam. So camera 3, thank you, Jazakallah khair. Congratulations on this blessed day in which the mother of the Imams first appeared to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you this is a revert who came to Islam after a big struggle, and her reborn story has been told on Ahlul Bayt TV. If you watch it, you cannot watch it without sobbing. It's made the cameraman sob. It's made everyone sob. So please do check it out. It's on YouTube. Congratulations on this blessed day in which the mother of the Imams first appeared to the world, the virtuous daughter of Muhammad al-Mustafa, who was revealed to Adam and Eve in paradise as a girl emitting a light so bright it almost blinded them. Peace and blessings upon the mistress of their female progeny, the celestial maiden who emanated the fragrance of Jannah. I'm getting goosebumps. I don't know about you, Shabniz.
True.
Who was born from the substance and perfume of the food of the fourth heaven. O Lord, adorn us with the beauty and purity of our love for her, and let this love grace our lives throughout the year with every daily act. O you so easily satisfied, she says to Allah. And then she says to Bibi Fatima, O you who are never pleased. O soul that perishes without the creator that created it. O soul that withers and falls with the blowing of every current of life. O soul that would never be a soul without him. Turn to your Lord and hear his soft whispers amid the tumult of life. Lead us out of darkness, O Fatima. Lead us to the promised land where milk and honey never runs dry. Lead us back so far to that source of everything. Lead us back to you, O Fatima. Lead us back to ourselves. Al-Fatiha for the soul that perishes, and Adhan and Iqama for the soul that shall rise. Kauthar Rahmani.
Salawat.
Allahumma salli
ala
Muhammad. Ali Muhammad.
MashaAllah, she really does do justice to that, and may Allah bless her. So next we have another award and a couple of few awards, and I'm sure many are kind of staying tuned because there is a lot more coming. We have two great speakers and we also have a few more awards. So the next award is the Yasmin and Latif Fazal Award given to Sister Nazmina Damji.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Shabniz, go ahead and tell us about this
Sure.
amazing young
So
woman.
Nazima, this award is given to her for journalism. She is a seasonal translator of many classical and modern Islamic books from Arabic into English. Recently, she translated classical tafsir work dating back to Gaibat-e-Sugra called Tafsir-e-Ayashi and published by AMI Publications.
Subhanallah.
Developed curricle in Quranic, Arabic, and teaches classes across Northwest London as well as online.
Amazing.
Nazima Damji, congratulations. We are so proud of you.
Shabniz, you know, when we called Amina to tell her that she was selected, she said, why? What have I done? I was like,
Right.
excuse me.
So this Yasmin and Latif Fazal Award is really well-deserved for Nazmina Damji. Ahsan.
Jazakallah. And you know, just to read the tafsir of the Holy Quran is daunting. And here is a lady from our community who has translated this classical tafsir, and it goes back to Gaibat-e-Sugra. That's a very ancient text, and to be published and to be quoted by people and to be read. This is mind-blowing stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Do not be for a moment in doubt that these people, these young women from our community, deserve every accolade. I wish we could, shower them with a lot of money so that they could do these amazing things. Because I know when you're doing this kind of work, you know, sometimes you don't have time to cook. Sometimes you don't have time to clean, and we need to support people like this. You know what we're doing for just an award like this? We're barely giving just a crystal trophy. There's some who have been given scholarships because they kind of, they're still studying. What about the people who are really doing amazing things?
Right.
Let's, and then this is an appeal to all these amazing, really, affluent members of our community. please, and you know what, when I say GoFundMe, make those things where you can support women who are already doing amazing things, so that they can keep doing the amazing things that they do.
And you know, Zakira, we had said when we first started to plan, was this going to be a 2-day conference, a 1-day conference? But you can all see from the caliber of these individuals, from the line of speakers, from the line of awards, how could we have done justice if we did it in less than a day? You know, you just can't. You need a full day, and we had to be cognizant of the fact that you're doing this globally. So the times in
Yes.
all
I
of
had
the
somebody from Dar es Salaam write to me. She said, seriously, 600 minutes? You're going to talk for 600 minutes?
Yeah.
And I said to her, you'll see that you wish that it was 1200 minutes or more.
Yes.
And you know, Shamniz, these are our contemporaries.
Yes.
These are people, alhamdulillah, alive. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant them a long life so that they can be prolific the way that they are. And you know what? We wish that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives you, you know, izafa in your ilm, that you can continue to learn and to teach and to raise funds. Right now, the next award that we're going to talk about is
and Charles, before you said it, I just had Sister Fatima Kamalia said, yes, I wish it was 1200 minutes. And
Alhamdulillah.
another one, Sister Shamin wrote, thank you. This is an incredible event.
Wow.
I haven't gotten off the sofa even ordering pizza because I don't want to miss anything.
Thank you so much, so much. You know what? This is a moment of validation for me, because I am known to talk a lot. I have the gift of gab, and alhamdulillah, I've used it to talk about Islam. But often people are telling me, stop talking, Zakira Shiraz. We're going to turn off your mic. You know, she talks wonderful, but we wish she would talk less. Thank you for saying you wish you had 1200 minutes to hear us talk. I feel validated. Now I can have a restful sleep tonight. And thank you very much.
So let's do the next two awards, and then I will do some more comments that are coming in.
Thank you. So this
Alhamdulillah.
next award, Shamniz, honestly, when I went to Pakistan and I went to recite Majlis in Karachi, uh, Zora Rajbar couldn't stop talking about this Dr. Zaida. Everywhere she was like, Dr. Zaida, Dr. Zaida. I was like, okay, fine. Tell me who this Dr. Zaida is. The Rashida Dala Award goes to Dr. Zaida from Pakistan.
Allah.
Shamniz, Dr. Zaida has a master's degree in alternative medicines from Mumbai, India.
Wow.
She's helped thousands suffering with cancer, from diabetes, chronic pain, infertility, and many more illnesses. She served as the chairperson of the women's wing of the Koja Pirbai Shia Ithna Ashari Jamaat in Karachi. She provides vocational training programs for female youths to develop their skills such as self-grooming, cooking, crochet, henna, art, acupressure, glass painting, stitching, and various other skills. She's helped earthquake victims in Azad, Kashmir, and northern areas of Pakistan in 2005. She set up medical camps in the earthquake-struck areas and treated thousands of people who needed medical treatment in those earthquake-stricken areas. She's provided grief and trauma counseling to those PTSD victims of sectarian violence in the community. She's fundraised for the assistance of such families to ensure that they are provided with food, shelter, education, and other necessities of life. She also provides ghusl and funeral services to the dead bodies of the community, the Ghusl Khana at Mehfile Murtaza. Dr. Zaida, we are so proud of you. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you with a long life.
And this Rashida Dala Award for Dr. Zahida, mashallah, our silver sponsor with the golden winner, mashallah.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. If I could have the camera back to Shabniz and myself, I want to appeal to the people right now. In fact, can you put me at that camera where I can really appeal straight to my those who are watching? Those who are watching even after this, when this will be specifically, by the way, is already recorded, you can access this on YouTube, and our team is already planning to edit this so that this will be seamless. There'll be no, inshallah, no glitches and everything. We're going to reinsert all the pre-recorded things so that it's just perfect. So stay tuned. You can watch this. I know if we take this off YouTube, a lot of people will be upset. Hey, don't edit this and bring it back. So we're going to keep it. It's not about the views. You can keep watching this one. We're going to put a new file that is also perfectly seamlessly done so that all of you can watch. But I want to appeal right now to all those translators, women or men. I want to appeal to you, all of those who can you actually transcribe this conference for us today? Not today, you can do it over the next I'll give you a few days. But you know what? These speeches deserve to be written. so that people can read each and every word. These words that we are, profiling these people, everything has to be translated in Spanish, Italian, German, Farsi, French, Urdu, you name it. And also, it needs to be transcribed in English so we can read it. We need to have closed captioning on this so that it's accessible to people of all faiths. And also, I'm also appealing, and you know what? As we say, made these words that I say from my mouth, maybe they will become golden. If you are somebody who has some money, um, 30 women have been profiled today who really deserve not just a lot more than just a crystal trophy. Women, when we were fundraising for a crystal trophy, we were thinking it's a frill, it's a waste of money. But we know what it means, because I know when I've been given awards, I've cherished them all my life. Even if they collect dust, they're there as a conversation piece. But you know what? If one of you has some money, imagine if each of you gave, if somebody, there's 30 awards, it's $30,000. If we could come up with $30,000 for these 30 women, they could continue to write research articles. They could translate a lot of books. They could fundraise and do huge charities. They could make the world a better place. And Shia women, in the name of Bibi Fatima alayhi salam, can actually show the world that this is what the lovers of Fatima can do. Salawat. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Inshallah, it will happen. I know inshallah, it will happen.
Okay, so next we have another award.
And back to our other camera, please.
Right. So this is a Marhum Ghulam Sajan Award, and it's been presented to Sister Azra Kazim Karmali. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad.
Shamniz, who doesn't know, for example, Marhum Ghulam Sajan?
Yes.
And who doesn't know Azra Kazim Karmali? You know why? Wow, you guys have made her Karbalai. Wow, Subhanallah. Khuda kare bar bar aap jaएं Karbala. Ilahi Ameen. What a nice typo. I would love this typo to be with my name. You know what? Azra is well known not only for her own work, Shabniz, but she is the daughter of Mr. Tariq Tafsir. What is it? Quran. Her father, Muhammad Khalfan, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant him a long life. Or is it Onadi Khalfan? Please forgive me. I'm very bad with names. All I know is uncle gets prisoners to have the Quran in their hands. So many have converted to Islam by getting that Quran, that the Tahrique Tafsir Quran. Forgive me if I get it wrong, but you know who I'm talking about. This is the daughter of a man who talks Quran, who gives Qurans, and his publications. Even when I came to New York just recently, and they picked me up from the airport, we were just talking Quran, and he gave me so many books to take home with me. This daughter of his drove me to the airport and picked me up from the airport too. When she is an amazing woman who gets picked up at airports in limousines, she picked up the Zakira. These are the amazing women, very humble women. By the way, even Zora Rajpar was my quote unquote assistant when I was in Karachi. A woman who is a head of a corporation and handling thousands of women used to give me water and make me drink it, and would also give me something for my throat, and would give me food in my room, and would arrange for a lot of things so that I become comfortable. These are empowered women who empower others, really. And I just want to tell you about Azra Karmali also. She's a her resume is also so big, that so huge, that we actually would need a whole program to do this. And this is the barakah that happens to the family that invests in the Holy Quran, in the tafsir, and in the spreading of the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Business and consulting management. She's a volunteer in the Child Aid International. She's been the cover story, Shamniz, in Aziza magazine. Do look that up. She was the cover story just recently. She's won the Integrity Award. You know what? There's so many awards here. Believe me, I can't even say these names. Please do check our website. We're gonna have her profile there, so that she can forgive us because we're not doing justice to her bio here. She's also CEO of Plaques by Azra and Signs, and Lucid Products, manager of her family's business for over 20 years. Some of her awards have been presented to individuals including the former First Lady Hillary Clinton,
Wow.
Nobel Peace Prize winner Muhammad Yunus, and Mayor de Blasio, and several. She mentors young adults and women. In 2016, Azra was awarded the MBA Catalyst Award by the NMSDC.
Wow.
She's had the honor and privilege to ring. Okay, Shabniz, you can say this one. I know you love this one. She's had the honor and privilege. Can you say it, or shall I read
To
it
ring
out?
the bell 3 times where?
It at NASDAQ.
NASDAQ.
Whatever.
A Shia woman,
She rang the bell 3 times at
Sister
NASDAQ.
Azra,
At the stock
mashallah.
exchange, the world's second largest financial market. You know where,
And
Shanice?
she deserves
At New York City.
Cheryl, she deserves her own trophy. Now
I
Azra
know.
trophy gets her
own trophy, honestly. And you know,
Yeah.
her father had once looked at the at that billboard and said, I wish, I could be up there. And his daughter actually made it up on that
Mashallah,
billboard.
mashallah.
Subhanallah. At New York's Times Square, something like that.
Mashallah,
Yeah,
mashallah.
awarded partial scholarships at Concordia Forum's annual retreat, a global initiative for Muslim professionals. And if my conference manager doesn't yell at me, I can keep going. Selected she never yells, but she will be like having another coffee. Selected in 2018 for a national ad campaign by one of America's largest bank, Wells Fargo. Her success story is used as an example on how corporate sponsorships make a huge impact to women and minority-owned enterprises.
Mashallah.
Allahumma salli
Salli
ala
ala
Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. And let's pray for her father, for his health, and for her mom,
Ameen.
Shireen Auntie, who's an
Mashallah.
incredible woman who also runs the family business.
Alhamdulillah.
Now let's talk about some freebies, Shabniz.
Yes, 3 Amazon gift card certificates, $25 each. And the winners are first Naz Sabur. Ma salli ala Muhammad. Wow, our own Alia Dharamsi, mashallah.
Allah.
Salli ala.
Listen, this wasn't us. We didn't do this.
And the third one, Sister Farhana Kasam.
Allahumma salli ala
Muhammad. So congratulations to all winners and all the award recipients and the scholarship winners. And now we move on to our
mentoring
mentorship
program.
quiz. Thank
This
you.
mentoring program, Shamniz, is a conference in itself, and we're going to
Agree.
have a video to show you what this mentoring program is all about. Without further ado, let us show the roll tape.
We're here on this special day. Our hearts are full of pleasure. A day that brings the two of you close together. We're gathered here to celebrate a moment you'll always treasure. We ask Allah to make your love last forever. Let's raise our hands and make dua like the Prophet taught us. And with one voice, let's all say, بارك الله لكما وبارك عليكما وجمع بينكما في خير. بارك الله لكما وبارك عليكما وجمع بينكما في خير. From now you'll share all your joys. Through hardships support each other. Together worshiping Allah, seeking His pleasure. We pray that He will fill your life with happiness and blessings, and grant you kids who make your home filled with laughter. Let's raise our hands and make dua like the Prophet taught us. And with one voice, let's all say, بارك الله لكما وبارك عليكما وجمع بينكما في خير. بارك الله لكما وبارك عليكما وجمع بينكما في خير. بارك الله بارك الله بارك الله.
Mashallah, the mentorship piece, I'm hoping all of you have taken advantage of the trial run that we showed on the video clip. This is very important. When we were first planning the conference, many questions were what we want to get out of this conference. Yes, you want to applaud women, you want to showcase talent, you're going to have directory listing, you want to have awards, scholarships, but at the end of the day, these are all role models of our community. So it's up to us to become those role models and become mentors. So I reach out to all of you. If you go into the website, it's so easy to be a mentor. It is so easy to be a mentee. There has to be a bit of both. I just can't expect mentors to be there, and then I don't have the young mentees out there, or even mentees like myself. I would love to learn from others. This will be a time commitment exercise. It's not that it's going to take a lot of your time. It's going to be a few hours, maybe a month or maybe a quarter. But please, this is your Shia platform. Empower your sisters. Do this because we want to grow a community that is powerful. We want our women to be educated. We want our women to be able to give back to the community. We want the best practices. We want the insights. We want the do-betters. So please, I urge you, do make sure that you either become a mentee or you become a mentor. And I must thank Sister Shaista Dharamsi all the way from Florida, who was one of our first mentors. That was really a great way of you showing us support. Thank you, Sister Shaista. And I just wanted to read a few more comments before I go further. And there was one that just came in right now, and it says, Mashallah, the conference is flowing very well. The virtual chemistry is very engaging between you sisters. I have been glued to my phone.
Thank you. Who's saying
Thank
this?
you, Sister Fatim Kamalia, because she
Thank
is
you.
really
We love you.
glued to the
Is
TV.
that
She has been
that Dr.
occasionally
Fatim
coming.
Kamalia? Which
No,
doctor?
she's our Fatim Kamalia. She's on Jaffrey Support Services.
Oh, that Fatim
And
Kamalia.
it's also Dr. Fatim Kamalia. So we have all these great people that are out there supporting us. Next message from Sister Pareen Kareem. And she writes, congratulations to you and Charis for doing a commendable work and for a very inspirational conference. This was much needed for us women to boost us and learn from each other. And it is community success stories. Mashallah. Well done, and lots of duas for everyone who participated and made this possible. We are so proud of all of you. And then I wanted to go into the other messages that have come up. The first one is from a Sister Kaniz all the way from Edmonton. And she writes, I watched the program. I am so happy and pleased with all that you have done. It's about time this is done. Keep up the good work with a thumbs up, mashallah.
Right.
And then she asked, when is the next program?
We're ready.
Right.
We're
is
so
there
ready.
a set date, a month, or weekly? Please let me know.
Oh, wow.
Thank you so much. God bless you all. Sister Kani is a weekly program. Oh
Thank
my
you.
gosh.
We're so, Noreen is ready, our event manager. She's ready.
Then it's another one from Edmonton, Sister Tahira Khalfan. She writes, Salam, Sister Shabniz. I love the program. It's very well organized. Thanks for everything you all do. Then we had another one that came to the team. I didn't get the name from the team, the WIL team, but it says, I'm almost overwhelmed at the amount of work that has gone into bringing it to fruition.
Oh, our own team members saying this.
Jazakallah to the whole team. Mashallah, this is
awesome.
phenomenal. And then we have Sister Nazish Azim Jagani, and she writes, Mashallah, what an amazing job you guys are doing. Thank you for highlighting all the achievements of the wonderful ladies. You and other female leaders are indeed a source of pride and inspiration for our growing youthful generation in our community. Jazakallah for all your hard work. May Allah reward you both for all your hard work. Ameen. And then we have another sister who says, I am inspired by yours and Zakira Shairo's amazing presentation and all the presenters. as it was mentioned earlier, that many attendees are joining for the attraction of Ziyarat raffle, and I was one of them. However, I was glued to the program, not just because of the raffle, but because the program was so great. Very
Alhamdulillah.
inspiring indeed. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you abundantly.
Awesome.
And this is a message from Sister Fawzia Asgari, and she said, you can mention my name. So all those
Thank
that I have
you.
written, I have been very cognizant of the fact that these are people that are asking us to mention their name. And Sister Pareen Karim just added, oh, please, can you add the Hassanali sisters were amazing. These are our nieces in Nairobi, and we are so proud of them too. Mashallah.
right.
Sister Pareen, we are proud of them too. They are your sisters, but our sisters in Islam, we are so proud of them. Mashallah. Alhamdulillah.
Allahumma salli ala.
So next, I know that Charaz, you have a lot to add in terms of all the amazing speakers and the journey we did in terms of sourcing them, reaching out to them, having virtual conference calls to make sure that all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. There's a lot of work that goes in
You know,
this.
Shamniz,
And
it takes a big heart to thank
yeah,
organizers.
yeah,
It takes a big heart to say that you guys are doing an awesome job.
Right.
Even the people that we singled out and reached out to, when they are coming back to us, I'm getting all these messages. By the way, if we can have the middle camera now, because thank you. What's happened is that our phones have run out of battery. Our laptops have run out of battery. We haven't eaten, but we didn't run out of battery, Alhamdulillah. And our team that is working so hard, they've been here for the last 3 nights, all day, all night, trying to set up this whole thing and sequencing it. And yet things went awry, but I think there was a reason this happened, so that we could see all these people calling us and messaging us. People were calling me while we're live, like, we can't hear, oh my god, we can't see, and it's just wonderful.
And Sheroz, one of the comments I got is, why don't we see these comments on Zoom? But these are all coming on my cell phone, and I'm cutting and pasting it to the project manager. It's just exactly as the names that are coming up, not edited. It's going live
and
word by
also
word.
they're also from the Hova app, they're also from YouTube.
Yes.
And people if you have no idea, I could even show you the way my phone is, like thousands of messages that are unread right now. It's just mind-blowing. And a lot of them are award recipients who are saying, if you hadn't called me for this award, I would have never got it.
Yes.
But it takes a big heart for them to acknowledge that. There are many who are saying, thank you for the award, I'm so wonderful, and they're not giving. So you know what? Even that is an eye-opener and a lesson. When somebody gives you empowerment, never forget, whether it's your madrasa teacher, whether it's a person in your company, whether it's a fellow community member who gave you an award in madrasa, or it's in a conference like this.
And I wanted to add here, Shairoz, this conference was not about you and I. This was us showing that we have done it all, been there, done that. And this is our way of saying that there are sisters out there that we will applaud.
We
that
will.
We
and you
will
don't have
bring
to thank
and
us
showcase
at all.
to the world.
And a lot of the, even Shamniz, we've talked about this. There were some people were like, when they had their time, did they remember us? Those questions came, and we were like, you know what? The Holy Quran has said that don't let the hatred of a people stop you from being just.
Yes.
Right.
And I want to read.
That is what we were inspired by. The Holy Quran telling us that do what is right, because that is taqwa. That look for the people in your community that no one has given an award to. They wouldn't have known they existed. Give them that platform. Yes.
And I wanted to add one more message. It came from Sister Nakia Abdul Rasul, who is the chair of our Jafri Support Services. And she writes, congratulations on a successful conference. Today, you and Shairoz are doing an excellent job. You both make us proud. May the Almighty give you both the tawfiq to continue the great work. This is a personal message. I don't want you to read it out, but I wanted to tell you because I wish you well as a friend and always rooting for you. Then, Nakia, you said you're fine. I know this is a message that you wanted us to share, and thank you so much for encouraging us and sending your message.
Shabniz, our mom has always taught us that it takes a big heart to appreciate somebody, and that person who does it publicly, now that's a true friend. There are many people who love us behind the scenes. They'll say, I love you, I know, if I had the power I would do this and do that, but they'll never outside in the world show that I support this person, I love this person. Here we are, Shamniz, we're actually standing on the rooftop of the world because the internet is watching us, and we're saying we love these 30 women and these 14 scholarship winners and these 14 renowned speakers. Everyone, we love you, we're proud of you, and we're going to stand on top of the world and say, we
Great.
are behind you. Whether you say thank
Alhamdulillah.
you to us is irrelevant. But wow, the thank yous that are coming in, that's why Shamniz, you and I keep interrupting each other, because people are saying, can you they're forcing us, read my message, please
Yes.
read my
and
message.
Shairoz, we are just ordinary women. And you know what? The next segment from Minaz Manikia is going to talk about ordinary women doing extraordinary things. I'm really looking forward to this. And,
Sorry, I'm laughing by looking at my text. Someone has, and sent from the WIL team, somebody wrote on our Huva app, I believe, and said that Zakira Shairoz, please eat something because you're very inspiring, but please have something to eat. And Shamniz, Zakira, you too, eat something, not virtually, but eat something real. Because our phones have run out, and I, just running on coffee. But Alhamdulillah, subhanallah, even though my dear sister, I will prove it to you, made me a plate. And she was
Alhamdulillah.
like, she made me a plate, but I haven't eaten, and she's been scolding me. But we get so worked.
So let's watch the
busy.
video and you can enjoy your little snack, Shairoz. And
you.
Let's go to the video of Sister Minaz Manikia. Yes, this is fantastic. Alhamdulillah, you can see so much interesting bio on our Sister Minaz Manikia, right by your side, CEO and co-founder. Wow, look at the positions she's held. Wow, mashallah.
She is so impressive, Shamniz.
She is,
that she has her
mashallah.
own company. She moved from Dubai. She was on top of her game in Citibank. She left it because she wanted to be near her children. She comes
Mashallah.
here to Florida, and next thing you know, she's doing all this new company and
my
all that.
God.
And then she's also the outreach person at the new mosque in Florida, Masjid Al
Mashallah.
Hay, and she's gotten all these awards from the police academy. I don't know, she's gotten award from the mayor, you
Here
name
it is, Shairoz, the volunteer word.
I mean, this is going too fast. I should have been reading this out. We can't go back, no?
No, the accolades we've seen that
the
she's
Interfaith
got the
Award.
Nasimco
Yeah.
Outreach and Interfaith Award 2019. As you said, the Sanford Police Award, the Award for Community Service. Alhamdulillah.
Ordinary women doing extraordinary things. That's the focus of the next session, inshallah, by Sister Minaz Manaki. Sister Minaz has done excellent work in various social causes, and today she shall be talking about what success can look like for different people. What steps did they take to achieve success in their careers while moving from the ordinary to the extraordinary, as they define it? A very, very interesting topic, which I am sure you all will greatly enjoy and benefit from. Please welcome Sister Minaz with Alal Salawat ala Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you all for joining in on my session. I would like to start by thanking the organizers for hosting a one-of-a-kind Women in Leadership conference. I am humbled for the opportunity to participate in the milestone event, and inshallah, we pray for their success to continue annually. My name is Minaz Manikia. I'm a mother of 3 and CEO of Right By Your Side and a dedicated community volunteer. I was born in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, and grew up in the metropolis of New York. At the age of 18, I started my business career as a bank teller. Then a few years later, I was promoted to teller supervisor. I realized a deep found passion for banking. Finally, I transferred to personal banking, which allowed me to step into the world of wealth management. In 2004, we relocated to Dubai, where I joined Citibank as a relationship manager. After several years of wealth management, I decided I wanted to experience a different department, so I moved to branch service head. I enjoyed working with clients and my team. I managed opening a new financial center and identified opportunities for process improvement. Fast forward to 2009, when the head of HR asked me why I hadn't applied for the contact center head's position. I was shocked. I thought, me? Seriously? I don't think I can do it. I didn't have call center experience, and that role required to manage 4 departments and a very large team. He told me I had some relevant skills, and the rest I would learn on the job. He got me thinking and certainly caught my attention. At the time, I did not believe in myself and had a fear of stepping out of my comfort zone. Research shows that in order to apply for a job, women feel they need to meet 100% of the criteria, while men usually apply after meeting about 60%. Interestingly enough, I applied for the position with the thought in the back of my mind that I wouldn't be accepted for it. Might I add, this was all happening when my 3 kids were ages 12, 13, and 16. So in addition to my growing work life, my role as a mom always came first. It was very difficult at times, being needed at 2 places at once. I had to choose between my kids and important school events or business trips. After several weeks of anxiously waiting, I received a call that I got the job and I would be promoted to assistant vice president. As I reflect on that conversation, it was the same call you'd expect to receive any good news. In all the same moment, I was shocked, nervous, excited, thought, what did I just get myself into? I thank God for the opportunity and asked for his guidance as I embarked on this new journey. This promotion pulled a 360 on my entire career. Suddenly, I was part of the management team of a universally recognized bank as the first Muslim woman. The new role came with intense pressure, but I knew I had to keep my chin up and adapt to the situation as fast as I could. It felt like I was pushed into the ocean without knowing how to swim, literally. In my capacity as the contact center head, I had the privilege to work with branches in Europe, Middle East, and Africa, and supervise over 250 employees. Ultimately, I would travel to all the regions to ensure we are unified. I also had an outsourced team in India. As you see, we as women underestimate our capabilities and are afraid of taking risks. I must admit, I learned a lot in my 12 years with Citibank Dubai. Then it came to a point in 2016 where the comfort of having a secure job and income would compete with luxury of living with my children in the US, who had all moved to Florida for university. I had to choose between my career and my kids. A year later, I resigned from my position as a senior VP of Citibank and moved to Florida to live with my children. I followed what my heart guided me to. So now I arrive in Florida and have nothing to do. I was exploring my options and was left with either going back to banking or starting my own business. With my eldest son, we started a non-emergency medical transportation company called Right by Your Side. We specialize in transporting wheelchair accessible and stretcher bound patients to medical appointments and personal outings. It's somewhat like an ambulance, but non-emergency. Alhamdulillah, it's been an amazing journey thus far, and we've both learned a lot in the process. I transitioned from being an employee, now being my own boss, dedicated to assisting the elderly. It's really hard to sum up over 25 years of my life, and all this may sound adventurous, but let me tell you, it was an extremely difficult journey. The skills I learned from my corporate world helped me in managing our own business. However, I was lacking a support system that would help me overcome my entrepreneurial challenges. My cousin convinced me to apply for the Tory Burch Foundation Fellowship, whereby they offer mentorship for female business owners. That's exactly what I needed. Thousands of women entrepreneurs apply for this program every year, and I felt I should give it a try. It was a lengthy application, and I recall my son saying to me, "What if you don't get selected?" I said to him, "It's okay. The whole application process in itself is a beneficial experience for me." It's important to take your failures and rejections as a learning point that not everyone wins. When I got the call one morning that I was selected as a Tory Burch Fellow, I screamed on the phone. I actually said, "No ways, are you joking?" Believe it or not, I was the first hijabi as a Tory Burch Fellow. The fellowship included a year of professional mentorship, an all-expense-paid trip to New York for a 4-day workshop, which included meeting Tory Burch and her team, and much, much more. I was also selected for the 10K Small Business Program in Babson College, sponsored by Goldman Sachs. You see, there is a support system out there. You just have to identify what is relevant for you. Before I moved to Florida, my friends and I traveled to Lesbos, Greece, to volunteer at the Syrian refugee camp. I can specifically say this trip totally changed my outlook on purpose of life. Imagine yourself in a situation whereby you're in the mercy of others, not knowing where you'll end up and how you'd receive bare necessities. We bought them clothing, food, whatever they required. We also managed to get them tickets so they could get on a ferry. I remember the first day we were there, I was overwhelmed with emotions while distributing food. I just broke down and a volunteer came to me and said, "It's okay, just take a few-minute break." On the last day, we received a call to help with the burial process of female bodies that were in the freezer. I get the chills speaking about it. With the help of the Almighty, we were able to provide assistance with the burial rites of these ladies. This trip strengthened my faith and built my confidence level. Ever since, it has made me appreciate the simplest things we take for granted in this life. I'm so glad I took that bold step and traveled to a foreign country with so much uncertainty to make a difference. Like they say, even a smile is a charity. When I reached Florida, my life changed. I got more involved with community work. One thing led to another. From volunteering at a small events, I was asked to lead the outreach team. Imagine being in a new city and not knowing too many people. I had to do what I was tasked to. In a way, it was God who had placed me in this position to begin with. I started attending interfaith events, looked for opportunities to give back, and spread the message of Islam. As a woman, my hijab is my religious identity. Growing up, I was hiding under my hijab, and now I feel liberated. I was able to go to events with my hijab freely. The past 2 years, I attended Sanford Police Department's annual awards gala to receive an award in my abaya. As Muslims, we have an obligation to serve our community and make a difference in others' life. We find God by taking care of others. Alhamdulillah, in the past 4 years, we've come a long way in the outreach team. From taking underprivileged children on a shopping spree during Christmas and distributing turkey dinner baskets in the neighborhood. During the pandemic, we hosted a prayer vigil for the first responders outside a local hospital. We dropped off dinners to hospitals, police stations, school food pantries, and the list goes on. Recently, we adopted a park to commemorate Hussein Day to continue the legacy of Imam Hussein. They dedicated the park in honor of our mosque. We have the opportunity to do so much. We just need to get out of our comfort zone, think out of the box, and like Nike's slogan, just do it. Once you make the intention, everything falls into place and you get the support and energy you need. Today, our efforts are recognized. We've been awarded by our local police department for our community involvement over the past 2 years. I was asked to lead a closing prayer during the faith-based meeting hosted by Congresswoman Stephanie Murphy. Right before the elections, the supervisor of elections of our county came to meet me in my office and offered me to be a part of the election canvassing board in his replacement since he was up for re-election. I was speechless and humbled by this opportunity. I told him I need to digest this and think about it. I called several of my confidants to get their advice, and they all said this is an amazing opportunity. Of course, I accepted the offer and found myself sitting in the board with a judge and a lawyer. As history repeats itself, this was the first time a Muslim woman was selected to be on the canvassing board. It was a 3-week commitment, long hours, and I got to sign off the election for our county, but the learning and the experience was extremely beneficial. It enhanced my knowledge of the election process and extended my network with high-profile individuals. The reason I was selected for this role was merely my involvement in the community. Collectively, we can better the perception of Islam by building bridges with the wider community and make a positive impact within the society. To conclude, I urge you all to build your network, meet new people. Not only will this benefit you, but you will also be able to help connect others. Get out of your comfort zone. Don't be afraid of failing. Grab an opportunity to make a difference in someone's life and spread the positive message of Islam. Always have full reliance in Allah. And remember, He does not put someone in a challenge that they cannot handle. You are capable of anything you put your mind to. Thank you for your time, and please feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions or need any kind of help.
Mashallah, that was quite an inspiring message from Sister Minaz Manikia.
Minaz Manikia has really inspired us today. And Shamniz, the award that we are giving in her name is really inspiring indeed, because this individual, Shamniz, is the one we had mentioned before. We believe she's about 90 years old.
Yes.
And this is an auntie who has done so much in the community that when we were making a list, we were like, okay, we have run out of things, and we had to ask her family members to tell us. She's been a pioneer of Toronto Jamaat with 60 years of volunteer service, and that's a minimum. It might be even more, because she's still giving back to the community. She has been instrumental in setting up the program infrastructure and the ladies subcommittee of Toronto Jamaat in the days when there wasn't even a mosque. She was a local zakira for over 40 years, held home majalis, recited Marcia and Noha. She was involved in organizing and serving in the kitchen, volunteering on Alam Tabut, burial committees, involved in fundraising for the new center in East and West Toronto. And when we were thinking about her, we said, when we were growing up, she was a fixture in the mosque. She is always in that spot. She's always sitting there, and she's always giving that niyaz in Bibi Sakina's, always in the shahadat of Bibi Sakina alayhi salam. And we love her. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to give her long life and health, because she has gone through many tragedies. And let's have that up on the screen. We are very pleased to give this Minaz Manikia Award to a community worker.
Mashallah, Minaz Manikia Award to Roshan Bhai Rahmatullah.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Mashallah, as you said, Zakira Shairoz, Roshan Bhai is a pioneer of this community, one that we have taken for granted for over 40 years. She has done everything to keep the community together. In fact, I remember 30 years ago, I picked up the phone and asked her, I said, I'm getting a chance to serve the community as one of the committee members. And she said, you never say no to community work. So people like her have instilled in us those values of giving back to the community. And Roshan Auntie, we are so proud of you, and we pray for your good health. And tamechene amari community ni shobha cho, and may Allah give you good health.
Ke Roshan Auntie ai asa waste bo aziz ayo asa anke bo gurota khuda anke khush rakhe Roshan Auntie asa anje puthya bo bhagyas ke asa anke anje bare mein kicho pan ai itla busy wa to asa pote list banayas and asa chias ke Roshan Auntie ke aji sudi ko award nahi milyo. Let's do it now while we can, and khuda anke lambi umar de ke asa in person anke ne de sakche inshallah. Hane khali French baki hai Shamniz ne Punjabi which we could do because we've done Urdu, English, Gujarati, Kutchi,
all continents.
Yeah, we could do
yeah.
it.
So
Mashallah.
we could do everything.
This next person that we are, well, actually want to answer some questions from the audience.
Sure.
And we have them here. Inshallah, I can.
In fact, even the comments that were coming from WUWA, we didn't read them out because those are accessible to many people, and hopefully those will stay on WUWA, and we'll make sure that these are in the video library that we make, so that we do acknowledge all those people that given us feedback. Because these comments were coming in live, we were going fast. So Shairoz, if you
So,
have a question that you are dealing
First,
with.
let me begin with the good news that we
Okay.
are not only on time, we have become fast, Shabnis. We have, like, we could end this 20 minutes earlier.
Wow.
So, subhanAllah, actually, we have like 30 minutes, we were told. They were like, you could talk if you want. We're like, no, we would like to make the Koja community especially very happy because they like things on time. But so does everyone. You know, this pandemic, Shamnis, has actually made like things start on time and end on time because Zoom, everyone shows up. There's a nice question that came, which is very easy to answer. Where can we find more details about the panelists and the work they have done? Absolutely. It's on our app. It's also on our website, and it'll be added. And we are being told by Sukaina Mukhtar. It's so lovely to hear and see some Canadians. Definitely some amazing stories. Good to see Dr. Alia Gulamsen on the screen. This is Sukaina Amirali from Toronto. And Hussein Karmali is writing, my mom and I were watching, and she really loved it. Now I'm going to go to the most latest question. Minaz?
So Shairoz, that was the panelist bios will be added on the
on
website.
our website and our app as well. In fact, they're on our app already.
Right.
But I think people also want to know more about our award winners because they're fascinating women indeed, aren't they? So Minaz, somebody has asked, and we cannot answer on behalf of Minaz, but inshallah, you know, when this internet doesn't give us so much problem, we could literally have live question answers. The youth panelists were adamant. They were like, we want to do this live. And you know, it was so prolific. There were so many people writing about how awesome that panel was.
Yes.
So we're glad you kind of pushed for it, but we also wish that it could have even been more smoother. And inshallah, we can with some more, help from the panelists also.
Definitely.
Minaz, you are a beacon of light, faith, love, and dedication for us all. Thank you for being an inspiration to us all. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you and your family always. How do you manage your work and your community work? And I have seen Minaz, and first of all, she looks very young, as you could tell. She's, I believe, a grandmother, and yet, when we called her, she was like, "Why are you giving me an award on top of that? And why are you making me like? Why are you having me speak? What have I got to do offer?" And we were like, "Minaz, come on, you're doing amazing work." Basically, this lady is a perfectionist, and she manages it all. And one of the beautiful things about her when we were talking to her is she said, I moved from Dubai back to America because I wanted to be near my children and my grandchildren. And that shows that she does balance it all, that it's not only career, it's not only community. And that's what we want. We want to be, well-rounded individuals.
Sure.
How is it that we define being extraordinary, Shabniz?
Well, I trust that, we never see the value in ourselves, right? Whenever we are doing something, if we put our faith in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and make sure that our intentions are to do good, then definitely people will around you see how extraordinary you are. Because it's not, as you said, upon us to make ourselves shine. It's Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bringing out the best in us and giving us a platform where people can for themselves judge how extraordinary you are. So we as human beings cannot take it upon ourselves to ever say that we are the best at what we are. But definitely we can have this faith in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that brings the best in us. And because our intentions are to do the best, then it will shine.
Yeah, I remember Dad used to say that dood rese de pani pani. That even if you try to mix things, eventually you'll see what the good stuff, that rises to the top or whatever, or stays at the bottom. You can see the separation. And you can't buy fame, neither can you buy love of the people. Fake people, it shows. But when you're extraordinary, Allah makes you shine, even if you're in the mud and you're hidden, even if if people are trying to hide you, if people are in your way. And that's why it's important for us not to get negative. Today's program, Shabniz, has been so positive. It has been about,
Alhamdulillah.
bang, 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 like this woman's amazing, that woman's amazing, this lady is amazing. And it's inspiring, it's positive, and we want to keep that wave going. And like it was Fatim Devji who said, the things we say to each other, we wouldn't even say to a friend. But
Yes.
we're hardest on ourselves, and we're hardest on other women. We are the ones who criticize when someone's gained weight. We are the ones who say to them, oh, you're not managing things, or oh, you're too emotional, or you're too this, you're too that, or you're not clean enough. Or let's be positive so that a person can see that they're extraordinary. And inshallah, we can be part of the solution, not be more problems in this world. We've got enough. Somebody asked, is it possible to emulate Bibi Fatima alayha salam or Bibi Zainab in this quote unquote modern world? I say the answer came when we looked at the brilliant winner Fakiha Badami from Mumbai. I tell you that little girl has been an inspiration. When I read her story, and that the newspapers have put a timeline of the issues she went through in order to get to that point where she said, I'm not taking this off. It's an inspiration to the women who live, for example, in Quebec or in Paris or in other parts of the world where your hijab gets you ostracized, oppressed. You can't attend university. You can't be wearing it in the workplace. When I recited Majlis in Paris, the women told me that we carry our hijab in our pocket. As soon as we leave work, we put it back on because this country won't let us. And I remember being on the bus in Paris and thinking, like, the way people stared at you and stuff. And you're thinking, when will this hate end? But when you can be inspiring like Bibi Fatima alayha salam, honestly, it's non-Muslims who often come up to me in an airport and say to me, I love what you're wearing. And I'm in a full abaya. And they say, where did you get that? And I've had an Ismaili lady say to me, I love the way you dress. Will you dress me like that sometime? And I was like, wow, when we can make our fellow Muslims become more closer to the real message of Islam, then we know that we are an inspiration, and it is possible then to be a Fatima. And I must mention here, Zakira, Zakia Najafi from she's in Islamabad, right, Shanice? And she's the sister of Zakira, Razia Batul Najafi. And these are amazing speakers. I was going to actually have a whole section where we were going to have these speakers, but we're going to have our own little conference for that. When she posted my video of me giving a speech, she wrote the caption, "Kaun kehta hai ki Zainab zinda nahi hai?" And people were upset. There were some people wrote, what do you mean? Are you saying this lady is Bibi Zainab? And she said, no, astaghfirullah. What I'm saying is Bibi Zainab lives in every woman who speaks up for Islam. Bibi Zainab is in every woman who wears her hijab. Bibi Fatima alayhi salam is in every place where a woman stands up for the wilayat of Imam Ali alayhi salam and stands up for the rights of women. It is possible to be a Fatima and a Zainab in this modern world. And this question came in I think it was a forum set by a question by our WIL team member, Brother Muntazir Jaffer. He started this question about, behind every woman does there have to be a man, a great man? And if I remember that question correctly, and somebody wrote this in the comment, which has now come up as a question. So yeah, if you think that women doing all this extraordinary work causes men to be an idol, women are going to do all this amazing work, then it makes men idle. Doing nothing, thinking that my woman can do everything, which starts from her home task, her children, her parents, her in-laws. And after that, you add these jobs. Don't you think the reason for men becoming lazy is due to women doing each and every work? I was going to think that this was a troll, but then I thought, this is a very frustrated woman who's probably doing all the work at home and her husband is not stepping up to the plate. Khuda na kare. Or maybe it's a woman saying, if we women do all the work, the men will sit around doing nothing. But I will say that if that was the case, all our men would be sitting around doing nothing. And no, they're amazing men, like our husbands and our brothers and our young men of this community. Right now, all our crew are all men, and they are young men, and they are not sitting around being idle while we women are doing this work. They are part of the empowerment. And when a woman is often doing everything, it's sometimes because a man perhaps can't, or she has to be a breadwinner for a time. I've known so many women who've had to do all the things that the men should have been doing. But you know what? That's the amazing thing. Allah has made women able to do it all. That, if a husband can't, she says, it's okay, honey. I will earn. It's okay. And may Allah give quwwat, more energy to the women. I don't think it makes men lazy. A true human being would never let somebody carry all the load. They have some issues. May Allah bless them and make them better human beings, so that nobody feels like they're being leaned on. What are some examples of increasing resilience from an Islamic perspective? Yep. It is being positive.
Definitely.
It is having
Alhamdulillah.
sabr. It is saying that, um, not thinking of yourself as a victim, as a woman who does a lot. I'll tell you right now that not only do I cook and clean, not only do I recite majlis all day, not only do I travel the world and I write and I'm on TV and I do all that, I also do the shoveling. I also do the gardening. I do it all, alhamdulillah. And I don't say to myself, poor me, my husband's a doctor. I do this so that my husband can come home and be relaxed. That's what my mom taught me. That if your husband is exhausted, he will not be the man that you want him to be. And it's the same when your wife is doing too much work, then she's not going to be that beautiful, fragrant woman because she's been sweating all day, because nobody's helping her. And the word help in the kitchen needs to change. It means contributing, whether it's in childcare, whether it's in earning a living. And it's also just saying to a woman, I'm proud of you. You do what you have to, and I'll take care of everything else. So how do we build resilience? It's by not victimizing ourselves and saying, why doesn't my husband do this? By saying, Allah, I can do it all. Give me the tawfiq that I can keep doing it all, and that I do sabr and I never complain. Because I remember Fatima alayha salam. Shabnis, do you remember that story when Bilal was late for adhan? Hazrat Bilal was late, and the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, Bilal, where were you? You made the adhan late. He said, as I was walking by, I saw Bibi Fatima alayhi salam. She was grinding the wheat, and her hands are calloused. And she was also holding Hassan and Hussein, and there were babies all around her. And, she was stressed. She was struggling. And as I was walking by, oh my God, this gives me goosebumps. I don't know. I just feel like so empowered when I think about the fact that Hazrat Bilal said, it's ibadat for me to help my wife or my sister or the daughter of the Holy Prophet. He came in and he said, let me take care of these children. Baby, let me do this. You sit for a while. You're tired. And you know what the Holy Prophet replied? Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. He said, Bilal, what you did is more ibadat than even what was when you would have recited this adhan. And the Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam has given this hadith that when a man contributes in the kitchen or helps his wife, he gets more thawab than all the hair on his body. Now, a lot of men are quite hairy, especially in this pandemic. You've seen their hair grow, you've seen their beards grow, and we're like, get a haircut already. At least do it yourself. But imagine if all that could be a thawab for you right now. Get out from that room where you're playing on your laptop video games. Go into that kitchen and say, Mom, I'm going to cook something today. Dad, I'm going to do the shoveling. I'm going to do the yard work. And then see how the barakah comes on you for every hair in your body.
Today we have seen such barakah. The Lady of Light is really shining on our media team. The team of a few men and a lady out there, I have to mention them again. Syed Asad Rizvi, who is in charge of this whole audio video team, media team. Then we have Syed Shahabat Hussain Shabahat, Syed Wajahat Hussain Shahbazi.
That sounds like brothers, yes?
Yeah, brother Nabil Jafar.
Whoa, a brother team when we are sister
team. And
team.
we have sisters Leila Fatima and sister Masuma Zara Hussain. So let's have a loud salawat for them. Allahumma salli ala.
And of course, Noshin, who is helping.
But I had to say Noshin in the end because she was doing the question. So I was going to ask her question. That Noshin Rizvi, have we forgotten anybody? Just to make sure she's
we wanted to see if she's paying attention. And she's saying, what are some quick strategies we can implement in daily practices to increase our resilience in the many roles we have as women? Being resilient is challenging, and often it's difficult to continue without getting angry. Any suggestions? You know what? I think we should have an amazing platform where all our speakers can come live, inshallah. I know
Inshallah.
Noreen doesn't like to do live programs because of these glitches, but these questions need to be answered by our speakers themselves. We could have a follow-up conference, and if we have our 1100 people just come back on, we don't need even to put on YouTube or anything, but we will, and we will do it all because I think these women deserve to see these
So
questions.
Sharoz, we have a gift certificate to give away.
Oh, nice.
So here we go.
Oh, wow.
with the
I want
salawat.
this.
Let's
Why
announce.
isn't my name being called for this particular one, Shabniz? I need this. I've been sitting on
You
this
need
chair.
a massage.
My back
so
hurts.
a massage voucher for $100, sponsored by Sister Sabira Jessa.
Oh,
and her massage are awesome. Sister Fatima Merchant, you are the recipient. Salawat.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. I hope you've ensured that this is a Toronto winner.
Yes.
Because Sabira Jessa is in Toronto.
Yeah, and thank you, Sister Sabira Jessa, for supporting our event with your prize. Thank you so much.
So we are now heading on to talking about our rocket scientist.
Oh,
Shabniz,
wow.
Farheen
Mashallah.
Rizvi is somebody that we are crazy about ever since we heard her first when she spoke at an Asimco event, and she talked about how she looked at the stars.
But Sharoz, after her video, I want to share this, and after she speaks, I want to share her journey of reaching for the stars. and
Inshallah,
how
she will speak herself
inshallah.
and talk about what we really want her to talk about. But if she
Yeah.
doesn't, then we're going to talk on behalf of her because her story is so amazing. And she was a little girl growing up in Lucknow. And inshallah, she'll tell us how she then came into the USA and became a rocket scientist
At
for
NASA.
NASA. And she's an inspiring young lady indeed. And she's so loving because when I visited Los Angeles, I can't forget this. She took me to that oh my god, I don't know what that street is called, where it's the most expensive street in Los Angeles, and she took me to a restaurant and said, buy what you want, eat what you want, and of course I chose everything on the menu, and she just was so nice to me. I love her.
Alhamdulillah.
She's awesome. And Shabniz, you've spent time with her too.
Yes,
An amazing
mashallah.
young lady indeed.
Great human being.
A brilliant young man, a woman.
So
And
let's have our welcome.
we are going to have a bio.
No, Sister Zahra Alawi is going to be welcoming
her.
The last and final session today is by Sister Farheen Rizvi, whom I had the pleasure of sharing a stage with a couple of years ago, coincidentally also in Toronto. Her topic tonight is titled Reaching for the Stars. Everyone has the potential to develop into a consistent and effective leader by learning the right set of characteristics and behaviors that enables them to reach for the stars. Now, please do welcome Sister Farheen to learn of her journey and dedication to achieving her dream. Please welcome her with the loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Farheen. Farheen Rizvi. I'm passionate about spacecraft guidance, navigation, and control. I'm so thankful to Sister Shabniz and Zakira Shai-Rose for creating this great platform for all of us to come together and talk about our work and our journeys. It feels great to share the platform with wonderful women from our communities who have done such valuable work. I'd also like to thank Sister Nuran for the logistics work on our presentations. She's been a pleasure to work with. I'm so excited to talk about spacecraft guidance, navigation, and control. And based on my experiences, I'll also be talking about the roadmap of how to get there. Welcome to my talk. My family is originally from Lucknow, India. I emigrated to the United States when I was in 9th grade. Lucky me, I escaped the Indian high school board exams and instead went to Boulder High School in Colorado that had lots of advanced placement classes instead. During my time at Boulder High, I got to participate in research with an astrophysicist at the University of Colorado Boulder that made my transition to studying aerospace engineering at the university after graduating high school pretty comfortable. During my final year of college, I worked on a NASA engineering design project that really set me up for my next phase, becoming an engineer at NASA, where I worked on Cassini, spacecraft around planet Saturn, SMAP and NISAR spacecraft that are orbiting Earth. Afterwards, I transitioned to United States government, where I am a principal spacecraft guidance, navigation, and control engineer. I grew up in New Delhi, India, and loved to attend the Shahi-Marda Karbala Mosque. There was an impression of a human footprint that was found on this soil, and it was believed to be that of Imam Hussein alayhi salam. It was a miracle, and the Imam Barga was built around the impression. As you can see from the photographs, the mosque was rather small back then, and often the women would have to sit outside under the night sky during majlis. I remember feeling so peaceful and fascinated looking up at the stars, the moon, the galaxy, and listening to the words of the Maulana about Islam, the Ahlul Bayt alayhi salam, and my passion for space exploration was inspired from those moments. What is it that I do? In a nutshell, here we have a planet and a spacecraft orbiting the planet. The first important piece of information we need is where is the spacecraft? That's called navigation. Then we determine which direction the spacecraft should go in. That's guidance. And then finally, how do we get the spacecraft there? That's control. Together, this field of study is called spacecraft guidance, navigation, and control, and that's what I work on. I'd love to show you what my work looks like. Here is the NASA engineering design project I worked on in my college. We have a mother rover and 2 child rovers, just like the ones on Mars. My job was to use the camera on this beam on the mother rover to determine where the child rovers were located out in the test field. Then use the child identifier colored pattern to see which direction in which the child rover was headed. Based on the position and direction, we were to command the child rovers to return back to the mother and dock. If you see the data results in the graphs, the further out the child rovers were from the mother, the less accurate the camera navigation system was. This makes sense. The closer you are to the mother, the child rovers would appear bigger in the picture and it would be easier to detect them and determine their position and direction. We could determine the position orientation with 95% accuracy. After graduating college, I went to work at NASA JPL, which is known for deep space exploration for programs like Cassini spacecraft and robotic exploration of Mars. NASA has 10 centers in the United States. JPL is on the West Coast amidst the mountains. The coolest project I worked on was the Cassini spacecraft. This spacecraft was exploring planet Saturn, its moons and rings. It took 7 years for the spacecraft to reach Saturn in 2004 after following an interesting trajectory path from Earth and flying by Venus and Jupiter planets. My focus was on the pointing control system and how to turn the spacecraft in space. There are 2 devices that accomplish this. One is the reaction wheel. These are explained on the left. They can be thought of as working like a steering wheel does in cars. When you rotate the wheel, the car turns. The second one is the reaction control thruster. These fire to turn the spacecraft. They can be thought of like rockets. An interesting event that happened with Cassini was the planned activity to vaporize Cassini as it flew through the Saturn atmosphere. We would fly the spacecraft around the planet, and during each orbit, we'd get closer and closer to the Saturn surface. Each of those blue lines is an orbit. Eventually, the atmosphere of Saturn got so thick that the spacecraft flying through burned up in the atmosphere due to the heating up from friction. On the right side is the final image that Cassini spacecraft took of Saturn atmosphere before burning up. This is one of my concrete artistic contributions to the Cassini spacecraft and space exploration. These are real photographs of Saturn, its rings and moon, Titan and Dione, that were taken by the Cassini spacecraft. I worked on adjusting the spacecraft pointing so scientists can obtain these pictures. Here's one of my more solid engineering analysis contributions that was used to prevent Cassini spacecraft's thruster hardware from failing. I developed an algorithm that would calibrate the force output from the Cassini thrusters. Remember, those were the rockets that fired to turn the spacecraft. This algorithm determines with how much force the rockets fire. If the thrusters start failing, then the force would be decreasing. And this algorithm could detect when the force would start to decrease so we could do something about it. The algorithm uses the equation balance concept. On the left-hand side, we have data from the reaction wheels where every variable is known. On the right side, we have the thruster variables. The symbol tau is comprised of the thrust force F. When the thruster fires, the force rises exponentially, reaches its maximum value, then decays exponentially as the force starts to decay. To find the right-hand side of the equation, we have to integrate under this curve. That's a little calculus. Once we have both sides of the equations and just the unknown thrust force, we can rearrange the variables and solve for the unknown. These were the trending results for the thruster force over time for over 2 years. We had 8 thrusters on board and each plot shows the thruster force over time. There's something interesting here. You see on thruster 3 and 4 on the left bottom corner how the thruster force dips down. That's the degradation which we wanted to detect. Ideally, the thruster force should stay constant like a flat line. When it starts to dip down, that is a sign that the thruster is starting to fail. When we saw this happening, we replaced the thruster with the backup one on the spacecraft. The algorithm did its job. It was an important step in my life to transition into working directly at the United States government. These are not civilian projects like at NASA, so I can only briefly mention the highlights of one of them. Let's imagine here we have North Korea that launches a ballistic nuclear missile towards us. Well, we are well protected. There is a constellation of spacecraft that is scanning the United States to detect such flying objects. The data is then processed. And in case a missile is found, another program is activated that intercepts the incoming missile. And I've worked on guidance, navigation, and control aspects of the spacecraft, scanning the United States for incoming ballistic missiles. In summary, from my experience, here is a roadmap to how you could also formulate and pursue your dreams. The first is to remember and include Allah and Ahlul Bayt alayhi salam when you are forming your dreams. One example would be, oh wow, I really like business. The Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him and his family, and Bibi Khadija alayhi salam were a great businessman. I'll study more about them and make them my role model. We often hear the phrase, grass is greener on the other side. Do not spend your time thinking about what you'd rather have. Instead, focus your energy on what your own circumstance is, while trusting that Allah has placed you in this exact circumstance for a purpose. So find the positives. This follows from the story I told you about the smaller mosque and having to sit outside. I found a positive in that circumstance that gave me peace and made me happy. And now, several years later, I see the purpose of that circumstance. Also, treat the people who are in your path well, especially your parents and others you meet along the way. Appreciate them, learn from them, do not take them for granted. They have a special purpose to fulfill along your journey. Value that and value them. Be open internally to receive and work to make the most of your opportunities. While you're part of one, think of ways of how to extend and further your dreams and goals. Example here is the story I mentioned about participating in research projects in high school with a professor at a university that eventually enabled me to attend that university. Talking with experts about your goals. Even Allah says in the Quran to talk to the experts. This will broaden your perspective and prepare you to face the challenges along the way. Along the way, you should also be prepared to face setbacks. Remember, they are meant to be experiences to grow from. And finally, enjoy yourself. No matter how occupied you get, make time to do things that make you truly happy. It could be praying, spending time with your family, reading, biking. Make time for those things and enjoy your journey. In conclusion, I'd like to remember the Lady of Light, Hazrat Bibi Janabe Sayyida Fatima Zahra alayhi salam. She was the beacon of inspiration. She was the guiding light that moved an entire society to understand the persona of a woman, how to treat a woman, how to respect a woman, what a woman is capable of, and what a woman deserves. In those times, they had the practice of bearing female children alive and silencing the female voice. Bibi Fatima Zahra alayhi salam turned that around. She voiced herself to defend her husband Imam Ali alayhi salam's right during the Saqifa against the grand forces. What an incredible and powerful voice that truly was, the likes of which were carried by her daughter Janabe Zainab alayhi salam in Yazid's court. She is also an inspiration to so many today. I'd also like to remember the Imam of our time, Imam al-Mahdi, may Allah hasten his reappearance. For 1400 years, he has been living in occultation, and we're connected with him spiritually. He carries all of the noble characteristics of our dear beloved Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him and his family. It is really important to pay our respects to him and remember him along our journey. And may Allah raise us alongside of him and bestow upon us to make his mission easier. I'm also remembering the Shia scholarship in the world today, Sayyid Ali Sistani and Sayyid Ali Khamenei. May Allah increase their lifespan and keep them safe. We interacted with Sayyid Sistani during a ziyarat trip to Iraq. I specifically remember him encouraging us to become the best, among other professions, doctors and engineers. I felt very supported for the kind of work I do. And I quote Sayyid Khamenei, who talks directly to us youth in the Western countries, where he wanted us to create strong relationships and bonds here, create mutual respect and understanding so that we can contribute to making peace in the world today. We can end with a salawat.
That was quite inspiring indeed. And I'm so glad she covered the story that we were so excited about.
True.
Huh? Because imagine a child lying on the lap of their mom and looking up at the stars and joining the message of Imam Hussein alayhi salam with his with those stars and saying, I want to know what they are, and saying that I want to, what did she say? She wants to go up to the up as an astronaut. She wants to go
No,
up
she
there.
actually said that when she's working on the design of a spacecraft, she wants to actually endorse the name of Imam Zamana Saibul Asiwa Zaman. So it reaches out there. So mashallah, that is incredible.
Inspiring young man,
Wow,
a young woman
inspiring.
indeed. See, it comes out man, but you realize, no, these are all women, alhamdulillah. And Allah has made women and men both so incredible, and they're both in their own right. It's really inspiring indeed. We are now going to give an award in with the name of Farheen Rizvi, because as you know, all our speakers are getting an award in their name. And the young lady who will be receiving this award is a lady who is so exemplary that we wanted to pair Farheen's name with her name. Oh, what's this?
Wow.
What's this?
Mashallah.
What is this?
Mashallah.
Mashallah. Wow. And it
And
matches.
look at the spirit of WIL colors on this
Open it from this
fabulous
side, yeah.
cake.
Do you say that?
Oh
It's a
my
purple
God.
cake. It matches our backdrop. See, we like to match everything. Wow, you ladies have done and the whole team, hey, you guys did an amazing job. Thank you so much. And this is how we celebrate the birthday of Bibi Fatima
Bibi
alayha
Fatima
salam. Oh
alayhi
my God,
salam,
thank you.
mashallah.
Shamni's, there are 3 knives here, 2 knives here. So we get to hack at this cake from both sides so that we can keep with the 6 feet apart restriction.
Inshallah.
I love the packaging on this cake.
It is fabulous, and it looks, and I'm sure
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
it tastes
And
good.
please don't let it fall over, because I haven't eaten anything and I could eat this whole cake by
I think if you have
myself.
a knife, I can.
But I won't.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Wait, it's a bit off the table. They don't want it to fall.
Yeah, we don't want it to fall because we want to make sure our crew gets to enjoy this cake. And I thank the team here for organizing this and bringing
Thank
this.
you so much for surprising us like this, because really this was what was missing, the cherry on top. Mashallah. You could just let it fall if you want.
So let's get a good camera shot of this fabulous cake.
You can do your boomerang. Bismillah.
So Shairoza, with the salwat at the end, we should be definitely cutting this.
Yeah, Bismillah Rahman Rahim. Give that
or
knife
maybe
to
if
Shabs.
we cut it now, then the team can start.
Yes, and yeah.
I'm
Okay,
superstitious.
so we say Afdal Salam, Assalamu alayk, Ya Rasulullah, Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad, Salawat, Salawat, Muhammad, Ali, Yabna Abi Talib, Bayatullah, Wajh, Salawat.
Thank you, Sister Nurani and her fabulous team.
Muhammad
And
wa Ali.
everybody
Wow,
on
it's a
the
soft.
team.
It's a soft cake, Shabs. I didn't want to cut it all the way, but now I feel like we got to have some.
But
Shabs.
I am going to take a bite.
And I'll pretend that you're feeding me here.
Thank you so
purple
much.
icing. Ooh, it's cool.
This is fabulous.
This is
Thank you
tasty.
very much. And you have to honor Bibi Fatima alayhi salam. And this is a perfect way for
Shabu,
us
smile
all.
for the camera. Photo op.
This is live and this is happening in our studio, and this is by the good work of Sister Nurain and her team. And that's why we have to pause to make sure they do justice to the pictures. Because for us, having the light of Bibi Fatima salamun alayhi, and then celebrating with this token is shifa for everyone.
Blessed we
Inshallah.
are indeed.
Ameen.
Jazakallah khair. And because we have all this time we're playing with, we're so happy. That stress of, oh my God. And we even played a lecture twice.
Yes.
Right, Zora's. And we had a long break which wasn't in the plan. And yet, Allah gave us barakah. It's all your du'as, everyone. You really made this happen for us.
And we are going to do Farheen's award.
Let's do it.
And we're going to announce the recipient for that.
The recipient
and
of this award.
Then, yes, we are going to wrap up early. I know the Salat time in Toronto is 5:50. So, inshallah, we're going to be wrapping up much earlier than that.
We'll try, Shabniz, but a lot of people are saying, hey, you haven't read our question and whatever. So
No, there is still
let's
more to
see.
go.
we will try to, because we have a lot to cover. So now we are so pleased to announce the winner of the Farheen Rizvi Award. And this is to a young lady who, at a young age, wowed the community and continues to wow the community. Let us watch a video about her accomplishments. And when I say roll tape, we will announce to you that we are so pleased to present to you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the winner of the Women in Leadership Award, Maliha Mercy. MashaAllah. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. So here is Maliha telling us that when she was 4, is this going too fast? Can you slow it down? Go back, please. Thank you. Because this is interesting. Look at this. She wanted to learn the language of Japanese, so she got an award for being the fastest language learner in her school at the age of 4 when she lived in Istanbul. So it was a very nice beginning. Continue. And then what happens with Maliha? She was 6 years old. She lived in England and she was eager to learn. So she won an award for being the smartest in her first grade. Next slide, inshallah. When I was 7 years old, she says, my madrasa had a namaz competition and she won first prize for her. She won $100 towards Hajj fund. Subhanallah. By the time she was 9, this is the wow part. It gets better. She won an award, which was for a contest by Michelle Obama, in which she was invited to the White House to represent Washington State and had the opportunity to attend a state dinner and meet Michelle Obama. That's the book that Maliha's picture is on the front page. She was 9 years old when she went to the White House. And you know what, Shabniz? She didn't even have to break windows. She got in for the front door and was invited. Subhanallah, Maliha, you make us proud. So her award-winning recipe wins. And then at 10 years old, she joins an organization, Kids for Peace. She's a year younger than all the other participants, but is accepted anyway after her interview. And then she becomes an active volunteer as she gets older. And she wins a $5,000 award to attend this Catholic school where she gets the first ever recipient for girls scholarship for 10,000. Whoa.
Wow.
She's really raking in the money here. 11 years old, she volunteers at the Iman Center of Kirkland and feeding the homeless program, and she would recite at the mosque frequently. Oh, mashallah. This is all the upbringing of her parents.
Mashallah.
And middle school, she was 12 years old. She realized that the school needed, had a lot of racism. So she starts this chapel service about racism, microaggressions, and Islamophobia. God bless you, Maliha. And then what happens? Oh, I see Shirin and Zainab in that picture. Middle school, when I was 12 years old, I joined a non-profit called Library in a Week. She was selected as the social media lead. She sold bracelets, raised $2,000, and a Library in a Week to build a library in Playa del Carmen, Mexico. Amazing. And then what happens after that? Middle school, she's 13. She goes to this Kids for Peace camp. She meets youth from Israel and Palestine. And here she leads multiple sessions on community building and unity. After this, Maliha, now she's still 13. We still haven't reached her age yet, which her current age. And now she's become at the age of 13 she was on an MC panel for the Seattle Women's March. Same day she attended a conference at MAPS, Muslim Association of Puget Sound, where she spoke on Shia Sunni unity. Mashallah, mashallah, mashallah. At 14, she was involved with Kids for Peace. She was a camp counselor, hosted sessions on Islam and unity between faiths. She helped organize the Youth Summit summer camp, as well as organized and spoke at several fundraisers throughout the year. Look at her picture on posters and stuff. Awesome. And then middle school at 14 speaks at an anti-Trump rally about gun control. And then she meets with staffers from Senator Murray, wow, and Senator Cantwell's office to discuss their plans for the upcoming policies in Washington. Keep going. In 2020, she was 15 years old. She funded a nonprofit called Justice Education. She's founded an organization. And now it looks like a pandemic time because there they are on Zoom. And she's also appointed as the social media lead for Justice Education. And that brings us to 2021, where she's accepted as a board member for Kids for Peace Seattle. She's currently the youngest person on the board. And look, in all those children is our daughter, Maliha Mercy. And we're so proud of her indeed. And we are so pleased to present to her the Farheen Rizvi Award. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad. And Shanice, it's time to give something free to the audience that has stuck through all this time to win something free. Tell us what our lucky contestants are going to win.
Right. The avid golfers out there, I'm sure, are waiting anxiously for this pair of tickets to the South Asian Classic Toronto 21.
Wow.
And
Golf.
this is being held at the Angus
Whoa,
Glen.
it's Fatima Ali Bhai.
Mashallah.
What a lucky lady. But it's
Mashallah,
for two
Fatima.
lucky ladies. Who's the other lady? Allahumma salli ala. Oh my God. We did not rig this. We know all these people. How did they happen? Well, this is going to be
And
held in
Fatima
Toronto.
Ali Bhai, this South Asian Ladies Classic is pleased to bring the first annual tournament to Toronto. It plans on holding a number of tournaments per year across Canada and the United States. This is the first golf tournament in Canada exclusively for South Asian women. And you are getting 2 lucky passes for
so she
that
gets to bring a
conference
friend?
valued at $750.
Wow.
The golf tournament prize.
Shabniz, this is the time to become Fatima Ali Bhai's best friend because she gets to bring a lucky friend with her.
Right.
Wow. Congratulations, Fatima Ali Bhai. Now we go to our next award on our list. And who is the lucky winner in this one? After this one, are we giving out a $2,500 scholarship now? We sure are. And the winner is Dr. Saleha Badami from Mumbai. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Let's hear a little bit about Saleha. Because Saleha is a 23-year-old medical degree graduate currently completing a medical internship, residency, and thesis. She's doing her exams, but she's a topper. She's also up for a gold medal, and her name is up for a gold medal. There, she's waiting for her announcement, and she talks about the fact that she's always been an outstanding volunteer and worked with her sister. She's a sister team as well to do the AV for the Mumbai Jamaat, the
Mashallah,
Bandra.
this is the Daya Family Scholarship for $2,500 Canadian to Dr. Saleha Badami. Congratulations. This is awesome. The work
Saleha
that she's
is
doing.
Shabni is also a baker. She has her own company. She's her own business, and she has thousands of followers on Instagram and stuff. And they taught themselves how to ice cakes and stuff. Prolific community volunteer, madrasa teacher, Nawha Khan, dua reciter, public speaker, manager of audio video team in Mumbai Jamaat. She serves in the medical Mawkib in Karbala every Arba'in, and she says, Shabni, that she wants to continue her studies with a specialization in dermatology. And what has really been an interesting thing in her 1,500 word, is this the Daya scholarship? Okay, it's the Daya scholarship. But she's talking about how she wants to be a research fellow or a clinical research assistant in the USA or Canada, the top universities there. And she's saying that, most people want me to get married because now I've become a doctor, but I want to study more. And I'm thinking if I get married, I want to be able to pay for my own education. And this scholarship would help me to pay for my own education. And so that I want to stand on my own 2 feet. I don't have to have my husband or my father pay for my education. I wish that I could get a scholarship. And you know what? Your dua has come through. I think Imam Hussein alayhi salam has definitely smiled on a young lady who serves the community, is the top of her class, and also attends Arba'in and Mokibs over there. And we congratulate you, Dr. Saleha Badami. What's our next award, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, wow. This is an award for, we have the Marhum Sabir Thala Award given to an amazing young woman named Kazima Wajahat in Houston, Texas.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Look at the credentials here, Shamniz. A journalist, okay, master's degree in health social care, speech language pathologist, works with children who have communication disorders as well as swallowing and cognitive disorders. Written and illustrated two ebooks, Mikhail and Malaika, A Quarantine Ramadan. Wow, that means the latest book, Shamniz, because that was just around just a few months ago. And Mikhail and Malaika, Super Birthday Gratitude. She's written several books actually. She's also illustrated this book, the Salam's Cranky Kareem Says Alhamdulillah. She's also illustrated and written Mikhail Malaika, and works with an organization that supports orphans from war-torn and poverty-stricken areas with campuses in Karbala and Pakistan. During the holy month of Ramadan, she had all these children's programs and had personalities like the Tijani brothers and Imran Datu Noha Khan, as well as puppeteer Zakira Shairoz and other amazing community personalities who could inspire the children of the community, global community. So Kazima Wajahat really deserves this award for, that is in name for the Saleh Sabab of Marhum Sabir Dhala. And we ask our attendees to keep reciting Surah Fatiha whenever you see the word Marhum on the screen, because our sponsors and those people who have given these kinds of awards to amazing women around the world deserve that their marhumin receive light in their grave. Ilahi Amin. Next award, Shabniz, is, oh my, Shabniz, it is an award given to the marhum Anwar and Fatima.
It's the Marhum Anwar and Fatima Sivji Award presented to Sister Salma Ali Bhai of Toronto.
Wow. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. This is the wrong bio, and I can read it here. Our apologies, Salma. But Salma has a bachelor's degree in creative arts and design. This mosque that we're sitting in, although you can't see everything around here, Salma was instrumental in designing the whole decor here, and all the colors and everything that's been put together. Because she has a bachelor's degree in creative arts and design. She's conducted the interior designing and space planning of Jaffrey Community Center, including the school, the madrasa, the library, the banquet hall, the gymnasium, and the fitness room, and most importantly, the masjid itself, the Mullah Askar Memorial Library and Resource Center. Isn't that an amazing place, Shabniz? It has a museum and all that. She's a board member of Mark, and she's part of the exhibition design team. And some of the exhibitions that she has worked on are the Quran from parchment to paper, the Koja Heritage Exhibition, Hajj Karbala Through My Eyes, Roots of Abraham Interfaith Exhibition, Islamic Art Exhibition, and also the Salwa Rasul. Flip through the pages, the whole exhibition that she did, and then the space planning for Razavi, interior designing and space planning for the Razavi Community Center in Hamilton, right, Shabs?
Yeah, and she was nominated by Dr. Hasnain Walji. Quite a great honor for her to be nominated for this award and to be winning this award from the Marhum Anwar and Fatima Sivji family. Salma Alibai, you really deserve this award. We are proud of all the work that you have done at ISIJ of Toronto, and keep doing the good work. You are one of our honorees today, and we are so proud of you.
Yeah, I think she's one of the chosen artists to represent Ontario for the
Mashallah.
Canada 150 banner exhibited in the Parliament. And Salma Alibai is an amazing young lady indeed. What else are we doing now? Subhanallah. Is this the Who is Hussein award that we're giving out? Wait, whatever.
Yes, we have a couple of other awards coming up, and we have a few questions, Sharoz, that you will cover, and then I have a few comments at the end.
Why don't you give me the comment while I look for the bio of
Sure,
our next award recipient?
Yes, I wanted to cover some of the comments that I just received. One is from Sister Shaista Ali Dina, and she says, Salams.
Is that Dr. Shanaz Ali Dina?
No, this is the other award.
Okay,
that
the award is
so why don't we go to the
popped
award
up on the screen. Shamniz, go ahead and read it.
So this is the Yasmin and Latif Fazal Award presented to Sister Zamina Mithani. Salawat.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
So Zamina Mithani Award is for academic excellence. She's a recent graduate of the bioethics program at Harvard Medical School.
Whoa, that's
Yes,
pretty impressive.
yes.
What else?
And she integrates Shia philosophy and she aims to serve the Shia community through her medical degree.
Subhanallah.
She has given multiple TED Talks
No way.
about her Muslim identity, and she's currently pursuing her Doctor of Medicine degree at the University of British Columbia. Mubarak, Sister Zamina Mithani.
Subhanallah wa salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. And now we are ready for the Who is Hussein Scholarship for $500,
Yes.
which is being presented to a student who is interested in the field of business and who could do with $500 for community service. That's Hussein, Who is Hussein.
Right. So this is a Who is Hussein Scholarship for $500. And the recipient is Sister Mariam Rashid. Salawat.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
So Shahruz, you want to cover her bio for us?
It's right here. Active, prolific volunteer and community program organizer. She writes all those email updates that you see from the Az-Zahra Islamic Community Center in that is Shabniz in Vancouver, Canada. She served as president of Marlin Mentors, a club that focuses on making international students feel more connected with the school community. And actually, there's so much more that Zamina also does. That the $500 that's coming her way is because she's truly an exemplary youth that is giving back to the community in so many ways that we just couldn't say no when it came to encouraging a young lady like her. So we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless her. The next scholarship is the Alamdar Realty Scholarship, and that is for a business student and for a student who is in
and we thank Alamdar Realty Corp for their scholarship of $500, and the recipient is Sister Iram Sayed.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
So Iram, this has been presented to her for her academic advancement. She has a bachelor's degree in information technology and now a postgraduate certificate in network security. She's worked at an IT firm, TCS Limited, for 3 years, and she's moved from an associate engineer to a systems engineer resources. She intends to have her own security firm and employ those that are in need. Mashallah, well-deserved award to Sister Iram Sayed.
Awesome.
Okay, so we have a few more awards. Definitely they are coming as we go.
And we are waiting for our team to put it up on the screen.
Wow, this
Wait,
one
we already did this one, and it's the gift that keeps on giving. The prize that keeps on prizing.
So now we have another from Aroma Fam. Sister Femida Jagani Award is presented to Sister Noshin Sadiq.
Subhanallah. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Shamni's sister Noshin Sadiq is truly an incredible award winner indeed. And I want to take a moment to tell the whole audience about the achievements of this young lady. It's just mind-blowing. She has a master's degree in religious studies and from Boston University. We don't have her picture. We actually did, but this came very late, but we just couldn't not put this up on the screen. So you could actually come back to the camera, the middle camera, and we can continue to talk about her, or you can even, great. So she has a master's degree in religious studies from Boston University. She's published in various religious and academic works on topics of women in Islam. She advocates locally for racial justice and differently abled children. Noshin Yusuf Sadiq, she is, her thesis topic, Shabniz, is mind-blowing.
Wow.
On Sayyida Zainab's legacy and the model of martyrdom in Shia Islam. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. She's published in I Speak for Myself, American Women on Being Muslim, is featured on iCover, A Day in the Life of a Muslim American covered girl, but it's a cover the girl. It's pretty amazing. I love the play on cover girl, but cover the girl. You go, girl. And in various other academic and religious works, she currently resides in New Jersey with her husband and 3 children. Oh my lord, how does she find time to do all this? And she also, in various other academic and religious works on topics of women in Islam, she's involved in local initiatives pushing for racial justice, religious and cultural inclusivity, advocacy for differently able children, and she is truly a person that we salute for her awesome work. Keep up the great work, Noshin Sadiq.
We just had a comment from a brother Hamid Mirza, and he said, "It's a nice conference. I didn't win anything, but worth enough to know about different women's personalities. Jazakallah, Zakira Shairoz, and the entire team."
Oh,
Thank
wow.
you,
What's the
brother
name?
Hamid Mirza.
Brother Hamid, you have won our respect. And it takes a lot for us to respect, no, we respect you and
And there
all
was
men.
Sister Majubin Abidi. She also wrote.
And wait, the program's not over. I
No?
think we still have I think a few more freebies might be coming up. So stay tuned. Go ahead.
Definitely. Sister Majubin Abidi wrote, "Mashallah, what intelligence our sisters possess. Today's speakers were so inspirational. I am excited about the mentorship program for my children."
Awesome.
Alhamdulillah, mashallah. This is
Awesome.
great to read about all these great messages that we have been getting. There is one that actually said, "Why didn't I get a piece of the cake?" So,
yeah. Well, I don't think we're gonna leave any for you. Sorry, but what part of the world are they from?
So before we go to the other awards, do you want me to do one or two more messages
Please
or
do.
questions?
Yes. Go for
Okay.
it.
All right. So we have one from Sister Shaista Alidina, which I had just started to read before. It says, "Salams, it was great to see you both. The presentations have been truly inspiring. It's so great to see our community empowering extraordinary women. Thank you and the team for organizing a much needed conference to recognize the success of Shia sisters all around the world." Thank you, Sister Shaista, this is awesome receiving messages like this. One of our award recipients, actually a gift certificate recipient, said, "Mashallah, mommy," and that was to Kulsum Dharamsi. "Everyone's hard work paid off. The conference was really good. Very well organized, and speakers were great." Sister Alia Dharamsi.
Wow, she's one of our winners,
more awards to go, Shairoz. Let's go through them.
Yes, and with this next speaker, she's a speaker, but she was our speaker in the youth panel.
Yes.
But we really felt that she deserves an award because she's really working hard, and really deserves to be profiled here as a person who is an incredible role
Mashallah.
model indeed. Sakina Dada.
The
Shabnez, go
Rashida
ahead.
Dala Award goes to Sister Sakina Dada.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Shamniz, Sakina has been actually profiled in the stories of 40 inspirational Muslim women under 40. Subhanallah. And she's also doing the camera is the wrong one, although I'm a ventriloquist, but Shabniz is not the one talking right now. It's me. And I'm not a ventriloquist either. I'm a bad ventriloquist. But subhanallah, Sakina Dada is truly an amazing. She's a PhD candidate, and she has children, and she is the founder of Smile, this organization that is for children of special needs. Please forgive me. I'm trying to find her profile in front of me because I had this awesome profile that she gave us this little blurb about herself, and I was like, no, I know there's more to you than this. And it's that's how modest she is. But let me see if I can, if it pops up on my screen. I'm actually on the internet right now looking for Sakina. So she's wow, she's I can't actually access all the profiles. There's so many.
Yeah,
Go
and
ahead.
as our youth panelist, Sakina Dada, really, thank you so much. You're such a busy woman, and you took time out of your busy day to participate in this conference. We are really, really happy that you did, because a person like you really deserves to be recognized in the community, and we are so glad to give you this award. Mubaraki to you, and we'll
Sakina's
definitely.
her profile is so full of things that it's just she's an
So it
occupational
makes you
therapist.
smile. It
She
makes
makes
you
you smile.
smile.
She's an occupational therapist, PhD candidate for disability studies. She's the founder of Smile Canada. She's the executive director of SmileCan.org, and she is such a giver to the community. And she's actually the recipient of many awards. And I have so many bios here that often, as we changing things, and because some new awards came, new scholarships came, so I'm actually praying that I can find her profile. That's how sincere we are here, that we want to ensure that our women are really mentioned here, and profile and showcased. But this will be on our website, so please
Inshallah.
do
So we
check
can
out
move
that.
on to the next award, because we have a few more. And this
Perfect.
is Shaira's our Dr. Amir Lakha Award, going to Sister Shaheen Merchant. Salawat.
All right. Alaikum. Shamni's sister Shaheen is from Mumbai, India, and she is an amazing, inspiring lady indeed. She started an NGO, a non-for-profit organization called Khadijatul Kubra, to provide education, uniforms, transportation, and housing to impoverished children in Mumbai, Syria, Yemen, and Iraq. It's amazing. And you know what? We wanted Dr. Amir Lakha to be showcasing the talent and supporting a lady like Shaheen Merchant. Shaheen is an active community organizer at Bandra Mehfil, and she's instrumental in arranging Muharram programs, hosting and sponsoring the Zakiras, the Wiladat Niyaz. But then when she started this Khadijatul Kubra Foundation, which happened just a few years ago, I believe it might be 2-3 years ago, it branched off to Khadija Academy, where she teaches entrepreneur skills to low income women, such as sewing, needlework, baking, information technology, henna application, conversational English, Quran, etc. Then she established Khadija Channel to broadcast majalis, seminars, and workshops. And the viewership is over 2,000 subscribers easily. She gets these live viewers, and she's also the successful business owner of a multi-million-dollar construction company in Mumbai. She's a CEO. She's a businesswoman, but she also finds all this time to do this amazing work. And when I met her in Mumbai, she said, I really, Bibi Khadija, she was a lady who Allah had blessed with money. And she said, I want to, in her name, do something as a lady who has money, but I want to uplift the people who don't have anything. And so that explains all these things that she's doing. Truly an inspiring lady indeed. Congratulations,
so we have,
Shaheen.
3 more awards before Salat time. So if we can
let's do it.
Look at the
We
next
can do
one.
it. Okay.
Thank you.
So what's the next award?
It's Marhum Murtaza Merali Scholarship for 500 goes to Sister Hira Haider.
So Shamniz, you want to?
So this one is presented to Sister Hira Haidi for academic excellence. She's a Toronto-based journalist, life coach, and motivational speaker. Currently, she works with DML, Hum TV Canada as their broadcast journalist, and writes for multiple lifestyle publications on topics ranging from mental health awareness, social issues, and spirituality. Congratulations, Sister Hira Haider.
So she's won $500 Marhum Murtaza Merali Award. Yes. And then the next award is, tell us.
This is another Marhum Murtaza Merali Scholarship for 500 to Mahdia Bandali. Salawat.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. And Shamniz, allow me to tell you about Mehdiya Bandali, because she also is a paramedic. This is another paramedic in our community. As we saw Sakina Somji, who is a paramedic and a firefighter. We have one in, I think this is Vancouver, if I'm not mistaken. Mahdia Bandali
Yes.
is currently in paramedicine, part of an ambulance crew for almost 4 years. She's one
Mashallah.
of the few Muslim female paramedics in a white dominated profession, she writes. She says, I've spoken at meetings involved with the Cabinet Office under the UK government, which addresses racial and ethnic disparities. She has been nominated for an award as an inspiring individual by her local mosque after delivering a speech to urge members to step out of their comfort zone and look into a career in paramedicine. Salawat. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali
And
Muhammad.
this is the last one for the day, I think, isn't it?
And which award is this? Tell us. Put it on the screen. And it is the Marhum Marzia Rajpar Scholarship worth $500. And Shabniz, it is to, who are we giving it
Sister
to?
Nadira Kamalia, salawat.
Oh, wow. Allahumma salli ala. So as we see on the screen, Nadira Kamalia is a university student. She's a business entrepreneur. She's a student activist, community organizer, virtual mentorship program organizer, volunteers for children with special needs at Jaffrey Islamic Center. She's the recipient of COVID-19 Student Engagement Award for co-founding a student-led organization, iCommunity. And with that, and with minutes to spare, mashallah, because Salah time in Toronto
Yes, and we want to
is
do a
around
behind
the
the
corner.
scenes, right? We want to do a behind the scenes,
Yeah,
and we
there's
want to
been-
just acknowledge our sponsors at the end, and
Allahumma
then we
salli
will
ala.
be right on time. Alhamdulillah.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. And roll.
وجمع بينكما في خير.
Shamniz, we're so proud to have young men and women like this in our community who can put together a live program like this. And, like we feel like we're in a studio, but we're at the Jaffrey Islamic Center, JCC 9000 Bathurst. We want to thank the Toronto Jamaat president, Nasimco president. Did you say there was a message from Brother Arif Jaxi?
Yes, and
I'm
then
excited
there
about
is,
this message.
Yes, there are definitely a few messages.
He welcomed the program. Let's end with his message that just came a few minutes ago. Actually, it came quite a bit ago, but we haven't had time to have it out here. We have 9 minutes left, and we are gonna fill those 9 minutes. Come on.
Yes.
We still have about 1,000 people
a couple
live
of
watching.
people. I just wanted to acknowledge one of the other messages that came in from Sister Sukaina Jafar, who's also a journalist. She does amazing work in the community. Jazakallah khairan to both you and the team of volunteers. The conference was amazing and so well planned. Really liked your curated list of speakers. Mashallah, all of them were so inspirational. I learned a lot. It's so great that women are being highlighted. Great way to honor the speakers by naming the scholarships in their name. Zainab Dala did a great job at moderating the youth panel. Jazakallah, alhamdulillah, we are so blessed to have talented ladies like you and others in our community. And mashallah, that was a great. I also saw a message from Brother Amjad Datu, but I don't see it on my list right now. And I wish I
our
had shared
phone
it.
is flooded, Shabniz. Mashallah, mashallah.
Now, I want to take a minute to recognize our partner, our sponsor, Nasimco.
Wait, did we? Sorry, I think did we miss Zainab Tijani's award?
Yes, I didn't see it come
yeah,
up too,
because
and I was going to.
we had a Zainab Tijani award, but please forgive us and thank you so much to the WIL team for pointing this out. Shabniz, we have minutes to spare, but I
Sure,
have
I
Zainab.
can read
Keep
the
going.
message from the president of Nasimco, Brother Arif Jaxi. And one of the first things he said was, maybe you should host a talk show every month. You both are amazing. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you so much.
But his
Jazakallah
official
khair.
message comes. Assalamu alaikum, Shabniz Bhai. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of the Spirit of Women in Leadership and ISIJ of Toronto for this wonderful event. a first-time global event to highlight the important role Muslim women play in society and in leadership. I pray for your continued success and to mentor our younger generation to reach even higher heights. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you all. Arif Jaxi, Nasimco President. Also wanted to take a minute right now to acknowledge ISIJ of Toronto President Habib Bhai Megji and the Board of Directors, without whose support I wouldn't have embarked on this journey of the Spirit of WIL Leadership Conference. This is something that would not have happened if they would not have empowered me as a woman on the executive team. As a director at large, I feel honored that the first endorsement I got of empowerment was from my own team. Jazakallah, Brother Habib Megji and the Board of
And
Directors
Shabniz,
of
absolutely.
ISIJ
I
Toronto.
hate to interrupt you, but we have to do Haq. And you know what
Yes.
happened? Do you remember when Zora Rajpar's video did not work?
Yes.
And then we had to replay it.
Yes.
So we usually show the video and then we present the award. So
Yes.
the Zora Rajpar Award, our speaker's award, was not
Yes.
given, and it is given to Zainab Tijani
MashaAllah,
for her
salawat.
academic excellence. Allahumma salli ala. Salli ala. And Shabniz, do you recognize this name? This is none other than the sister of the Tejani brothers.
MashaAllah.
And she's a pharmacist, a poet, a writer, a mentor, a Sana Juan. She's an outstanding volunteer, a community programs organizer. She's an active community volunteer organizer of seminars, madrasa programs, Muharram programming, Quran sessions for Milad programs. Part of the Tejani brothers team, Dr. Shabir and Dr. Abbas Tejani, in the active composition and production of know-how volumes. And you know, she has recited Fatima, You Are the Lady of the Light, and I believe she wrote that as well. And when she was here in Toronto, there was a camp to write poetry. My daughter was so lucky, Shireen Fatima, to be taught by Zainab Tijani and the Tijani brothers, who taught young children. I mean, these were little kids, Shabnis, like they were under 9.
That's right.
And they came out writing poetry. They performed it, and there was a video
MashaAllah.
made of their nasheed, and it was broadcast. It was pretty amazing to see. Zainab Tajani, we're so proud of you, and we're so thankful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that we caught this in time.
Alhamdulillah,
And you know what?
MashaAllah.
You know, when there is a clear a niyat, and it's
Yes.
and there is, and then you also have done clear niyat from your side. We have done it from our side, and then that's why Allah gives this barakah that we get 4
That's
minutes
right.
left,
And I
that we
just,
can do this.
And I just wanted to mention, because I did had a glimpse of Brother Amjadatu's message, and he said, I am so happy and proud to see the Shia women of today and the hijab that was observed. And in our conference, this was one of our main goals, is that our role models should be women that are practicing the faith of Bibi Fatima, salamullahi alaiha. So mashallah, our team was able to do this. I want to thank our sponsors, our scholarship award donors. I want to thank our directory listers. I want to thank our mentorship program, the mentors, the mentees. I want to thank the amazing team that we have here, the media team. I want to thank the WIL team. Each and everyone was instrumental today. I know we are heading into Salat, but I am telling you, when good work is done, there is barakat, as Zakira Shairoz Jafar Dala said. And you can see the barakat that we wanted to end with Salat time. We wanted to respect Salat time, and we accomplished everything we wanted to do today.
This is truly the blessing of Bibi Fatima alayhi salam.
Alhamdulillah.
As we go and say goodbye to our viewers, Hassan Rizvi, the publicator, he has a publication company of Islamic literature, and also an organizer of programs for female speakers. He writes that Alhamdulillah, mashallah, excellent seminar, finally, he says, an outlet, a voice, a platform for our dear sisters, the mothers, the sisters, the daughters, etc. of our family, the scientists, the journalists, the doctors, the engineers, the professors, the authors, the business tycoons, and so much more
Right.
and beyond of our community.
Right.
It is high time, he says, that there has been this has been initiated in such a wonderful and energetic and passionate way for our sisters who are the very foundation of our families, our communities, and so much more. These very sisters are the first institution of our children, and from there lead our community in so many ways while excelling in their professional lives as well. God bless all of these wonderful and inspirational sisters, be it the presenters, the audience, and of course our organizers who have
Mashallah.
spent countless hours in dedication in launching this vital and much needed much needed
And
seminar and
alhamdulillah.
conference. Much motivation
Alhamdulillah.
even for our brothers. God bless all of you. Jazakallah. And if we can
And-
have the main camera so we can say goodbye.
Yes, and I wanted to take a minute at this point to thank Zakira Shairoz Jafardala.
And I want to take a moment
no,
to
and
thank
I
Sister
sincerely, from the
Shabnez
bottom
Siji,
of my heart,
sincerely
because we couldn't have done it, and we want to say a loud salawat right now. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad. It was really truly an honor, and
thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and may Allah bless you all, protect you all in this pandemic. Inshallah, we will be able to go back to our mosques, to go back to our community, and empower your sisters.
Thank
be
you,
there.
Bibi Fatima
Ameen.
alayhi salam, for making this happen.
Allah
You are the reason, Bibi. Bless our sisters, bless our mothers, bless this community
Ameen.
with awesome women who can
Ameen.
follow in your footsteps
Ameen.
and be trailblazers in this world. Ilahi
Ameen.
Ameen.
Khuda Hafiz.
Jazakallah khair.